One beautiful day, the world suddenly turned into a zombie apocalypse. However, instead of being granted a system or special powers to fight back, the people here can only rely on the science of the old world to cope. At first, it only broke out in a few small areas of South Korea, but due to its uncontrollable spread, it expanded to the United States, China, and Japan, forcing the human survival zones to shrink into small hideouts. It seemed that as long as they persevered, the disaster wouldn't spread further, but occasionally, a few supply crates would drop from drones. Inside were all kinds of military gear, making the group of prisoners, who thrived on the apocalypse, even more rampant. The zombies, for unknown reasons, were also gradually evolving just like a popular apocalypse game from before. The only hope left for humanity rested on the shoulders of the main character in this hideout. Although he wasn't particularly skilled at anything, he was the only one who could resist a small part of the zombie virus. As long as they waited for the research unit to test it, there was a possibility of creating a special cure. However, the people inside the shelter began to change their personalities, turning into followers of a mysterious force that constantly sought to eliminate him. In a crowded city, in a not-so-wealthy house, the computer screen still displayed a game interface. A young man lay lazily on the bed, completely oblivious to the sun already high in the sky. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated, alarm going off at 7:05. Jong Min-jun slowly opened his eyes, mumbling, "I fell asleep." He sat up, turned off the phone alarm, and started complaining. "I really want to skip school." As he stepped outside, he scanned the area, spotting a note stuck on the refrigerator with a few lines written on it. "Mom went to work, so make sure to eat properly and go to school." Jong Min-jun looked at the familiar words without showing any emotion, then quickly put on his uniform and left the house. Min-jun looked up at the towering apartment building, Building 104, standing proudly above all, and suddenly felt a pang in his heart. The kids living there could never imagine a life like his, but then he pushed aside those wandering thoughts and continued walking. At Seong-bin High School, Jong Min-jun fell to the ground, cursing out loud. "Ah, damn it." The boy standing nearby looked at him, almost gasping. "Oh, sorry, Min-jun. Are you okay? I meant to go easy on you." The guy standing next to him chimed in. "Hey, if you had fallen just a bit differently, your head would have cracked open." Haha. But Min-jun did look pretty beaten up. The boy who had just knocked him down was now looking for an excuse to pick a fight. "Wait, did you just curse? Did I hear that wrong?" After saying that, he burst into laughter. "Haha, poor Jong Min-jun. I must have been too lenient with him lately. This kid is starting to lose his fear." This boy was Park Seong-bin, 18 years old, from class 2 to 3 at Seong-bin High School. Suddenly, a voice rang out from, why is it so noisy in the hallway?" When Seong-bin heard this, his actions suddenly froze. The beautiful girl standing behind him spoke up proudly. "You guys aren't kids anymore. Park Seong-bin, stop bullying the weak." As soon as Seong-bin saw her, he cheerfully said, "Oh, it's Han Yena." She seemed annoyed as she spoke to him. "Whether it's the losers or bullies like Park Seong-bin, it's so annoying. Don't make a scene and embarrass the school in front of me." This girl was Han Yena, 18 years old, from Seong-bin High School, class 2 to 3. "Hey, who's bullying who? Min-jun is our class mascot. We're just joking around." "Haha." Yena shouted angrily. "If you want to joke, go outside. Don't make noise in the hallway." Seong-bin shot back. "And who are you to talk down to others?" "Haha, the person Min-jun hates the most is you." Han Yena, ha. Upon hearing that, Han Yena, she's in the same class as me and I've known her since middle school, just like Park Seong-bin. After a back and forth, Seong-bin finally conceded. "Hey, whatever. I ran into a guy I know today. Want to join?" Han Yena lived in the luxury apartment complex that I could see from where I was. Her parents were the hospital director and a specialist. True rich kids born with a silver spoon, very active on TikTok and Instagram, the quintessential social media queen. Not to mention, her academic performance was also outstanding, ranking at the top. I heard she was preparing to study abroad in the United States next year. She looked like the perfect child, lacking nothing. But she had one weakness. She absolutely despised poor losers like me. Yena walked into the classroom, casting a disdainful glance at him. What are you looking at?" The girl next to her couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, when did I start telling this story? Back in 8th grade, when we were in the same class, I mustered up the courage to talk to her." Jong Min-jun walked behind her and spoke up. Hey, are you heading this way too?" To my surprise, she actually turned around, leaving me momentarily stunned. "Hey," but the words that followed were like a bucket of cold water dumped on me. Yena criticized. "You smell a bit. Can you not follow me anymore? If your house is in this direction, then either keep your distance from me or take another route." and I really don't want to talk to someone like you. At that moment, Min-jun could only stand there, rooted to the spot, listening to her insult him. It was then that he realized it, that Han Yena looked down on him. He bowed his head in contemplation, and it seemed like he exuded a scent of poverty. Thinking back, she always smelled nice. His parents are the hospital director and a specialist, true blue rich kids, super active on TikTok and Instagram, totally the queen of social media. Not to mention, his academic achievements are also outstanding, ranking at the top. I heard that next year he's preparing to study abroad in America. He looks like the perfect child, lacking nothing, but he has one weakness: he absolutely hates poor losers like me. Yena walked into the classroom, casting a disdainful glance at him. What are you looking at? The girl next to her laughed. Ha ha. When did he start telling this story? Back in 8th grade. When we were in the same class, I mustered all my courage to talk to him. Jong Min-jun, walking behind her, spoke up. Hey. Are you heading this way too? Little did he know, she actually turned around, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hey, but what she said next was like a bucket of cold water on him. Yena scoffed. You smell a bit. Can you not follow me anymore? If your house is in this direction, then keep your distance from me or take another route. And I really don't want to talk to someone like you. At that moment, Min-jun could only stand frozen there, listening to her insults. It was then he realized that Han Yena had despised him. He bowed his head in contemplation, and it seemed like he exuded a smell of poverty. Thinking back, he always smelled fresh. Is that the smell of wealth? Normally, if someone hates you, their feelings will fade away. That's just how it is. When she reached senior year, Yena ended up sitting next to him, and she couldn't stop complaining. Oh my gosh, seriously. I'm in senior year and still have to sit next to that guy. Language Arts 9, Korean Geography, Math, 2 cultural classes. Someone switch seats with me, please. Even though we've been in the same school every year, in the same class, even though he always mocks and looks down on me. Strangely, I still don't know exactly how I feel about him. Could it be that I still like him? Is this the feeling of a loser? Looking at her beautiful face, he couldn't help but scold himself. Why am I into someone who always mocks and belittles me? Isn't that just cruel? But now he's being physically pressured by Seong-bin and mentally tortured by Han Yena. Since then, every day has been a struggle. Now his life is filled with humiliation and embarrassment. The break time has arrived, and the chubby boy next to him is chatting with another friend. Sunho, haven't you heard? The second anime list is super hot right now. I bet you know the original versions, right? His friend quickly replied, No, I'm not into anime anymore this year, but today is the offline event for RZ, right? If it weren't for school, we would have been there since morning. Oh, Byung-jun said a bit reluctantly. But why hold a gaming event on a weekday morning? I'm not really into gaming events. I prefer going to Lumina's concert, his friend suggested. Want to try hunting for tickets with me? There's one this month, and this friend's name is Bae Sunho. 18 years old, from Seong-gun class, 2 to 6. The chubby guy is Oh Byung-jun, 18 years old, from Seong-gun class 2 to 5. Sunho and Byung-jun are both in different classes from me. They are the only friends with personalities similar to mine. But unfortunately, they are lucky enough to have good classmates, so no one bullies them. Byung-jun saw his gloomy face and invited him. Min-jun, do you want to go too? To Lumina's concert. But at that moment, Min-jun was still lost in complicated thoughts. He silently sighed. They really are a bunch of lucky guys, born with good fortune. Seeing him dazed for a while, Byung-jun called out loudly, Jong Min-jun, you still don't seem interested. I guess it's just me living this dead-end life. Sunho, impatient, turned up the volume and called out, Hey Min-jun-kun. This time they successfully pulled your mind back to reality. He jumped, confused, looking at them. Humph. Sunha held his phone in front of him and repeated the question. Are you going to Lumina's concert? We're about to hunt for tickets. Min-jun looked at the beautiful goddess on the screen, losing interest, and could only force a smile to decline. I have to support Jan, right? Ha ha. No, I'm done caring about idols. The two friends were startled to hear him say that. Huh? Are you serious? You're leaving the fandom just because Jian from the BTS? You must be crazy. Jong Min-jun just shrugged it off and walked away. Anyway, I'm heading to class first. The two friends looked at him like he was a ghost as he left, puzzled. Not long ago, you were a hardcore fan of Lumina. Today, you look even more lifeless than usual. What's going on? The two of them looked at his hunched back, speculating. Isn't it true that Jian has been caught up in a dating scandal recently? Do you think he's depressed about that? Are there really losers like that? The other one immediately chimed in. If your bios are Jang's and you got caught up in a scandal, you'd be the same. No arguing that. In class 2 to 3, Jong Min-jun was still sitting there, his mind racing with thoughts. I hope class ends soon. At that moment, he heard chatter from the back of the class. That damn defector is staring again. Haha. Oh, the boy next to him questioned. Are you talking about Kang Hoon? Min-jun was also drawn in, unconsciously tilting his head to listen. Seong-bin is really cocky. He's even shorter than me. I bet I could take him down easily. Seong-bin's friends immediately chimed in. You train at the gym, right? Of course, he's not a match for you. Ha ha. Seong-bin kept using harsh words about the opponent. That damn defector left his parents in North Korea and is still rude. Ha ha. How did he escape anyway? The boy next to him continued. I don't know for sure. Just heard he came here at 13. Probably escaped death a few times. Another person looked around and immediately warned them. Calm down. A buzz-cut boy approached them, his eyes glazed over as he spoke. What did you just say? This boy's name is Kang Han, 18 years old, from Seong-gun High School, class 2 to 3. Seong-bin replied seriously, showing no fear. What's up? You got a problem, punk. Kang Han opened his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Seong-bin immediately stepped forward, grabbing the collar of the other guy and cursing, You damn dog. Seong-bin is really half a head taller than him, and way more muscular. He still held onto the guy's shirt, while Kang Han's eyes remained a bit glazed. The two friends beside him, fearing things would escalate, rushed over to intervene. Hey, can you calm down? Seong-bin cooled off. Sorry about that. Honorable. Seong-bin let go, not forgetting to lean in and warn him. You've made it all the way to South Korea. If you don't want to die here, it's best to stay quiet at school. After saying this, they finally left. Min-jun found this scene a bit annoying, but he couldn't do anything else, just sat there silently, thinking about this trash class, this damn school. The day quickly passed, and after school, Min-jun walked home as usual, constantly reminding himself, yeah, starting tomorrow, I'm quitting this damn school. That's the shortest way to turn my hellish life into something happier. Starting tomorrow. In his head, he kept telling himself, yeah, starting tomorrow, I'm going to quit this damn school. That's the shortest way to turn my hellish life into something happier. Starting tomorrow, I will never go back to school again. Suddenly, at that moment, a loud call immediately struck his mind. Hey. As he turned his head, he saw Seong-bin and his gang stepping out from the alley. He laughed mockingly, starting to get back into his old habits, just at the right time. Ha ha. I need to buy some cigarettes. Help me out. Go ask that old lady over there to buy some at the convenience store. Min-jun stared at them in disbelief, unable to hold back his thoughts. That little punk. Anyway, I'm out of school now. I won't have to see that jerk again. I should at least curse him out. But Min-jun only thought that and never actually did it. He slowly bowed his head and walked past, pretending not to hear. Seong-bin looked at him in astonishment. Hey, Jong Min-jun, aren't you going to come? Are you ignoring me? While he was wide-eyed in surprise, the guy next to him burst out laughing. What the hell? Ha ha. Min-jun is rebelling. Ha ha ha. Seong-bin's car is completely ignored. Ha ha. Damn it. Ha ha. That jerk. The sun was high in a small alley. Min-jun was beaten down on the ground, his whole body aching and stiff. The voices of Seong-bin's gang still echoed in his ears. What's wrong with you today, you crazy jerk? The pin guy held a brick, threatening the poor trash. Or should I just kill your mother today? I haven't beaten you properly since middle school. You got too comfortable living, huh, you jerk? The boy standing next to him laughed mockingly. Hey, I swear I have a cannon pin. If Min-jun dies today, it's not my fault. But right after that, he heard his weak voice whispering, Just kill me. His body lay still on the ground, his voice weak. Just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. The two guys next to him didn't even care. Hey, this is starting to feel a bit sad. Seong-bin, however, had a darkened expression, angrily waving his hand and shouting, You bastard. Listen up. If you dare write my name in your suicide note, be prepared. Seong-bin frowned, his eyes wide open. After you die, I will track down your mother and kill her too. The guys around him felt that things were getting out of control, a hint of fear rising in their hearts. Damn, we went too far just now. Seong-bin angrily shouted. Damn it, get lost, losers. They left, but Min-jun still lay there motionless. He didn't know how long it had been. Finally, he stood up and started walking home. As he stepped up each stair, he thought to himself, I wish this world would just end tomorrow. Each step felt heavier. He looked up at the sky. Maybe dying would be better, huh? Min-jun looked at the bright blue sky, at that tall building, thinking to himself, if I jumped from there, everything would end, nothing would matter anymore. I have no reason to live this miserable life anymore. While he was downcast, looking down as he walked forward, suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Hearing that familiar voice, Min-jun instinctively turned around. Yena seemed to be coming back from school too, still in her uniform, asking, "What are you doing here? This isn't your apartment, right? What are you doing in our place? Did you sneak in here or something?" Min-jun looked at her blankly. Yena added, "You don't look like you're delivering anything. Are you planning to steal something? Damn it." Min-jun clenched his hand in self-mockery. "Yeah, that's right. A guy like me shouldn't be in a place where people like you live. I just came here to end it all, to die in your apartment." Seeing that the other person didn't respond, she continued to question him, her tone a bit softer. "But what happened to your face? Did someone hit you?" Min-jun continued to remain silent, his eyes lifelessly looking down. Yi now lost her patience and shouted, "Seriously, you're really making people mad. If guys like Park Seong-bin are bullying you, at least fight back. If you've been beaten before, then stand up and retaliate next time." Min-jun remained completely silent, listening. "Honestly, people like you look pathetic. You can't do anything worthwhile, at least have the guts to fight back. Don't you feel ashamed living like this?" But he just kept walking past her. Yena, seeing him indifferent to her, felt a bit angry. "What the hell? Are you leaving?" Min-jun still pretended not to hear, continuing to walk forward. Yena lost her cool and snapped, "Are you still ignoring me?" "Oh, damn. Are you crazy? When someone talks to you and you just walk away." She looked at his back helplessly and sighed. "Sigh, but he really is pitiful, too weak. Tomorrow I will definitely scold that jerk Seong-bin." Min-jun still kept his head down as he walked. Until it was dark, he finally returned home. He turned on the computer, thinking to himself, "I guess I'll play some games." The clothes on him had changed. He put on headphones and began to immerse himself in his own world. "I can't believe it. I gave up on the idea of dying just because of Han Yena." Remembering the beautiful face of the one he secretly loved, he admitted to himself that he wasn't wrong. "All right, now that I've dropped out, I won't have to see Seong-bin or Han Yena anymore." He looked at the computer screen, trying to distract his mind, but starting tomorrow, I guess I should help my mom with something. At that moment, some friends in the game saw he was online and immediately messaged him. "Oh, Min-jun, you're back? Hurry up, log in, we're waiting." Min-jun replied neither fast nor slow. "Wait a minute, I just turned on the computer." The clock showed 8:30. His room still lit up, occasionally filled with sounds of exclamations. "What the hell is that?" His hands clicked away on the keyboard, completely lost in the game. "Not that way, there are 3 zombies over here." "All right, clean them up." At that moment, the other friend suddenly said, "Hey, something urgent came up. I have to step out for a bit." Min-jun felt a bit reluctant. "Huh? So sudden." "Let's finish this game, it'll only take 10 more minutes." The other one also chimed in. "Min-jun-kun. Actually, I have to go now." Min-jun was shocked and asked, "What's going on? Is Byung-jun in the same situation?" He wondered and glanced at the clock. "What time is it now?" "It's 10 o'clock already. Is it that late already?" Their voices began to chatter. "What's happening? Have you seen the news? It's chaos out there." Min-jun was completely clueless about the social issues. "Huh, what news?" Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from outside. He took off his headphones in confusion. "What's that?" Min-jun stepped out of the room, peeking his head out the door, slowly moving toward the doorknob and asked, "What? Is someone there?" "The noise outside is getting clearer." Min-jun started to panic. "What the hell is that? This is really scary." He leaned close to the peephole to look outside, seeing a man with a dazed expression staggering outside his door, mumbling, "Yeah. Help me." Quickly recognizing the person, his upstairs neighbor. The moaning outside continued. Opening the door, Min-jun broke out in a sweat and stepped back a bit. "Huh? Oh, did I get the wrong floor again?" But the person outside still stood there stubbornly, with a large pool of blood trailing from upstairs. He thought to himself, "Oh man, this guy is drunk again." Min-jun reached for the doorknob, slowly opening the door just enough for light from the hallway to come in. "You're drunk again," he said before peeking his head outside. The confusion on his face was still evident, and as soon as he saw the scene before him, he immediately stared in shock. "Huh, just a moment ago I could only see the guy's face. But now, when did my upstairs neighbor get a huge wound in his stomach?" Blood was dripping down from upstairs with each step he took. Min-jun immediately panicked and asked, "Hey, are you okay? Should I call 911? To his surprise, the man didn't seem to hear a word. He seemed to go insane, opening his mouth to growl, then suddenly lunged at him, attacking fiercely. Min-jun saw the disgusting mouth of the man and couldn't help but scream in fear. He blindly continued to shout, wanting to wake the man up. "Hey, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Seeing that the man didn't seem to calm down, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Then he kicked the man hard in the stomach to defend himself. The man fell to the ground, out of the house's range. Seizing the opportunity, Min-jun quickly slammed the door shut, locked it. The growling of the neighbors still echoed behind the door. He leaned against the door, panting heavily. His legs were so weak that he could barely stand. He tried to calm himself down. What the hell just happened? His face was starting to clear up a bit. Min-jun immediately grabbed his phone, frantically dialing a number. I need to call the police. But things didn't go as smoothly as that. He kept calling but didn't get any response. Min-jun started to panic. What? The phone isn't working at all. He suspiciously looked at the screen. The phone had suddenly displayed a series of notifications that he was unaware of. Emergency alert. At 9:10 a.m., an emergency alert was issued for the Seoul area. Terrorist attacks are occurring at unspecified locations. Please prepare for evacuation. Prioritize evacuating children and the elderly first. At 9:35 a.m., a shelter-in-place order was issued. If you spot the attacker nearby, stay indoors and wait for rescue. Unexplained attacks are happening in Seoul and other unspecified areas. If you see the attacker, stay indoors and wait for help. There are numerous reports of murders. Min-jun mumbled, emergency alert. Then he was quickly drawn to the noise outside the wall. Without thinking much, he quickly peeked through the narrow window. Strange sounds from bizarre people were coming out. They were relentlessly tearing apart, slaughtering ordinary people. Anyone still in a sane state was rushing to escape. Ah, please help me. Crap. What the hell is going on? Quickly, he spotted a familiar figure amidst the chaos before him. It was the uncle from upstairs. Before he could process all the information, he suddenly remembered that his mom hadn't come home yet. Worry surged within him. Mom, is she okay? Min-jun immediately dialed her number. She usually comes home at this time. With each beep, his heart felt like it was hanging in the air. Extreme tension, please. The worry turned into fear. His gaze suddenly became blank, and he couldn't reach his mom's phone at all. Facing the harsh reality, Min-jun couldn't do anything else. At first, he kept the light on, but soon after, he hurriedly turned it off. He wrapped himself tightly in a thick blanket, not daring to move, but his body still involuntarily trembled. Outside, the soft growling continued. Perhaps it had moved away from his house. At that moment, Min-jun peeked outside again, holding his phone to gather information, but it was all in vain. The internet and everything else had been cut off since earlier. Luckily, there was still the TV. He immediately pressed the remote, and sure enough, as soon as he turned it on, it was breaking news. He cautiously thought he should turn down the volume. Just in case the sound was heard from outside, the news anchor began to say, a series of brutal murders are being carried out by numerous unidentified individuals across the country. The government is treating this as a senseless act of terrorism and is currently investigating the causes and those responsible. However, no specific information has been released yet. Yes, I will reiterate, the current situation is extremely serious. Min-jun felt even more uneasy, panicking. Terrorism, something really terrible is happening. At this moment, the person on the news continued, if possible, please stay indoors, lock your windows and doors, and avoid contact with the outside world. Here's a newly updated breaking news. At this moment, the person on the news continued, if possible, please stay indoors, lock your windows and doors, and avoid contact with the outside world. Here's a hot news update. There have been reports of murders happening in Busan. Min-jun looked at the horrifying corpses that were constantly gnawing at people. Similar acts of violence are being reported not only in major cities like Seoul, Busan, and Incheon, but also in small towns. The police and military have been deployed, but the situation seems very hard to control. He sat leaning against the door, his eyes vacant. This isn't just simple terrorism or mass panic anymore. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but come up with a bold thought. Don't tell me what I'm thinking about is true. Zombies, could it really be like that? Am I dreaming? Can everything collapse so quickly? From Seoul to Busan in just one day, what on earth is going on? What is the cause? After thinking, he immediately stood up, his face frantic. Ah, I shouldn't just stand here like this. Thinking back, the man upstairs went out earlier. He walked to the room door, silently thinking that if the stairwell in the building was empty, first, I need to lock the main door of the building. Min-jun looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. No one was here. Then, he slowly opened the door, following the long trail of blood down the stairs. He carefully observed his surroundings. There's no way anyone would be on the stairs. Right. He placed his hand on the door latch, peeking his head outside, quietly. Just as the door closed, the zombie outside immediately turned its head, saw there was no other movement, and turned away. Min-jun locked the door, wiped his chest, and let out a breath. He looked up at the dark upper hallway, now thinking about whether the people upstairs are okay. It was eerily silent, but his cowardly nature held him back. Well, I guess I'll just stay inside and wait until morning. The police or someone will come to rescue me. Saying that, he crawled back into the house. The news on the TV was still broadcasting. Yes, we will continue with the current hot news. But just as he heard this, the screen suddenly turned gray. The only thing that helped him keep track of the situation outside was gone. Now even the broadcast has been cut off. Inside the room, he didn't turn on the lights. The faint growling from outside still echoed in. Min-jun crawled under the blanket, lying still. Although he tried hard, he really couldn't sleep. More importantly, it felt so strange. Just yesterday, he wanted to end his life because of his hellish existence. He even thought that if this world ended, it might be better. Yet now it has truly collapsed, and he is still desperately trying to survive. Maybe it's not much different from before. Whether back then or now, it's still hell for him. He sank into his endless thoughts, and soon the sky began to brighten. The first rays of sunlight began to shine down on the city, splattering red spots on the doorframe. Min-jun slowly peeked outside. A few zombies were still wandering around, staggering as they walked. He looked around. The atmosphere felt strange, the smell of blood. Just feeling the atmosphere was enough to know. He looked at the horrifying scene outside, his gaze filled with fear. Then Min-jun slammed the door shut again. He still locked the door, cold sweat pouring out continuously. Going outside now would be like committing suicide. Min-jun looked down at his house, then began to take stock of the remaining food in the room, assessing. 4 packs of noodles, 6 cups of instant noodles, including instant rice and uncooked rice. Enough for one person for about 2 weeks, and a little bit of side dishes, 3 bottles of water. The tap was still working. So, I need to stock up as much as possible. Luckily, the gas seems to still be working. He began to think about survival strategies, just considering the emergency food supply. I think I can survive in the house for about a month. Surely someone will come to rescue within a month. Right? Min-jun looked at his phone again. The unease in his heart still didn't lessen. Still, I really hope my mom is okay. I can't call 119 or contact anyone because the phone network is completely down. He stood frozen, looking out into the hallway. Now thinking back, aside from the empty apartments, there are still 5 households living in this building. The uncle upstairs has turned into one of them, and on the upper floor, there's an elderly couple and an aunt. I wonder if they are still there. Suddenly, at this moment, he remembered something. Oh, the student living in the room on the top floor. He recalled that time before. Was he still there? Every Tuesday, he usually brought his girlfriend over. Yesterday was Tuesday, so maybe he is still in the room on the top floor. Min-jun gathered all his courage to go upstairs. He also took the opportunity to peek through the peephole into the other rooms. Still, he didn't see any signs, indicating anyone was alive on the other floors. So the last hope is that student on the top floor. Please tell me he hasn't turned into like the uncle. He reassured himself like that and continued walking. As soon as he saw the door, he had a bad feeling. The door to the rooftop is open. No, it's better not to. Just in case something happened, but the more he looked at the scenes before him, the more worried he became. To verify, he continued to peek his head inside. The room was in complete disarray, things shattered everywhere. He felt a bit anxious. There was no one here, but immediately, he noticed something unusual. Min-jun saw the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, blood stains, and he felt there was someone inside. His legs trembled as he stepped outside, cursing under his breath. Damn, he tiptoed carefully with each step. Just step outside slowly. Man proposes, but God disposes. Although he tried his best not to make any noise, his arm accidentally bumped into a flower pot on the thick shelf. To verify, he continued to peek inside. The room was extremely messy, with broken furniture everywhere, and he felt a bit anxious. No one was here, but he immediately sensed something unusual. Min-jun couldn't help but exclaim at the sight before him, blood stains, and he felt someone inside. His legs trembled as he stepped outside, muttering under his breath. Damn, he tiptoed carefully with each step. Just take it slow. Man plans, but God laughs. Even though he tried his best to be quiet, his arm accidentally brushed against a flower pot on the thick shelf. The plant pot immediately slipped off the edge and fell to the ground, and inside him, thousands of primal screams erupted. Damn it. Min-jun panically turned his head. The growling sound behind him was getting closer. He didn't think much and immediately took off running. But ironically, his legs got tangled up. Min-jun quickly lost his balance and fell. His face turned pale, drained of all color. That neighbor was covered in red goo, his lifeless eyes rushing towards him. Just as the zombie lunged at him, it seemed like the end. But unexpectedly, Min-jun quickly crouched down, dodging the opponent's reach. The student lost his momentum and continued to tumble forward, while Min-jun suddenly stood up, inadvertently creating enough force to push the zombie off the railing. This scene happened in the blink of an eye. The student fell from the rooftop to the ground. Min-jun, in a panic, turned around and, once he calmed down, realized he had just escaped death by a hair's breadth. He couldn't help but sit down in shock. He fell. Without thinking further, he rushed out of the rooftop, slammed the door shut, and hurried down. Ha ha! Min-jun burst through his front door. He crouched down, gasping for breath. His hands were shaking violently, and he recalled the moment he had just experienced, mumbling, "The guy from the rooftop must be dead, right? Did I just kill someone?" Min-jun sat up straight, trying to reassure himself. "No, it wasn't my fault. He attacked me first." Before long, it was 7:30 in the evening. The sunset gradually gave way to night. Min-jun curled up in the corner of the room. That day, I was tormented by feelings of guilt all day long. Did I really cause the guy on the rooftop to fall and die? What made him suddenly stand up and open the building's door? Min-jun saw a familiar figure quietly standing right in front of him. It was the neighbor from the rooftop. Hearing the noise, the zombie immediately turned around. Its neck was bent at an awkward angle. Min-jun was momentarily stunned. He stood frozen for a long time, facing the misshapen body of the opponent. The guy from the rooftop was still alive. Watching the body that was continuously groaning and growling, getting closer to him, he suddenly realized. I realized they are no longer human. Min-jun looked at the opponent one last time before turning and stepping into the house. I'm sorry, but the door closed, yet the cries of the opponent still echoed steadily. Since that day, strangely, the fear of the infected began to fade away. The next day, the third day since the apocalypse began, today, Min-jun cooked for himself. The atmosphere around him was made cozier by the meal. After finishing breakfast, he thought as long as the gas wasn't cut off, he could still eat like this, not knowing when it would be interrupted again. Is it really right to just wait in this basement until someone comes to rescue? After all, the food would eventually run out. Since no one else had appeared on the rooftop besides him, it seemed there were no more infected. I should go back upstairs to call for help. I will need to start a fire on the rooftop. Maybe tomorrow I will have to go outside. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized he had changed compared to the first day. Perhaps it was because a few days ago I was ready to give up my life. Or maybe it was because of what I went through yesterday and the day before. I'm not sure anymore. But those zombie-like people no longer scared me. Suddenly, at this moment, the phone rang, pulling him out of his chaotic thoughts. Looking at the name on the screen, his heart leaped with joy. His mom didn't hesitate for a second, quickly picking up the phone. Hello, Mom. The warm, familiar voice on the other end finally brought his floating heart back down. Min-jun, where are you? Are you okay? Right now, I'm hiding alone in our house. Where are you, Mom? The warm voice on the other end replied. I met the military during the evacuation the day before yesterday and am currently in a shelter in Seong-bin. Don't worry about me. If you're at home, don't go outside. Mom will definitely ask the rescue team to come to our house, right now in Seoul, heading towards our neighborhood. The voice on the other end was cut off abruptly and then went silent. Min-jun excitedly shouted, Mom, Mom, damn it, it got cut off again. But still, Min-jun was glad that his mom was safe. Just as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly buzzed with continuous notifications. What is it? Why am I suddenly getting messages nonstop? In the group chat, two of his friends were still teasing each other. Seeing this message, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sun-ho and Byung-jun, these guys are safe too. Damn it, check the news, it's all chaos. Air raid warning, air raid warning. Aha, all police forces are being mobilized. Seriously, this crazy guy, this is not the time to joke around. Are we all at Gojo, Satoru, or what? But did this message really go through? A bit late. Is my data cut off? No, it seems to still be working for me. Min-jun was the only one who didn't check the messages. Sun-ho, are you at home? Call me. Seeing them still in a good mood like that, he couldn't help but feel helpless but serious. He didn't expect that he could still joke around in this situation. Sun-ho and Jun lived very close to each other, so they could help each other. But only Sun-ho's mom and Byung-jun had contacted him in this situation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He remembered a guy named Han Ye-na. Among all the people he knew, he was the one who lived closest. Now that he thought back, he remembered that he had come here last year. At that time, the group of Seong-bin often gathered at his house, smoking and drinking beer. They talked animatedly, seriously. Han Ye-na saw him on Insta and asked me to introduce him. The Seong-bin couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing that. Haha, really? He doesn't know I have a girlfriend, does he? The people around laughed along. Yeah. Haha. But do you really think Han Ye-na will come here? Usually, she's very serious. Bin still has that arrogant look on his face. It's fine. Haha. I keep telling her to come without any hesitation. Ha ha ha. She probably doesn't even know this is Jong Min-jun's house. Another guy burst out laughing. If she really comes here, doesn't that mean Han Ye-na wants a boyfriend? Seriously. I'm starting to look forward to it. Ha ha ha. The pictures on Insta look really nice. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Seong-bin chimed in. Hey Chang Min, if she really comes, I think this is a great opportunity. Are you in? The guy named Chang Min chuckled. Ha ha, you devil. Would you really sell her out even though you went to a vocational school? But will Han Ye-na really come? What if I get caught flirting with her? Bin replied nonchalantly. Who cares? Just then, his phone rang. Hey, Ye-na just contacted me. Min-jun instinctively turned to look. The guys started to get restless. Hey, is Ye-na really coming? Ha ha. Oh, really? Ha ha, is she really coming? I'll go out and greet her. Min-jun had a similar question in his mind. Is she really coming? Outside the door, Ye-na appeared in a short top and sexy denim shorts. Adding to that, her long legs and enviable waist. Seeing the group of guys in the room, she looked a bit surprised, and the guy standing behind her spoke up. Come in. Jong Min-jun's house is really nice, right? Ha ha. Bin happily introduced her. Oh, and this is Chang Min, the person I told you about. Ha ha. You two know each other from Insta, right? Say hi to each other. Ha ha. Unexpectedly, Ye-na was indifferent. Hey, I'm leaving. Bin asked back in confusion. What? You came all the way here and now you're leaving? At this moment, Min-jun felt restless. What makes me feel miserable is not that Park Seong-bin and his crew barged into my house. Ye-na quickly added, the smell of cigarettes is disgusting. The floor is sticky. The house is stuffy. And why didn't you say this is Jong Min-jun's house beforehand? Ugh, so annoying. At that moment, he was stunned by her attitude. But Ye-na's reaction now, Min-jun, sat in the bathroom, bowing his head and thought, is she safe? If those symptoms are caused by a zombie virus, then since my dad is the hospital director, he might know some solutions. But why am I worried about her in this situation? He tried to distract himself from that line of thought. She must have gotten out safely because she's doing just fine. Suddenly, he heard someone call Jong Min-jun. He snapped back to reality, wide-eyed at the door. He felt a bit suspicious. Just now, he thought he heard someone calling him from outside. Did he mishear? But just a second later, the call came again, this time clearer than before. Jong Min-jun, are you in there? If you are, open the door for me. Hurry up. Min-jun immediately looked stunned. He hurriedly pulled up his pants and shouted, Han Ye-na. Outside, the makeshift cardboard box still echoed with urgent calls. Jong Min-jun, Ye-na, outside sounded a bit panicked. Oh, it really is you in there, right? I think I just heard a voice. The noise behind him immediately became an alarm bell. The zombies smelled the human scent and rushed towards her, making strange sounds. Ye-na used all her strength to bang on the wall in front, shouting loudly. Jong Min-jun, hurry up, open the door, please. If you're in there, answer me. At that moment, Min-jun leaned his head out and shouted, come in quickly. Ye-na immediately kicked her legs and ran inside, and he quickly slammed the door shut. The zombies that had just chased them were banging on the door, breathing heavily inside. Min-jun saw her slump down. Her figure was really beautiful. Her fair skin and rosy legs. He bent down and asked with concern, hey, are you okay? How did you end up here? Suddenly, Ye-na grabbed his shirt, pulling him down hard, pressing her face against his chest, her body trembling with fear. Min-jun was momentarily stunned. His body couldn't react in time. He could only remain still and wait for her to calm down. Ye-na's voice trembled with a hint of vulnerability. What the hell is going on? After stuttering for a while, Min-jun finally managed to say, are you okay? After a few minutes, Ye-na finally calmed down. She gently withdrew her hands. Oh, and then she looked at him wide-eyed. Thank you. Jong Min-jun sincerely said, if it weren't for you, I might have died. Hearing those gentle words whispering in his ear, Min-jun couldn't help but blush. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, oh, yeah, really relieved. Anyway, now you're safe, so he looked around and said, is it just you here? Min-jun stammered in response, oh, my mom went out to work 3 days ago and hasn't come back. I happened to contact her, and it seems she's still okay. She said she met a military unit and was evacuated to a safe place. Ye-na kept looking around and softly replied, I see. I'm glad to hear that. Min-jun wanted to break the awkward atmosphere, so he asked, Han Ye-na, what about your parents? She casually said, oh, I last talked to my dad, and his voice sounded like he was still safe at work, and my mom said to come here. Her gaze slightly drooped, but when she saw his dining table, she corrected herself. Both my dad and mom are fine, but if you have water, could I have some? I haven't had a drop in days. Oh, if there's still electricity, can I charge my phone too? It was now 3:20, and there were 3 empty bottles of water on the floor. Yina leaned against the wall, continuing to drink the 4th bottle. Min-jun looked at her, a bit confused. Really? It was now 3:20, and there were 3 empty water bottles on the floor. Yina was leaning against the wall, continuing to drink her 4th bottle. Min-jun looked at her, a bit confused. Seriously, how much water is he drinking? Watching the water in the bottle slowly run out, his inner self was already screaming in despair. I still have to save some. If the water gets cut off completely, damn it. But looking at the person he liked right in front of him, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Maybe he had risked his life just to get here. Without any doubts in his heart, he directly asked, did you come here from your house? Yeah, but why did you come to my place? Yina didn't hide anything from him. I've been hiding outside this whole time. Min-jun was a bit shocked to hear this. Yina didn't look at him, slowly recounting. 3 days ago, the day I happened to meet you near that apartment complex, something happened. So I went home to change clothes and went outside for a bit. Then I heard screams. And then everything suddenly started happening. The people in front began to run for their lives. Run. I just ran without thinking about anything. In the end, I hid in the stairwell of a nearby shopping center. I waited, thinking someone would come to rescue me. But no one came. Min-jun sat up a bit excited. Wait, don't tell me you were there the whole time? Alone, she continued. There was an unlocked door next to the stairs. It led into a small meeting room or something like that. The inner door leading into the building wouldn't open, so I had no choice but to hide there. Luckily, there was a water bottle inside. I survived thanks to that. But by the 3rd day, I reached my limit from thirst and hunger. Since my house is less than a kilometer away, I decided to risk running back, hoping to encounter the police or rescue workers on the way. But as soon as I peeked outside, I got scared. Why does it have to be this road? Looks like I have to go through this alley then. Thinking that, she quickly turned around and walked away, and so I stealthily made my way to your area. As soon as she saw this path, she felt very familiar. This area is where Min-jun lives, but of course, no path is safe. Ahead of her, there were still 2 zombies waiting, but to get back to her apartment, she had to go through that area. I have no other choice. I have to go this way. At that moment, a faint glimmer of hope clung to her mind. It seems I'm getting close to Jong Min-jun's house. I have been there once, so I should still remember the general location. I'm pretty sure I have to go through that alley, that guy Min-jun. I'm pretty sure he went home 3 days ago. He should still be there, right? After running for a while, she leaned against her knees, panting. I wonder, should I call them infected people? Anyway, I just avoided those who look like zombies. I searched everywhere until I got close to where you are. Min-jun wasn't good at talking, nor did he know how to comfort her. He just stammered, I'm really glad, but you're really brave for stepping outside. Yina closed her eyes and let out a long breath as if releasing a burden. Phew, honestly, I feel so relieved to know you're still at home. Saying that, she stood up again, tied her hair back, and complained. My hair is a total mess. I feel disgusting. I'm sweating like crazy. Is there still water running here? Min-jun saw the part of her shirt under her armpit sticking to her skin because it was wet, making him feel like he could see through it. After thinking for a while, he finally blurted out something he shouldn't have said. Yeah, your armpits are soaked. Must be enough sweat for a bucket. Do you want to change clothes? Want to borrow some of mine? Yina's face immediately turned bright red upon hearing this. She was both angry and embarrassed, kicking him a few times. Are you crazy? Damn it, you're exactly the pathetic guy I thought you were. You idiot. No wonder you get beat up so often. Min-jun took the hits but didn't know if it was accidental or intentional. He himself didn't know why. What's wrong? Yina just warned him a bit about his mouth, then quickly turned her back and walked into the bathroom. Haha, I don't even have the strength to scold you. Anyway, if there's still water in the bathroom, can I take a shower? Min-jun watched her, stammering for a while before finally saying something. Go ahead. Yina replied accordingly. Thanks. It wasn't until she was completely in the bathroom that he gradually calmed down. I mean, damn it, what is going on? Suddenly, a silence fell once again over his small house. Min-jun sat there in a daze, constantly thinking. So what should I do now? Initially, before Yina showed up, I planned to go out, but now she's here. Leaving her behind and going alone feels totally wrong. Even if I just keep waiting here, I only prepared enough food for one person to last a month. If both of us stay and wait to be rescued, our survival time will be cut in half. He lowered his head, somewhat unable to accept reality. It was truly too desperate. The sound of water rushing in the bathroom accidentally pulled him out of his thoughts. Yet Han Yina was taking a shower in my house. That was as unbelievable as the zombie outbreak itself. Min-jun began to remember things from the past. Back in school, she didn't even bother to look at me. She treated me like I was some kind of bug. Then suddenly the sound of the door opening interrupted his memories. Yena had finished showering and stepped out, asking, "Hey Jong Min-jun, can I borrow some clothes? I've been wearing this outfit for several days now. I should at least wash it a bit." Min-jun was a bit stunned to hear this, but then quickly went to look for something. "Of course. Do you want a t-shirt and pajama pants or shorts? What about long pants?" Yena casually replied. "Anything's fine, just give me whatever. You're short, it should fit." But as soon as she received the shirt, she couldn't help but bring it up to her nose and sniff. "Damn, this is so musty. Don't you have anything else?" Min-jun blushed and couldn't look at her. I do. But it probably won't be any better." Yena wasn't unaware of the current situation, so she reluctantly accepted it. "Whatever, I'll just wear this for now." Even after putting it on, she couldn't help but complain. "Ha, this smells awful. I can't stand it. I'll just hold out until my clothes dry. At least I can spray some perfume or something." Min-jun shyly looked down. "I did wash it recently." Yena sighed. "Is this what it's like living in a basement? I'm really sensitive to smells, so I hope you understand." She turned away, still mumbling about how terrible it was. "But oh well, what can you do? Haha." Min-jun, although he had a crush on her, couldn't help but mock her in this situation. Was he like this because of his personality? Or was he just thoughtless? Seriously, in a situation like this, worrying about smells and bad odors, the faint growl from outside continued to echo in. It was getting dark, and her clothes were hung on the rack. After they finished dinner, Yee-na spoke up. "Hey Jong Min-jun, what do we do now? There's no other choice but to wait here to be rescued, right?" Having been together, he had no intention of hiding anything. "Actually, right before you arrived, I was thinking about moving to another place tomorrow." Yena couldn't help but scold him. "What? Are you crazy? We still have food here. Why risk going outside? I almost died just getting here, you know. And now you're planning to go out? I'm not going anywhere." "No." Seeing her intense reaction, he wasn't too surprised but still tried to reassure her. "I didn't say I would leave right now. I just thought about it before you showed up." He was flustered, and eventually agreed with her. After all, now that he was here, we probably just have to be patient and wait to be rescued, right? Yena realized the issue upon hearing that. So what if we run out of food? What are we supposed to do then? A silence fell over their conversation. Min-jun shared his knowledge briefly, saying the only way to last longer was to break into the upper floors or other houses to find more supplies. But honestly, aside from the room on the rooftop, I can't be 100% sure that other places are uninhabited. The screams from the surrounding buildings were also gradually fading away. If we really run out of food, we'll have to go outside. Although Yena couldn't think of any other way, she completely rejected his idea. "There's no way I'm going out there." Min-jun replied harshly with reality. "But you can't hide in there forever, can you? If we run out of food, sooner or later, we have to go out." Yena had no more arguments, just let it be and figure it out then. Then, as if remembering something, her voice rose again, her eyes filled with fear. "Besides, you've never been outside, right? Just stepping out of this area, you'll change your mind. Those zombie-like people are really dangerous. It's terrifying. I almost died just walking from a place 1 kilometer away." Min-jun looked up at her, his expression calm. 1 kilometer is quite far. Hearing that is impressive. If you made it here safely, then maybe you can avoid them while moving around, right? Yena felt a bit dissatisfied with what he said. "What? Hey, aren't you scared of those monsters?" He quickly reasoned. "You know as well as I do. Those people are just like zombies." Seeing her quiet and listening to him, he continued, explaining. "We still need to learn more about them, but based on what I've seen through the window, if attacked and bitten, you'll become like them. So it's likely that infection comes before transformation, right?" At this point, his voice slightly lowered. "Honestly, I don't care if I get infected or not. It doesn't matter anymore. I have nothing to lose." Yena shouted angrily. "That's your problem. I want to survive. I won't accept ending up like them. I even plan to study abroad in America next year." Min-jun had remained calm throughout the discussion about this. "So the key is just to avoid contact with them, right? You've made it this far. You even said you weren't discovered until close to my house. One thing about those infected is not all of them charge at you as if they want to kill you. It depends on where they are injured. Some just walk towards you, and some look like they've collapsed as if they're dead. Also, their running speed is actually slower than a normal person sprinting. This means you and I can totally dodge them. After hearing his explanation, Yina was quite surprised and started to patiently sit down and listen. At this moment, he turned to ask her, "You used to play tag as a kid, right?" Yina was a bit taken aback. "Tag," Min-jun said while adding a bit of sarcasm. "Just think of everything as a game of tag, that way they might even find it a bit exciting." After hearing that, she felt helpless. This crazy jerk calls this a game of tag, it's really a joke. I'm scared to death. Okay. Although Min-jun didn't know where he was wrong, he still apologized. At this moment, Yena suddenly stretched her legs. "Anyway, I'm getting ready to sleep. Can you spread out some blankets for me?" She leaned back, comfortably lying on the floor. "I haven't had a decent sleep in days. I'm starting to feel really sleepy." Min-jun was suddenly pulled away from the previous topic by her, momentarily caught off guard. After setting up the night with pillows, Yena shouted loudly, "Hey, are you crazy? Planning to sleep next to me?" Min-jun looked at her in confusion. "Huh?" She pointed towards the door and said, "You sleep over there." He was a bit taken aback, and with the bad impression he had of her all this time, he felt he was being treated unfairly. "Hey, come on. This is my house. You know that, sleeping right in front of the bathroom door is a bit much." Yena jumped. "What?" But a second later, she started to change her tone with him. Okay, I get it." She quickly turned around and walked outside. "I forgot that I'm just an uninvited guest. I must have lost my mind for a moment there. Fine, I'll sleep over there. You just enjoy your comfy spot. Happy now? Oh, whatever. I can sleep on that damn staircase too. Ha ha. Sleep well." Of course, a guy like Min-jun would feel guilty automatically. He hurried after her. Hey, what's wrong with you? Just feel free to sleep here." Yina still responded with her usual trick. "No, this is your house, so you should be able to sleep comfortably, right? Don't worry about a stranger like me." He started to stammer nervously. But that didn't mean he was going outside. Even the staircase is dangerous if the door is open. This pathetic guy is just too funny. Hey, I'm just kidding. I'll sleep in the kitchen," he helplessly advised. "So what does that make me?" "Fine, I can sleep in the kitchen, right?" "No, I'm serious. I'll sleep here." I was just joking this whole time. This time it was Min-jun who was completely out of arguments. But of course, the outcome didn't change. He was still the one who had to go outside. He tried to close his eyes. Thoughts started racing in his head. So in the end, I'm the loser here. I guess I'll just sleep here alone. Maybe that's easier. Haha. Well, at least I'm still inside the house. Haha. But thanks to Han Yena, I'm not alone anymore. Even though he talks a lot, outside, the faint sounds of the zombies still echo. The lonely candle in the room burned, casting a warm yellow light. Yina lay in the room but still couldn't fall asleep. After a moment of silence, she finally called out, "Hey Jong Min-jun." Min-jun heard her call and immediately sat up. He wasn't exactly easy to sleep in this situation either. He stared at the door suspiciously. The voice inside gently pierced his ears. "Go to the room and sleep, being alone is really scary." So Min-jun actually went into the room. But he didn't rudely lie down. He just curled up in a corner by the door like on the first day of the disaster. It was just that the mindset was different now. Yena turned her back to him, speaking softly. I've heard this voice countless times while hiding on the staircase, but it still felt strange and frightening. After a long silence, she spoke again. "I miss my mom." Min-jun still sat there quietly. His gaze was deep. The two of them maintained this state through the third day. The next morning, zombies began to appear wandering on the rooftops of nearby buildings. Each floor had a few soulless corpses stumbling around. Yina was sleeping soundly on the mattress. Min-jun stood beside her, marveling at her peaceful sleeping form. Wow. How much longer is she going to sleep? They said they couldn't sleep because they were scared, but here she was sleeping soundly. The clock struck 9 in the morning. At this moment, Yena finally sat up, looking like she wasn't fully awake yet. When she turned around, she saw him putting on a jacket as if he was preparing to go outside. She curiously and anxiously asked, "Where are you going?" Min-jun calmly replied, "Oh, I was thinking about going back to the rooftop." After hearing this, her sleepiness vanished. She jumped up, panicking. Huh? Hey, you said there might still be infected people up there. What if there's someone else up there? Min-jun showed no sign of fear and said, "It'll be fine. If there are infected, I'll avoid them. Do you want to come with me?" Yi Na shouted in dissatisfaction. "Are you crazy? I can't go." He didn't beat around the bush with her anymore. "I thought it through last night, so I'll go alone. You stay here." Seeing him so determined, Yina didn't continue to stop him. Min-jun slowly stepped up each stair. As soon as he reached the large door in front of the building, he frowned in shock. There was a crack in the glass. It wouldn't hold up much longer. Well, even if it had protective film, glass is still just glass. Thinking that, he continued to step up. Suddenly, Min-jun heard a familiar voice behind him. It smells terrible. He turned around and indeed saw Yena right behind him. She nervously said, I feel like something bad is going to happen. Min-jun didn't ask any more questions. They had to act quickly. The rooftop doors swung open and he stepped into the neighbor's house, staring blankly at the corpse in the room. It's the girlfriend of the person on the rooftop. She isn't moving at all. At least, let's pray for her a little. Yena didn't dare to step inside. Seeing him come out looking dejected, she asked, Oh, is there no one inside? He quietly replied, Actually, there is. She has passed away. I think it's better not to go in. Seeing the look in her eyes, she naturally didn't dare to question further. Oh, okay. Min-jun sat down on the wooden chair and said, If we want to call for help, maybe we should start a fire here to create smoke or something, right? But we have to light it at the right time when the rescue helicopter flies by. Yena asked back, Then why not prepare something to burn in advance? Then when we hear the helicopter, we can light it right away. The fire won't just flare up immediately, right? By the time it catches fire, the helicopter might have already flown away. Yena curiously asked, Should we check the nearby buildings to see if anyone else is alive? But before she could hear the answer, she shouted loudly, Hello, is anyone in the nearby buildings? Min-jun couldn't stop her in time. Hey, what if the infected come after hearing you? Yena defended herself. Anyway, they can't climb up here, right? He immediately retorted. Who knows that the glass door at the entrance of the building has already cracked, so he and Han Yena had to continue surviving alone in this place. Yena, right? He immediately retorted. Who knew that the glass door at the entrance of the building was cracked, so he and Han Yena had to continue surviving alone in this place? Yena, feeling bored, she started looking for a topic to chat about. Hey Jong Min-jun, what's your MBTI type? Min-jun, a bit confused, asked back, MBTI? Oh, I've never taken that test. She happily lay on the floor, looking at him in awe. What? You've never taken it? Wow, you're the first person I've met who hasn't done the MBTI test. So, I guess you don't use Instagram either, right? I can tell just by looking at you. Even if you did, I bet you don't even have 50 followers. Haha, so what's the joy in your life then? No hobbies? Min-jun hesitated a bit before answering. Well, besides gaming, there's... Before he could finish, Yena jumped in. Gaming? What games do you play? Oh, I play League of Legends and a few other games. Recently, I've been playing a zombie game called Red Zone. She seemed a bit excited, joking around. A zombie game? Haha, that's crazy. Haha. I mean, the real world is already a zombie apocalypse. Why would you need to play a zombie game? Haha. After this topic, she started shifting back to the old topic. Oh, but if you took the MBTI test, I bet 100% you'd be an introvert. Just look at you. Always playing games at home, eating alone, and at school, you always sit there staring off into space by yourself. Haha, someone like you could never be an extrovert, right? Hee hee, so are you a P or what? Do you like to plan things or are you more spontaneous? He was a bit overwhelmed by the concepts she threw at him. Well, that's hard to say. He thought to himself, wow, she talks a lot. We could die at any moment, yet here we are having this cute little chat. Yena suddenly turned to ask, Hey, what do you think my MBTI is? Min-jun stammered. I'm not sure. I don't really care about those things. In his mind, he kept telling himself that before the zombies showed up, she hadn't even glanced at him once. But now, I might be the only person she can talk to. Yet here I am, stuck alone with the girl I used to secretly like. Yena kept talking, hey, but why were you blah 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 while your mind was totally not paying attention to the conversation? Is this good or bad? Just thinking about having a private conversation with her like this used to be enough. Just being in the same place was enough. The girl next to me kept going on and on, like a machine that never stops. Just imagining it makes me happy. Even if the world has collapsed and we might die tomorrow, it wouldn't be surprising. Yena noticed he wasn't responding and called out, Hey, Jong Min-jun, Jong Min-jun. And you're still not paying attention? Still lost in your complicated thoughts? Does this even mean anything anymore? She seemed a bit angry and kicked him. Are you ignoring me? Why aren't you saying anything? At that moment, he snapped back to reality. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about something else. You dare to ignore me right in front of me, you crazy loser. A small hole was cut in the cardboard wall covering the window. Yena was still casually sitting there reading manga. A few days later, she had basically made his house her own. While she was carefree reading, she called out, Jong Min-jun, are you done washing the clothes? Also, I'm hungry. Min-jun, in the bathroom, was struggling to wash clothes, muttering curses under his breath, swearing he would leave her behind and escape on his own. I'm Han Yena's slave. I should just wash my own clothes. Even though he thought that, his hands kept working. He really was the typical MBTI type, never showing his emotions outwardly. Now, without electricity, he had to wash clothes by hand. Luckily, the water tap still worked, so there was enough water, but the emergency food supply was running dangerously low. The house quickly fell into darkness. At this point, Min-jun had already put on his clothes and was ready to leave. Hey Han Yena, I'm heading out. Yena habitually reminded him. Don't come back late today. Be back in 30 minutes, or if you make me wait again, you're dead. I'm serious. Min-jun could only agree. Yeah, got it. But inside, he really wasn't comfortable. Damn. The door opened. Min-jun peeked outside to scout. He patrolled this area once a day, of course only through safe routes. After observing and studying the infected for several days, he discovered they behaved very similarly to zombies, like rabid animals. They attack the living but don't touch those who are dead or already infected. Perhaps due to impaired vision, if they're about 50 to 100 meters away, they won't notice. But this seems to vary depending on the infected individual. They are extremely sensitive to sound, so absolute silence is necessary. Additionally, during the day, the number of infected is about 2 to 3 times less than at night. It seems they retreat into shadows or hidden corners during the day, probably because they dislike sunlight. Therefore, one must absolutely avoid going out at night. However, these characteristics of the infected, the online game Min-jun used to play might just be his imagination, but aside from the context, the behavior of these infected is too similar to what was in that game. Maybe it's because he had been so immersed in that game until recently. It must just be a coincidence, right? No way. But if these infected really are related to that game, then this is just the beginning, and the apocalypse is definitely coming. Meanwhile, Yena was still quietly sitting in the room. She sat on the floor, feeling bored and complaining. I've read all the manga. I'm so bored I could die. She habitually looked at the clock, mumbling. Is that damn Min-jun late again? Lately, he's been listening to me less and less. I need to train this guy properly. Suddenly, she was distracted by a noise outside. She heard the sound of a helicopter again today. But what good is that? She stared blankly at the small hole in the wall. Needs to properly train this guy. Suddenly, she was distracted by a noise outside, hearing a helicopter again today. But what good does that do? She blankly stared at the small hole in the wall, looking at the faint light filtering through. They had actually tried before. As soon as they saw the helicopter flying by, they stood on the rooftop, shouting, "Someone save me over here. We're over here." After that day and many other days, they realized that lighting a fire on the rooftop was truly pointless. Outside, it was still very bright. But inside the house, there was only a layer of soft yellow light from a small candle. The clock kept ticking away the minutes. Yena sat curled up there, starting to sweat coldly with worry. That damn guy in Min-jun, why hasn't he come back yet? She kept getting up, pacing around the cramped room. Has it really been more than an hour and a half since he left? Don't tell me something happened. Did he get attacked by those infected? Oh God, please come back. When he returns, I swear I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Seriously. Does this guy only listen when he gets beaten up? It's so dangerous out there. Why does he keep trying to go outside? Starting tomorrow. If he plans to go out again, I'll break his legs. The sun had begun to set. Yena sat alone in the room, her heart uneasy, making her whimper and cry. Jong Min-jun trembled. Please. You're not dead, right? The sun has set. Didn't people say that after the sun goes down, the infected appear more? Don't tell me he won't come back. In the flickering candlelight, she buried her head in the pillow and cried uncontrollably. Please come back soon. She kept repeating one phrase. Please don't leave me alone. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening outside jolted her awake. Min-jun rushed into the house, calling out loudly. Hey, Han Yena, look at this. But as soon as he saw the scene before him, he froze. Yena stood in front of him, pouting, her eyes filled with tears. She was both hurt and angry, saying, You're 3 hours late, you idiot. Are you really tired of living? Saying that, she swung her hand as if to hit him. Seriously, you need a good beating to wake up. Min-jun hurriedly leaned back to stop her. Wait, look at this. He handed her a flyer and then explained. Just now, a helicopter dropped a bunch of flyers. I had to run. To where they fell to pick them up, that's why I'm late. Yena took the paper, confused, tears still streaming down her cheeks. What? A flyer? She looked at it, a big question mark appearing in her mind. What the hell is this? The flyer mentioned the plan to close off the northern area of Seoul. All survivors in the northern Seoul must evacuate before 6 p.m. on the 10th. The evacuation shelter is Gangnam, one central disaster response and safety center, questioning why they are closing off northern Seoul while we are here tomorrow? No way. How many people are in the entire northern Seoul? Is this even possible? Min-jun gestured for her to look at the safety status of the northern Seoul on the back. On the back, Yina also curiously flipped it over. Let's see. Our neighborhood Dongmun-dong in Dongbuk-gu is marked as a warning. It seems that our neighborhood has a lower infection rate compared to other areas. Moreover, Yeoncheon-dong is marked as safe. Min-jun added that the surrounding districts like Dongdae, Mungu, Jongsan-dong, and so on are at very high risk. Soon this area could reach a more serious level. Yina seemed to catch the meaning in his words. Staying here waiting for rescue is indeed the worst choice. This time, Yina didn't react as strongly as before. So does that mean we have to leave northern Seoul immediately? Is it even possible to do that now? Is it really that bad? Exactly which areas are they sealing off? If they say all of northern Seoul, it means they are sealing off everything north of the Han River. Why does Min-jun keep thinking? Our neighborhood also has quite a few infected people, but they say the infection rate is low. So how bad are the very dangerous areas, or is this information fake? But in the current situation, the two of them have no choice but to believe this information. He added that if Yui Jongbu and other northern areas are in serious condition, escaping north from northern Seoul is impossible. We have no choice but to cross the Han River. Min-jun was taking off his backpack while analyzing the situation with her to cross the Han River. The fastest route would be through Jongsan or through Dongdaemun to Seon-dong-gu. But since Jongsan and Seon-dong-gu are also marked as very dangerous, we might have to take a detour towards Gangdong. Anyway, this is an emergency situation. Luckily, Yeoncheon-dong isn't far from here and is marked as safe. I think we should head that way even if we have to take a detour. There must be a reason why the infection rate is low. Maybe the police or military have set up barricades and are managing the area, or is there another reason? Yina watched all his actions and words, feeling a sudden surge of amazement and admiration. Wow, I thought you were a useless failure. But you're actually smarter than I thought. Min-jun didn't pay much attention to this issue. If you want to live, you have to cherish every moment. Anyway, we need to leave here immediately. Yina finally reacted. Wait, you're not planning to leave right now, are you? It's already dark. Min-jun quickly replied to reassure her. To avoid the infected, we have to leave in the morning. Yina asked with a bit of doubt. Can we really escape from northern Seoul by ourselves or even just get to Yeoncheon-dong? Can't we hold out for a few more days? Surely someone will come to rescue us before then. Seeing the other person starting to get agitated, this time he didn't gently comfort her anymore but shouted directly. Han Yena, we need to leave here immediately. Yina finally reacted. Wait, you're not planning to leave right now, are you? It's already dark. Min-jun quickly reassured her. To avoid the infected, we have to leave tomorrow morning. Yena asked with some doubt. Can we really escape from northern Seoul or even just get to Yeoncheon-dong? Can't we hold out for a few more days? Surely someone will come to rescue us before then. Seeing her getting agitated, this time he didn't gently comfort her but shouted, Han Ye, nah, can we hold out for a few more days? I'm sure someone will come to rescue us before then. Seeing the other person starting to get agitated, this time he didn't gently comfort them but shouted directly, Han Ye na. If you want to die a miserable death in this basement, then feel free to stay here. I'm leaving at dawn tomorrow. Hearing this, she felt stunned but also somewhat calm. She was afraid, sighed while covering her face, and reluctantly accepted. Ah, damn it. All right, so it's tonight then. Both of them started preparing their belongings for the move. We should pack up supplies and food first, right? Do you have any other bags? I have a small carry-on suitcase, but it might be a hassle. Just stuff everything into my backpack. Before long, the sky began to brighten, and sunlight filtered through the cracks. They were both ready to leave. Min-jun walked ahead and turned back to say, All right, shall we go? Yina had no other choice and finally had to reluctantly agree. Ah. Just as Min-jun was about to go out the door, he suddenly remembered something and asked, But are you sure we don't need to stop by the hospital to check on your dad? Yina froze at this. Min-jun worried he had said something wrong and spoke up again. Sorry for asking. You said your dad works at the hospital, right? Shouldn't we check if he's still there and exactly where he is? Yina paused for a moment, then awkwardly replied, Well, I said it's fine, right? Let's hurry and go. But fearing he wouldn't believe her, she added, The last time I talked to my dad, he said he had escaped from northern Seoul with my mom and went to his shelter. Is that okay? Seeing she had said that, he didn't press further. Huh? Ah, all right. Yina quickly changed the subject. Okay, let's go. What's up? Even a fool could tell that there was clearly something off in her words. The sun was high now, and they had already walked quite a distance. Min-jun led the way, checking for safety, and only after confirming everything was all right did he signal to the person behind. The streets at this time had a few zombies wandering around looking for prey. They took advantage of their blind spots and slow reactions to pass through easily. Like this, he kept signaling that this path was safe. She kept responding. All right, they made it smoothly to the main road. The bus that had idle posters was now stained with red, and the windows were shattered. They walked on the sidewalk, seemingly as if nothing had happened. Yena walked a long way before daring to speak up. But moving outside is easier than I thought. Huh. Maybe I was too tense when I got to your house. I was really scared then. This time, Min-jun responded very cooperatively. You must have noticed too, but we just need to be careful in the dark, shady areas. Infected people usually don't hang around in strong sunlight, but that doesn't mean they won't attack. So never let your guard down. Yena hesitated for a moment and then asked, but what about Yeoncheon-dong? Isn't it supposed to be nearby? Min-jun kept encouraging, just hang in there a little longer. Ah, I have a bike at home. I should have brought it, or an electric scooter would have been so convenient. Min-jun didn't deny it. That's right. Like you said, a bike or electric scooter would help us move 3 to 4 times faster. The problem is that due to the communication system being disrupted, we can't use the shared scooters. It seems everyone has taken all the bikes. I don't see any around here. Yena gasped for breath and said softly, Hey, can we take a 5-minute break? You're going too fast. My legs really hurt. Min-jun knew her spoiled nature well. He sighed softly and resolutely kept walking. Hey, why don't you go into a cafe for coffee and then leave? I'm going ahead. She pouted and shouted, Is this guy serious? Min-jun saw her running so fast and teased her. Wow, you were crawling out of the house. And now look at you? She happily played along. Once we reach the safe zone, I won't let you off the hook. Min-jun used his old trick to get her riled up. Be quiet. The infected will hear us. The city was incredibly quiet at this time. Yena followed behind, constantly asking, How much further do you think it is to Yeoncheon-dong? He casually replied, We still have a ways to go. After walking a long distance, she was almost in despair. What's up? You said we were almost there. He didn't raise his voice but gently said, Not yet, just be patient a little longer. After walking a bit more, she spoke up again. I'm so thirsty. Can I drink some water? He bluntly replied, We need to save water. Drink later. While walking, he had to avoid the infected and listen to Han Yena complain. He was getting more and more irritable. Walking a long distance, they suddenly found themselves blocked by a wall of cars and debris. Both of them couldn't help but exclaim. They had built a large barricade. Ah, wow. Anyway, this area is Yeoncheon-dong. If they have blocked off a neighborhood like this, it must be safer than other areas. Yena was overjoyed and jumped up. Really? Thank goodness. There must be survivors here. Right? We have to find them quickly. He was still very cautious and doubtful, but with such a large barricade, there must be survivors guarding nearby. Yuna looked around and said, Since we started walking around here, I haven't seen any infected people, and that distinctive rotten smell is also less obvious. Don't let your guard down. Just be cautious. Yena still kept her old habit of talking non-stop. Hey, Jong Min-jun, look over there. It seems we can hide perfectly there. Can we rest a bit there? My legs really hurt from walking so much. Min-jun impatiently snapped. We don't have time for that. Stop complaining and hurry up. Yena felt her pride was hurt and got a bit angry. What complaining? You're just looking at me with your hands on your hips and raising your voice. What's with your attitude? And then we ended up in the exact situation from the chapter, didn't we? Yena. Tears flowed, and he just stood there, silently watching her. After crying for a while, Yena finally uttered 3 words. I'm sorry. Min-jun was a bit taken aback. I'm sorry. Yena repeated, feeling frustrated. I said I'm sorry. Suddenly, at that moment, Min-jun shouted out loud. Behind him, a horde of zombies charged towards them ferociously. Before the other party could react, Min-jun immediately grabbed her hand and hurriedly pulled her away. The 2 of them ran forward, and amidst the zombie attack, Yena panicked and shouted, What? But this neighborhood was supposed to be safe. Min-jun didn't bother explaining and shouted loudly, Run fast. Min-jun saw a figure in the distance and immediately yelled, Survivor. The man saw them running and tried to stay for a moment. Hurry up. As they reached the spot, they quickly ducked down. Thank you. The man kindly told them. I'm closing the door. Hurry inside. Min-jun stayed back to help, right? Let me help. Yena saw he wasn't coming in with her and stopped. Jong Min-jun, seeing this, immediately shouted, Han Yena, get to safety now. Min-jun and the man pulled a cabinet to block the passage. 1, 2. But before they could finish, a zombie charged at them. It lunged with its bloodied mouth to attack. The man, seeing the urgency, shouted, "Get out of the way!" Min-jun yelled in panic. "Hey!" The strong man pushed it back and turned to run. "It's coming. Run fast." Yina hadn't even caught her breath and shouted in fear. Min-jun quickly ran over and said, "Run to the back." Then the two of them ran in the opposite direction together. Min-jun jumped over the barricade and helped her climb up. He looked down and then said to her, "We have to jump down." Yina was a bit shaky but still replied, "Okay." They both jumped down at the same time. Yina suddenly crouched down, her voice trembling a bit. "Oh, I twisted my ankle." "Ah." Min-jun panicked and stopped for a few seconds. "What?" At that moment, the growling behind him immediately snapped him back to reality. A few zombies were also rushing towards them, wanting to tear them apart. In that moment of life and death, images from the past suddenly flashed in his mind. Friends often told him, "You're really annoying." Guys like Park Seong-bin bullied him, "Why don't you fight back? If you get hit like that, even if you get hit again, at least you should try to stand up and resist next time." He remembered Yina's words, "Seeing someone like you makes me feel so pathetic I want to die." If you're not good at anything, at least have the courage to fight back. Isn't your life miserable living like this? He suddenly gathered all his courage and pulled out the knife he carried. Even if he died here, Yena would see this action of his. She was truly moved by him. "Jong Min-jun, you're standing in front of her like a real man. Not weak, not cowardly." Min-jun held the knife straight towards them, determined not to die pathetically just because he ran away first. In the distance, a motorcycle sped towards them. The rider shouted loudly, ducking down. Min-jun bent down but still managed to glance back. The motorcycle swung a baseball bat hard into the zombie's head, followed by his gang. They thoroughly enjoyed the process of attacking the zombies. "Nice hit, catch that bastard too." The whole gang rode their bikes and motorcycles to wipe out those zombies. Die, die, damn these motherfucking bastards. Get that bastard in the suit and smash his skull. Damn, the two stood there, dumbfounded. All done. The motorcycle rider laughed joyfully. "Aha, that was so satisfying. Damn." Indeed, riding a motorcycle while swinging a bat was exhilarating. At that moment, he turned around and recognized him, waving his hand. "Hey, Hanyana, what the hell are you doing here?" she stammered, not knowing what to say. "I finished," then turned to the person next to her. His attitude also changed. "Huh? Who's this again?" Min-jun cursed silently in his heart. "Oh no, why now?" He saw his appearance and started to revert to his old habits. "Jong Min-jun, you bastard. Why are you with Han Yena? What the hell? I ran into the guy I hate even more than the infected." He looked at the weapon in Min-jun's hand and mocked. "What's with this knife? Haha, you plan to use this to fight those dogs? Haha, I thought you were just a coward, but turns out you're pretty fierce." The guy on the motorcycle was very amused by his own joke, saying, "So, did you two just run into each other on the street? What a ridiculous combo." Yena was flustered, stumbling over her words. It was just a coincidence. If it weren't for you guys, I would be done for." "Really, thank you so much." But fearing the other party didn't see clearly, he repeated, "Han Yina, haha, I save you, you know." "Hey, where are you planning to go, Yina? Come with us. In our hideout, there are about 10 other survivors." Yina heard this and regained her spirits. "Oh, really? Is that place safe?" "There are adults there too. The defenses are like iron walls, so it's super safe. Don't worry." "But you guys heard the news that the gang block has been sealed off, right? Aren't we supposed to leave here right now?" Hey, all hope is lost," she asked suspiciously. "What do you mean by that?" The guy on the motorcycle replied again. "It's a long story. How about we go back to our hideout first and talk later?" He climbed onto the bike and asked, "Can I sit in the back?" Yena shyly replied, "Oh, sure, thanks." The guy's companion immediately protested. "If Han Yena rides the scooter, where do I sit? You two go together to fight the boss. Haha." At this moment, Seong-bin kept staring at the person behind her. Yena felt a bit confused and dazed. He was poking fun, but would it be okay to bring Han Yena along? Hee. The people behind understood and started laughing. "Oh wow, it's true that they are incredibly naive and don't get their meaning. What's up?" He burst out laughing. "It's nothing. Just get in the car already." At that moment, Yena suddenly turned her head to look at him. "But Jong Min-jun has to go too. How can we fit everyone in?" Seong-bin's car was momentarily surprised. "Huh? That jerk too, huh?" The gang of followers had similar questions, right? "What about that guy in Min-jun? Are we just going to leave him behind? That loser would just be a burden if he came along anyway. We have to save on food and drinks too." After that, they all started laughing. Hey Jong Min-jun, take care of yourself. Yina looked at him with a complicated expression. Suddenly, Seong-bin spoke up. Oh no, just bring that jerk along too. After all, having more people can't hurt, but deep down he obviously didn't like them. Fine, I'm not going. He was a bit surprised. What? Min-jun replied firmly. I'll manage on my own because I have somewhere else to be. Yena's eyes widened as she looked at him, clearly showing the words I can't bear it. Min-jun trembled. Seong-bin continued to call him back. Hey, wait a minute. That damn dog dares to ignore what I said. Remember last time? If you ignore me again this time, I'll stab you to death. Anyway, this situation has turned into a complete mess. This time, I'm serious about taking you down. Just like how I just smashed the skulls of those damn zombies. Do you want me to do the same to you? Min-jun just glanced at him and didn't flinch at all. He continued to threaten. While I'm still being nice, follow me. You bastard. Yina angrily turned to him and shouted, Hey, North Seong-bin, are you crazy? Talking about killing people? What are you talking about? Besides, last time it was you who fought in Min-jun, right? You've always been like this. Hearing their conversation, he couldn't help but remember that day. Seong-bin was smoking while talking to his followers. Hey, Chang-min, if he shows up today, it seems like a good opportunity. Want to play? Chang-min seemed quite interested upon hearing that. Hey, looking at his Insta, he seems pretty good looking. Is he just as good looking in real life? Seong-bin nodded in agreement. Yeah, he looks exactly the same in real life. Heh. Their group continued to chatter excitedly. Wow, nice legs. But Park Seong-bin, why are you with him? That jerk has already been dealt with. He knew very well the bad intentions of those shameless people. Thinking about Yena now, he suddenly fell silent. Hearing her scold him, Seong-bin just smiled awkwardly. Sorry. I must have acted a bit thoughtlessly in front of Yena. She still kept her proud expression as she warned him. Next time you do that, he's going to be driven crazy by her. Seriously, enough whining already. Suddenly, his voice cut through their argument. I get it. Sorry, Seong-bin. I'll go with you guys. Bin was initially a bit doubtful, but then he didn't think too much about it, his gaze becoming sinister. All right, Min-jun, walking out of this area now would be like committing suicide. First, let's go back to our hideout, rest up, and then tomorrow, I'll take you on my motorcycle to where you want to go. Heh, is that okay? They quickly followed Seong-bin's group to the hideout. He led the way down this path. Just as they reached under the bridge, he suddenly turned around and laughed loudly. Hey Min-jun, now that you're here, you know the way, right? Heh. Yina asked in confusion, where is this? This place is really familiar to Min-jun. This is the road to that abandoned construction site where I got beaten up by that Seong-bin last time. You're using a place like this as a hideout? They went inside. The other two stayed behind to block the exit. Hey, you idiot, there's a clear opening over there. At this moment, he turned to the person next to him and whispered, Yina, thinking it over, I still feel like going with these guys isn't a good idea. It might be better to sneak away while we can. She didn't have time to understand, turning to ask, What are you talking about? He didn't hide his feelings, saying, I feel like these guys are about to do something bad to us. I have a bad feeling. Yina smiled to reassure him. Hey, don't worry. These kids are just a bunch of rookies. She even whispered to him, Besides, North Seong-bin has been my errand boy since elementary school. If he tries to hit you, I'll back you up. Plus, there are other survivors or adults at the hideout anyway. Min-jun said somewhat helplessly. They say that, but do you really believe them so naively? Han, you might just think of them as classmates without being cautious. But I'm the one who knows better than anyone what these guys are. Even now, do you still see Park Seong-bin as just a classmate from elementary to high school? Yina didn't witness that conversation. Of course, she wouldn't understand. Bin's car in front suddenly heard North Seong-bin stammering. Oh, I guess we have to go now. I heard my parents are at the Pyeongdong hideout, so I actually plan to go check it out right away. But I need to get there as soon as possible, even if it's just a day earlier because I'm afraid it might be too late. After hearing this, he asked back in confusion, Really? Is there a hideout in the Pyeongdong area? As far as I know, the Seongbuk area has been completely wiped out. Saying that, he turned to look at him and added, Also, why the hell do you have to go with that jerk in Min-jun? Putting yourself in danger. If you're going, then take a break today and go with them tomorrow. I already said that. Yina was left speechless. Oh, that's generally urgent. We're leaving now. After saying that, the two of them turned to prepare to sneak away. Let's go. But getting in here isn't as easy as that. A baseball bat quickly blocked their way. Mr. Bin calmly said, Yena, I told you. I said if you want to go, then go with us tomorrow. What's going on between you and that guy and Min-jun? Why are you suddenly acting so crazy? What's wrong with you two? Yina resentfully turned her back and glared at him. North Seong-bin. She tightened her grip, gripping his hand in anger. I told you I was going. And now you're saying this was all part of Min-jun's plan. I knew it would end up like this. He immediately stepped into cover for her. All right, fine. Let's just go together for now and talk later. Anyway, it's getting dark. Yena now felt a deep fear running down her spine. Seong-bin saw that the two had settled down and continued to lead the way. They quickly entered another area. Min-jun recognized it immediately upon seeing it. Indeed, it was this place. They had set up barriers on both sides to keep the infected from getting close, right? He looked around and silently admired. It seemed they had been quite careful to block this area, though it looked a bit haphazard. At this moment, he turned to look at Yina, gently touching her. And Anne, don't worry. His eyes were filled with determination and strength, as if to affirm, I won't leave you. Faced with this gaze, she was momentarily caught off guard. Suddenly, a noise beside her made her jump. Yikes! She jumped in surprise. Outside, two zombies were struggling to break in. Yina panicked and shouted, This is insane. Is it really safe? Hurry up and do something. Seong-bin couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. Wow, why are you so jumpy? Don't worry, the door won't break, don't stress. Haha. Min-jun looked at him with a hint of sarcasm. It won't break. It looks like it's about to collapse. Upon closer inspection, they were surrounded by the infected from all sides. The surrounding zombies were making strange noises. In such a terrible environment, they built a shelter. He then stood in front of a ladder and shouted, Come on, up here. Oh, we have to climb the ladder to the second floor? If we pull the ladder up, the infected shouldn't be able to get up, right? Min-jun just reached the top and saw him talking to someone. Hey, I brought them here. He stood up straight and, through them, saw a chubby man in the corner. Huh. He tilted his head to look at them and smiled with interest. What do we have here? Oh, we have new guests. Seong-bin casually introduced that they were classmates from their school. You must have heard of Han, right? Upon hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up. Oh, so you are the Han? Nice to meet you. I'm Bonju. This is Lee Bonju, 19 years old, currently running several businesses. I remember you very well. Oh, and I follow you on Instagram too. Why didn't you accept my friend request? Hee. Seong-bin subtly signaled to her. Do you remember Bonju that I mentioned last time? Yina appeared a bit scared as she said, Oh, I think this is the first time I've heard that name. But inside, she secretly despised. Who is this? This pig. Bonju stepped closer to her and said, This place is extremely safe, so feel free to relax. Yina trembled slightly in fear. Well, I heard that the gangbook area is about to be sealed off, so staying here might not be very safe. Hearing her say that, he immediately burst out laughing. Oh, that news? Nonsense. I heard that the Han River and Gangnam Bridge are completely sealed off. The situation now is to hold on as much as you can until the rescue team arrives. Got it. Yena weakly replied. Yeah, there's no way. He continued to engage in conversation. To be honest, it wouldn't matter if the rescue team didn't come. He had prepared well enough to eat and sleep comfortably here. Can you believe it? This place, to put it bluntly, was quite sufficient, with a tent, tables and chairs, a convenient grill, and even enough gasoline and firewood. He looked at the scene before him and thought, does that mean they prepared and built all of this? Could it be that he quickly saw 3 middle-aged men sitting in a corner, and he immediately scorned, weren't they the ones who barged in and took over the shelter that someone else had set up? Bonju turned to his cousin and asked, Did you find anything today? Seong-bin honestly replied, I was planning to go to the supermarket, but I ran into this group on the way, so I skipped it. Hearing this, Bonju laughed even louder. Hey, damn, that's awesome. Bringing a girl back is the best. Who cares about food? There's plenty here, and Yina is about to be driven crazy. But right now, she couldn't do anything else. She could only silently endure. Damn, what Min-jun said is really true. I totally got tricked by that jerk, Seong-bin. At this moment, she suddenly stepped forward and lightly tapped his shoulder. Hey, Seong-bin, let's talk for a bit. Seong-bin cooperated and followed her to the side. What's up? Yena turned her back to him, her voice full of urgency. Honestly, stop joking around. Please take me back, okay? To be honest, I didn't know the situation was like this, so I followed along. You know I hate this kind of atmosphere. Especially with those friends you said were close. I'm really sorry. But I honestly might not be able to stay here anymore. Hearing her say each word like that, the bin vehicle was momentarily stunned. And to be honest, I don't even believe that the Han River is blocked, so I think I need to go back the old way to see what's up. Alright, I'm leaving. With that, she quickly walked past him, wanting to leave with a straightforward attitude, but he wouldn't let her go so easily. Just as she turned to call him, she was suddenly grabbed tightly by a strong hand. Jong Min-jun, wait, don't go. She panicked and turned to look at him. The expression on the bin vehicle had darkened, and he cursed out loud. Damn it. Where do you think you're going? Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Yi-na's confidence was immediately swallowed. She stammered, her eyes filled with fear. I. Suddenly, another hand immediately grabbed his. Min-jun dared to risk himself to protect her. Hey, stop. Seong-bin was taken aback by this scene. Then he sneered. Ha, this damn Jong Min-jun. You finally lost it, huh? Seong-bin immediately asserted his dominance over Jong Min-jun. Damn it, what are you going to do now? If you're tough, grab that knife from earlier and stab me. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey Seong-bin, stop it. He was even more provoked. Why are you hesitating now? Go ahead, you piece of trash. Lee Bon-ju unexpectedly spoke up. What the hell? After that, Seong-bin returned to his obedient demeanor. Hina told him it was because this place wasn't indoors. It was different from what he imagined, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. He seemed caught off guard by this. Huh? It's fine. I can sleep in the tent. Seong-bin still tried to blame him. Besides, that bastard Jong Min-jun was assigned to the kitchen. I told him to hand it over, but he stubbornly refused. Lee Bon-ju was very surprised by this. What? That four-eyed piece of trash? You dare hide something dangerous like that? Hand it over, you bastard. If you don't want to get hit, hand it over quickly. Jong Min-jun, though reluctant, had to give it up, reminding himself he couldn't lose his only weapon. But with just this, how could he possibly defeat those 5 guys? After finishing, Seong-bin looked down on the opponent. Hey, Four Eyes, listen up. Bon-ju is the captain here, and I'm the vice captain, got it? This Park Seong-bin, if he were in the military, would be like a squad leader. Basically, that's how it is. If you don't listen, you'll just end up in trouble. Got it? The country is on high alert, so if there are no ranks like in the military here, everything will go to hell. Understand? 2 warnings, and you're as good as dead. He was sweating from what he said. Yes. What kind of nonsense is he up to now? These idiots. Lee Bon-ju suddenly leaned over to Yi-na affectionately and said, Yi-na, you must be really tired, right? Come into the tent and rest a bit. She irritably cursed. Damn it, you scared me. He couldn't believe his ears. Huh? What did you say? Did you just curse? Yi-na replied, trembling with fear. No, it's nothing. I just got startled. These past few days, she's been in a constant state of panic, which made Lee Bon-ju's mood a bit lighter. Oh, well, it's because of those damn zombies that it's like this. Anyway, my tent is a proper large camping tent. The mattress is also extremely soft and comfortable. Did you hear? Go in and rest well. She was sweating profusely, thinking to herself, damn it, this crazy guy needs to think fast and buy some time. Yi-na still couldn't speak in a straight line. Hey, but I'm really hungry. Can I have a little bit of food? Lee Bon-ju seemed surprised by the question. What? Hungry? Damn it, if Jen says she's hungry, of course, we have to eat. We've got plenty of pork belly we snagged from the butcher, so let's have a pork belly feast today. Cheers. Jong Min-jun was too annoyed, closing his eyes and thinking, this is just terrible. Right now, there isn't even a police presence in this area. This place has no security, making it no different from a lawless zone. Yi-na was feeling very confused. Damn this. This only made him more amused. Oh, I'm sorry. Haha. Oh my god, Yi-na is so cute. He was still lost in thought, especially regarding Yi-na. Those damn thugs are just as dangerous as the infected. Especially that damn pig won't leave Yi-na alone. She could be in danger right now. I need to think of a way. A way to get Yi-na out of here immediately. Maybe lure the infected over and make those bastards panic? No way. What about the other survivors? But those 3 surviving guys can't be 100% trusted either. Should I take the chance to sneak away while everyone is asleep tonight? But what if before that, those bastards do something violent to Yi-na? Jong Min-jun held his head in despair. Damn it. The fresh grilled meat on the table made Lee Bon-ju extremely excited. I have to eat next to my lovely Yi-na. But as soon as he thought that, she immediately shouted, damn it, does it smell like pig too much? He was so surprised he asked back, what did you say? Oh no, it's just that the smell of pork belly is too good. Wow, it looks so delicious. He took the chance to join in with the beauty. Well, I admit the smell of the meat is so good it makes you curse. The smell of pork belly is truly top-notch. Hey, Four Eyes, take this meat over to those guys. Although Jong Min-jun was very dissatisfied, He can only think to himself, it's just a few pieces of meat, and they want me to deliver it. That's just too much. Maybe I should take some more meat for myself to give to them. He brought the plate of meat over to the man. Hey guys. Although it's not much, please have some. The man looked a bit surprised and replied, oh, thank you, student. Darkness had enveloped the houses, and the fire was blazing brightly in the barrel. Jong Min-jun and Yena were sitting next to each other. At this moment, Lee Bonju unexpectedly spoke up. Yena, why do you keep your distance? I told you to come over and rest together. But she coldly replied, I already said I don't like it. He still tried to convince her. Yena still refused. It's time to sleep now. I can sleep alone outside the tent. I guess I'll have to wait until everyone is sound asleep to find a way to sneak out. That attitude made him uncomfortable. Damn it, you've been acting like this for a while now. If you keep this up, what kind of face will I have? Seong-bin immediately stopped him. Hey, just stop it. Lee Bonju was very surprised by this action. What? Seong-bin was already very annoyed. Don't you understand? Can you just stop? That thick-headed guy. Lee Bonju also snapped back. Seong-bin, you bastard. Are you crazy? What? Seong-bin was already very annoyed. Don't you understand? Can you just stop? That thick-headed guy. Lee Bonju also snapped back. Seong-bin, you bastard. Are you crazy? Did you get shot in the head? That damn dog. One guy, scared, tried to stop him. Hey, what's going on? Park Seong-bin, what's wrong with you? But he wouldn't stop. Oh, damn it. Lee Bong-gu, since I got stuck here with you, I've made up my mind. I have to take you out first. Haha. Now, there's no brotherhood left. That damn dog. From now on, I'm the captain here. Got it? Hee hee. Lee Bu, furious, immediately raised his fist. That bastard. But he only punched the air. Park Seong-bin had a tight grip on his opponent's neck. Just die already. That bastard. The other guy was in a panic, shouting, Park Seong-bin, are you crazy? That bastard. Another guy immediately hit him. Park Seong-bin ordered the others, kill that bastard for me. The man from earlier was stunned. What the hell is happening? We need to stop them. Right? Jong Min-jun's eyes lit up. Here's my chance. Yena, now's the time. Park Seong-bin's eyes widened as he saw them running and ordered, grab those guys. Yena was caught by someone else. She anxiously looked back at Han. Yena, she struggled to break free. Let go. The guy raised a knife to threaten her. If you don't want to die, stand still. Damn it. Stand still before I stab you. She immediately bit his hand. The guy let go in pain. You bitch. But he had a tight grip on that guy's hand. Yena was very surprised. Jong Min-jun was trembling. The guy with the knife gritted his teeth. You damn dog. That useless bastard. Where do you get the guts to do this? After kicking him, he also stabbed him. The knife fell out. Drops of blood stained the ground. Yena was terrified. Jong Min-jun clutched his wound. Oh, Jong Min-jun's coming. The remaining guy kicked him again. That damn dog. See, you bastard, daring to fight back against me. That bastard. Park Seong-bin tightened his grip on Yena's hand. Damn it, hee hee. Yena, do you know about this? About how I've had my eye on you since middle school. The other kids would follow easily. But you, not so much, huh? Oh, you must be spoiled at home to act like that. Haha. Yena was feeling scared. Park Seong-bin continued. Remember, your dad is a doctor, so you get to be a princess at that damn elite school. And you still don't appreciate it. Must be nice, huh? Haha, I'm doing just fine. Damn it. Haha, I'm not any less than you. I'm also one of those spoiled brats, you know? Haha, damn it. I have a lot of money and nice clothes, and I'm in better shape than a lot of guys. What do I lack compared to them? Haha, yet damn it. Why do you keep acting high and mighty towards me? Who do you think you are? Haha, let me have a go at this precious little Yena. That man immediately stepped up and shouted, Hey, you, student, no matter what, you can't do that. He was so angry he kicked the guy. The man lay on the ground in pain. Ah, damn it. Park Seong-bin, furious, stepped up. Hey, uncle, damn it, I warned you last time, and if you try to lecture me again, I'll kill you. That's 2 warnings now, so I guess I have to kick you out. He pulled the man's shirt up. The man dropped the heavy object to the ground. Yena's eyes widened in fear. The man cried out in pain. Help, help me. The others were very scared. Girl, what the hell are you doing? Are you throwing people down to the first floor? Are you crazy? That bastard? But Park Seong-bin coldly ordered to take care of those guys too. The others looked confused and asked, Huh, what do we do now? That made him furious. Compared to paying back, damn it, except for Yena, throw the rest down to the first floor for me. She walked over to her friend. Help, Jong Min-jun. Are you okay? Hurry, hide. Park Seong-bin appeared behind her. Yena, where do you think you're going? Outside is just like hell. You need to stay here and play with me. But she tried to resist. Let me go. The guy walked over to where he was lying. Phew, Jong Min-jun. It's your turn to die now. That useless bastard. I thought you looked a bit pitiful, but who told you to act tough? Hey, Yong, help me push this bastard down. This bastard thinks he's as light as a twig. Turns out he's heavy as hell. Yong was counting. 1, 2, 3. At that moment, a voice called out, we have to go together, you damn dog. The guy was very surprised. Huh. Jong Min-jun pushed both down at the same time. Down to hell? The screams of those two caught Park Seong-bin's attention. Another guy called, shit, Song-soo is falling. He turned around in shock and asked, what? What's going on? The other guy immediately replied, Kim Sung-soo and Jong Min-jun fell to the first floor. That dumb bastard. Those two were writhing on the ground. Help me, damn it. Kim Sung-soo looked at his deformed leg. What the hell happened to my leg? He looked back at Jong Min-jun, who was trembling. Kim Sung-soo suddenly grabbed his leg, his whole body in excruciating pain. You bastard, Jong Min-jun, where are you going? Damn it, it's your fault, I broke my leg. You know that? Help me, Jong Min-jun. Just then, blood splattered on the ground. The two up there were also very scared. What to do? Park Seong-bin coldly replied. I don't know, leave that guy behind. Yi-na couldn't believe what was happening. Right after that, she ran away. He saw that and immediately chased after her. Damn it, Yi-na was climbing up the metal shelves. She tried to find a way to escape. Park Seong-bin was calling after her. Yi-na, are you going to stop or what? This bitch dares to run away. Hey, you crazy girl, where do you think you're going in the middle of the night with zombies everywhere? She was walking on a floating piece of wood. Back was still yelling over here. Just try to get caught. She ignored him as he prepared to take off. Yi-na didn't hesitate to jump to the next building, finally landing safely. Yi-na turned back in shock. He was getting really close. Ha ha, this bitch can actually run. If I catch you, there's something going on down below. Back was stunned, looking down. Huh? He immediately lost his balance and then hit his head on the ground, fearfully looking down, telling himself, this is it. She immediately shouted loudly to get everyone's attention. Over here. This way. Everyone gather here. Over here. There's a bastard here. Someone please help him get out of here. This terrified him. Yi-na, you bitch. I will definitely kill you. Just then, the sound of zombies echoed. They were heading straight for Park Seong-bin. He had no choice but to run away. Damn it, get out. Damn it. Yi-na was still very worried over here. What about Dong and Min-jun? Please save him. He's fine. Just then, Jong Min-jun also appeared to save me with Jong Min-jun. Safe and sound now. Thank goodness I'm here. He was still breathing heavily. Huh. She anxiously watched her friend. Can he climb up here? Jong Min-jun-dung's injured hand was gripping the ladder. He was stopping for a moment because he was too tired. Yena was silently cheering him on. Just a little more. Please. Then she also tightly held onto Min-jun's hand. Yena was trying to pull him up. She worriedly asked when he slumped down. Is your wound okay? Did you get bitten by those infected? Luckily, I dodged all of them. But I feel so dizzy. Just then, that guy spoke up. Hey, where's that bastard back? You guys just wait there. Got it. Right. Jong Min-jun, although very tired, still insisted we need to escape quickly. Yeah. Yena was still worried, asking if he could run. Jong Min-jun was also preparing to jump. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself first. The two of them jumped down right after. She felt uneasy about her friend. Are you okay? Come on, just a little more. They ignored a scream for help. Help me. Immediately after, strange sounds echoed everywhere. She was still trying to help him up. There seemed to be infected around here. I knew it. It's too dangerous at night. Jong Min-jun-dung called her name sadly. Yena, what if the zombies find us? Right now, you need to hide by yourself. She was very angry at those words. What are you saying? Let me find a way. I will definitely find a place to hide. I will save you at all costs. This path strangely doesn't smell at all. So there probably aren't any zombies here. There's a light shining on the path. The two of them were still helping each other walk. Something in front startled her. Huh? A door slightly ajar revealed light inside. They had gotten very close to that door. Yena carefully looked around. She still seemed quite scared. There were absolutely no signs of people. Surely there's no one here, right? Let's rest here for a bit. Yina was frightened when she saw Jong Min-jun collapse. Jong Min-jun, please be safe. He lay on the floor, breathing heavily. Yina's eyes were welling with tears. She spoke with sadness. It's my fault. It's because of me that everyone has to stay holed up in the house. It's also my fault that I brought the zombies here, putting everyone in danger. It's my fault. And you got dragged to the construction site because of me. It's all my fault. And the fact that you have to suffer at school. Yina clutched his shirt tightly. Please. Just then, a noise came from that direction. She looked fearfully toward it. There was a shadow cast on the floor. Yina became even more confused. Who was that? The shadow became clearer. A young man appeared holding an axe. The man was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Is it a person? What a relief. Hey, aren't you guys?" Yina was also astonished. Huh. She remembered the man from before. The man seemed a bit flustered. It's the uncle who helped us back then. He also spoke up. Surprised to see them here. She asked the two of them, "Uncle, are you safe?" "Yeah." The other man looked at him and asked, "Is this boy injured?" "There's a lot of blood. Don't tell me he got bitten by the infected." Yina had to explain. "No, he wasn't bitten. He was stabbed. Please save him. He's bleeding too much." He tried to think of a way to save Jong Min-jun. "Oh my god, do you have a first aid kit?" The other man spoke up. "Yes, it should be in the backpack." "Are you okay?" Yena was still sweating. "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you." Just then, the man covered her mouth. A man was approaching. "Ha ha, this is great. Now what do we do?" "What do you mean?" "We drag him away, of course. Damn, he's resisting too much. Then knock him out." That guy saw the three of them. "Stop. I'll count to 3. You guys get lost." The man had already grabbed a weapon. "What's this bastard going to do?" The other man replied, "Kill him." He immediately rushed forward. The guy immediately dropped the stick. He pulled out a knife. He swung the weapon, but the opponent dodged. The guy quickly used the knife to counterattack. At this moment, he was also bleeding. "You bastard." The other man immediately threatened, "Stay right there. Luckily, don't move a finger. This girl will make the other guy stand up with a knife." Then this person quickly lunged at the other guy. Yena was a bit dazed. "Ah, you are Kang Hakon-chun, 18 years old, 11th grade at the refugee school from North Korea. A high school student with survival skills level above average, who provided medical supplies to Jong Min-jun in time. Luckily, the injury isn't too severe. The injury isn't too deep, not enough to lose blood, but it seems like he was hit or had a strong impact, which caused him to faint. Anyway, he needs to rest for at least 1 day. Yina is also very emotional. "Thank you. But how come you're so good at treating injuries? Where did you learn that?" He modestly replied, "I just had the chance to learn a bit before." She still feels admiration for him, but to stitch a wound like this isn't an ordinary skill. He immediately inquired about everything. "But this place is really dangerous. Why are you here?" Yina didn't hesitate to tell the truth. "Oh, we saw a flyer from a helicopter. I heard that Yeoncheon-dong is one of the safe places, which is why we came here. Who would have thought we got caught by Park Seong-bin's group?" He asked back in surprise, "Seong-bin? That abandoned construction site?" Now it's Yina's turn to be shocked. "You know about it." Kang Han shyly replied, "Yeah, I know a little. So what about him now?" Mentioning that makes her anxious. "The last time we escaped from that construction site, everyone got bitten and infected. It was really chaotic, even Seong-bin got infected. But after that, I'm not so sure." After thinking for a while, he concluded, "So he might still be alive, and the idea that Yeoncheon-dong is a safe place is just a boring rumor now." At first, some people who stayed tried many ways to prevent the disease from spreading, so there was indeed a time with few infections, but the organization was loose. When it collapsed, in just one night, the disease broke out again, and this place is not only filled with infected people, but also crazies who are even more dangerous. Especially, young girls like you hardly dare to go outside anymore. If caught off guard, who knows what will happen? Not just Dong, almost the entire Gangbuk area has become lawless, and maybe in the future, all of Seoul will be like that. Yena listened in shock. "No way." "But Kang-hun, how come you're here?" He silently bowed his head for a long time before saying, "I have my reasons. I plan to cross the river to Gangnam tomorrow when it gets light." She was surprised by that answer. "What, really? Oh right, you heard that news too, right? Gangbuk is about to be quarantined. I remember the flyers said they would start the quarantine today." Kang Han looked far away with sadness in his eyes. "It's worse now." From inside the containers came sounds of painful cries. He thought about that terrifying traffic jam. It's still unclear whether all of Gangbuk will be quarantined or not, but the bridges over the Han River have been blocked for at least 2 days. Moreover, around the bridge and the Han River Park, the infected are gathering in huge numbers, making it hard to approach. Even with this happening, the people are panicking, as if there's a war, rushing south. The government suddenly blocked the bridge, causing chaos and furthermore, leading to a surge of infections around the Han River area. Yina fell into confusion. How do you know all this? Kang Han answered without hesitation. I heard it from survivors who got close to the bridge area. They even have photos as proof. She felt a slight sadness. She didn't expect that to be true, but there might still be a way. If we can find a duck boat or a small canoe, maybe we can still cross the Han River, as long as we avoid the infected. But is Gangnam really safe? I heard that not only Seoul but all over the country there are infected people. He also felt confused. Of course, no one can guarantee Gangnam will be 100% safe, but my sister has been taken to an evacuation center in Gangnam. Anyway, I have to get there. Yina seemed a bit surprised and asked back, Your sister is in Gangnam? How did you two get separated? He recalled the time back then. After the day everything started, my sister, uncle, and I ran to the nearby evacuation center. Not long after, the military arrived. They said gang buck was too dangerous, so they would take some people to a safer place, but only prioritizing the elderly and children. So I had to stay. A soldier was promising them. Please wait a moment. We will definitely come back to pick everyone up. Kang Han's sister felt scared. Brother, he was also panicking. Wait, where will my sister be taken? The soldier answered without hesitation. The evacuation center is in Gangnam. Kang Han sadly continued, but the military never came back. Yina continued to ask, What about your uncle? He continued telling. Not long after, infected people appeared in the center, and in the blink of an eye, that place turned into hell. My uncle and I tried to escape. In the end, my uncle. She understood everything when she heard this. Oh, Kang Han also stood up. Anyway, I have to leave as soon as it gets light. Just delaying one day is enough to make everything collapse. Yina couldn't believe it. What, tomorrow morning? Wait, can we go with you? We also plan to go to Gangnam, but he immediately refused. No, from my experience, going in a group of 3 is very dangerous. There will always be unexpected events, and at least one person will have to die. Besides, Min-jun needs at least 1 day to recover. Of course, recovering in this situation sounds really ironic. She still tried to convince her friend. Please, Min-jun's mom is also in Gangnam. We have to get there. To be honest, just the 2 of us don't know what to do. Please. If needed, I'm willing to kneel down and beg you. Kang Han just stayed silent. After a moment, he finally spoke. You've changed a lot. Yina, although in the same class, didn't know much about him, but he seemed very different now compared to his image at school. All right, let's wait until morning, and when Min-jun wakes up, we'll discuss further. Get some rest. Yina watched Kang Han's back as he spoke. Thank you. Time passed, and the sky began to brighten. The rays of sunlight were shining into the room. At that moment, there was a call. She immediately woke up. Hey. Kang Han is asking if you guys are sure you made it out of the abandoned site. You can't see what happened to Park Seong-bin, right? Yina immediately confirmed. Yeah, that's right. What's up? Kang Han didn't hide his intentions. I plan to go back there and check it out. This surprised her a lot. What? He continued to explain. If their motorcycle or scooter is still there, we can take advantage of it. I also have a few things to verify. Yina was feeling very scared. Wait, we can't go. The barriers have all collapsed. It's infested with disease everywhere. They are definitely infected there. North Seong-bin is no exception. If you get into trouble, he still holds on to his intentions. That construction site is only about 300 meters away. Do you want to know? I escaped from North Korea with my siblings when I was 12. Yena was stunned to hear that. 10,000 kilometers. Kang Han continued to explain everything. We didn't have money to hire a smuggler. We just relied on an uncle who had crossed the border and settled in Korea. We sneaked through checkpoints and crossed the Tuan River like ghosts, following every nook and cranny in China, crossing Laos to Thailand. It took almost 2 years, traveling nearly 10 kilometers. During that time, I lost a younger brother. When Min-jun wakes up, take care of him. I'm leaving now. At this moment, she was left alone, bewildered. The rays of sunlight illuminated everything around. Someone was slowly crawling up. That person had stepped onto the roof. Kang Han was examining everything. Now let's see about that guy Seong-bin. I wonder if that Seong-bin is dead or still alive. Jong Min-jun slightly moved. The noise he made startled Yina. She immediately ran over to her friend. Are you awake? But he still felt pain in his neck. Hey, where is this place? Yina recounted everything. Kang Han cares about you. Jong Min-jun was still confused. Kang Han. Huh? Kang Han from our class? She immediately confirmed again. Yeah. After we got out of the site, we happened to run into him. He still hadn't shaken off his confusion, but it was clear that at the site. At that moment, after I fell from the second floor with Kim Siu and Jaeyeon, my memory isn't very clear. Or maybe it's due to a concussion. Oh, I vaguely remember you guiding me somewhere. But Yina suddenly held his hand tightly. Anyway, it's a relief. Maybe Min-jun was surprised too? Her eyes were welling up with tears. I thought you were dead. Do you know how worried I was? He turned red from her words, and Yina was also frozen. Yina shyly pushed Jong Min-jun away. She could only speak loudly to hide her embarrassment. That's why I said so. Why did you suddenly rush into the intersection? Of course, I'm grateful that you saved me, but you can't risk your life like that, can you? What if something happened to you? What would I do alone? You're just good at making people worry. It's so frustrating. Honestly, he turned away, scratching his head in confusion. Oh, I'm sorry. Yina immediately reassured her friend. No, why are you apologizing? I just meant to say thank you. But do you know how hard it was for me to guide you here? What she said made him even more confused. Huh? So what do you want now? Yina was also very embarrassed. Also, Kang Han said you need to rest for about a day to stabilize. Got it? You should just rest today and see how things are tomorrow before making any further plans. Jong Min-jun was trying to sit up. Oh really? But I heard that the Gangbuk area is about to be sealed off. If we stay here like this, we won't have time. He suddenly clutched his stomach in pain. Oh, this made Yena very worried. Are you okay? You idiot, you just decided to move already? Stay still for me. On the cluttered table, suddenly, someone was knocking at the door. Kang Han also spoke up. It's me, I'm coming in. Yina felt relieved at that moment. Oh, it's Kang Han? He threw his backpack down, then Kang Han checked to make sure. This is your bag, right? The one you usually carry to school. Jong Min-jun confirmed after checking. Yeah, that's mine. He continued to look at him and said, it was on the second floor of the construction site, so I brought it back. Inside the bag are your clothes and personal items too. I thought you might need them. Oh, and there are a lot of food supplies there. I also took some back. He looked at the bag with mixed emotions. It was the bag his mom bought for him, so it felt so familiar. Kang Han then pulled out the glasses that were still intact. Oh right. Also, your glasses fell there too. Jong Min-jun felt a bit happy. Oh, thank you. I'm so lucky my glasses are here. I heard Yena said you treated me. He also eagerly asked how he was feeling now. Jong Min-jun didn't hide it, feeling a bit dizzy, but it's okay. Yena then turned to ask about the situation. So, have you checked the construction site yet? What about Park Seong-bin? Kang Han suddenly fell into deep thought. Just as I thought, Park Seong-bin isn't there. The zombies are making strange sounds. Kang Han continued to narrate the story. Except for him, everyone else has been infected. Then the motorcycle also disappeared. I don't know if he took it or not. As for the scooter, it's broken. Yimei seemed to be scared. Aha. So there's a possibility we might see Park Seong-bin again. He immediately reassured her. Yeah, but don't worry too much. I might lose in a fight, but I definitely win in killing. Crazy. Oh, and like I said yesterday, I'm planning to leave the gang buck. Can you keep up with me? Jong Min-jun suddenly spoke up enthusiastically. Of course, we have to go right away. It's fine now. Yana doesn't seem happy with his decision. What? You need to rest and stabilize first. Kang Han also looks at him with concern. Yina is right, just recover your strength, and then we can move. But Min-jun insists on his health. I'm fine, really. What if tomorrow the situation gets worse? At that moment, he pulls out a pen and whispers, but don't rush, let's plan a bit before we go. Rushing could ruin everything. I've thought it through. There's still another way to cross the Han River. Yina is intrigued by this story. Huh? How? He uses the pen to draw a map and presents the plan. We will cross the river using line number 5. Jong Min-jun's eyes widen in surprise. Oh, the tunnel under the Han River. Yena hesitates and asks him if it's safe. In crowded places like the subway, the chance of encountering infected people is really high. But Kang Han is very confident in his plan. Line number 5 has all the stations equipped with platform screen doors. We just need to break through those doors to get inside. Inside the tunnel, the chances of encountering infected people are very low. Of course, whether we can get inside the station and reach the platform doors is another issue. Besides, there are probably many others thinking like me, and it's possible that the government has already blocked the tunnel on line number 5, but I still think we should try to see what the situation is like. Alright, if that's the case, The nearest station on line number 5 from here is Janghan Station. But as you guys know, walking there is quite far, especially when we just leave this area and step into Jianghan District. The situation will be even more dangerous. The sunset is covering the space below, and on the wall is a self-motivating phrase. Survival rule, don't rush. Kang Han bows his head thoughtfully. Also, here are a few survival rules I've come up with. First, the gang area is completely sealed off now. So, don't let time pressure you and don't rush if you find a safe place. Even if it's just for a few days, you should stay there to recover your strength and reassess the situation. Absolutely, do not act hastily. Second, except when moving long distances between areas, when just going out nearby where you're temporarily staying, you should only go with 1 or 2 people. And going out with 3 people at once should be minimized. And the last thing, when facing a situation that's extremely dangerous to the point where your life hangs by a thread, absolutely do not sacrifice your life for anyone. For example, even if you're in a situation where you could survive, if you run away, don't make unnecessary efforts to save others. What I mean is, everyone should take care of themselves. Even if it's me, if I find myself in that situation, I'll find a way to survive in my own way. Never sacrifice yourself for anyone. Jong Min-jun, the atmosphere suddenly falls silent again. Rays of sunlight are streaming through the house. Hun called your name before leaving. Jong Min-jun, use this as a weapon. Jong Min-jun sweats, holding the bloody sticks. What? You want me to use such a scary weapon? Yina beside him can't take it anymore. Kang Hon is at a loss for words and has to explain. I said it's only for killing infected people. Even just to scare off the bad guys, you should carry something like this. That way, people will think twice before messing with you. Plus, you know, the infected will attack us like they want to eat us alive. When fighting back against the infected, you have to keep your wits about you and use all your strength to strike down. Just use this spike stick to deliver a strong blow, strong enough to pierce their heart or brain. Got it? Jong Min-jun just silently bows his head. This is crazy. Kang Han then ordered the team. All right, let's get going. The whole neighborhood is basking in the sunlight. Jong Min-jun's group walks while observing their surroundings, with doubts in his heart. But is it really okay to kill the infected? Those infected people were once normal, they were someone's family. Even if they charge at us, wanting to kill us, they aren't doing it by their own choice. If I kill them, wouldn't I become a murderer? If by chance, the legal system of this country hasn't completely collapsed, could what I do later be considered a crime? Kang Han sees him like this and immediately speaks up. Hey Jong Min-jun, you aren't thinking about that nonsense, are you? Just forget about that stuff. Listen carefully, this is a matter of life and death. If you want to live, you have to keep your head clear. If you aren't ruthless enough, you won't make it. Got it? Jong Min-jun awkwardly replies, yeah, I get it. Yena has also noticed something. Hey, wait, this path. Can we not go this way? I definitely think there will be a lot of infected people there. Kang Hon, after a moment of shock, also feels uneasy. How do you know? Yena's face is still scared. I can sense it a bit from that very distinctive foul smell. If there are infected people nearby, that smell will rise immediately, you know. But this direction is unusually thick. He seems very surprised by this ability. Can you even sense the location of the infected? Yena honestly replies to him. The location isn't exactly a location. It's just a kind of feeling. Not quite. Can you even sense the location of the infected? Yena honestly replied to him. The location isn't really a location. It's just a kind of feeling. Not exactly. It's always 100% certain that someone is infected. Sometimes, they're just a corpse. Besides, if there are only 1 or 2 infected people, unless they're really close, I can hardly recognize them. Jong Min-jun also felt astonished. Thinking back, it had happened quite a few times before. He truly reacted particularly sensitively to various smells. Kang Hun couldn't control himself any longer. Let me check it out over there. He hid behind a utility pole to scout. His eyes widened in astonishment. The infected people were still writhing. At this point, Kang Hakon was also amazed by her abilities. Yena, can he really sense the infected? Yena was still very tense, asking again. Can he or can't he? What I said is right, isn't it? Kang Han could only admit the truth. Yeah, you're right. Heading that way is definitely not okay. Jong Min-jun noticed something. Hey, look over there. Kang Han also looked up. What are you looking at? Jong Min-jun pointed at the soldier above. There seems to be a soldier on the rooftop of that building. He must be infected too, right? Kang Han suddenly froze, and then he quickly ran over out of curiosity. Hurry up, come over here and take a look. Huh? The stuff on the rooftop was scattered everywhere. After examining for a while, he announced that there were no infected people up here. It's safe, come on up. Climbing so high made Yina very tired, gasping, "Oh my, what on earth did I climb all the way up here for?" Kang Han used binoculars to observe further. He saw soldiers moving. Using the binoculars, I could see at least 3 soldiers or more. And just as expected, all of them were infected, but one of the infected soldiers was carrying a rifle. Jong Min-jun broke out in a sweat thinking about that plan. "Hey, are you really planning to grab that rifle? Can't we just leave? With 3 or more infected people there, snatching the gun directly from the one holding it would be really tough. What if it doesn't have any bullets? And whether it has bullets or not, I can't check, right? Besides, even if we got that gun in hand, the sound when firing would be incredibly loud. Then the infected would come rushing in for sure. Plus, you don't even know how to use that gun." "No, I know how to use that gun." But Kang Han decided to stick to that plan. "We absolutely have to get it." In the dark stairway, heavy footsteps gradually echoed, getting closer and closer, and you could even hear the growls of the infected. The noise was right outside the door, and Yina trembled, hiding in a dark corner. "No, it can't be. I clearly locked the door on the first floor before going out." She carefully recalled that she had secured the door tightly, confirming it in her heart. She had even used furniture around to block it. But the growling sounds of the infected made her panic even more. But how did they get inside now? Amidst those deadly echoes, her anxiety grew stronger. How could they, the infected, move so well? "No, they're coming up this way." On the stairs, the infected person kept dragging his feet, and finally, he reached the top. After stopping at the window to look outside as if to confirm his position, he turned back to look inside, slowly walking toward Yena, who was hiding. She fearfully covered her mouth, trying not to let any sobs escape, but when she glanced over, the face with the white, hidden eyes of that guy was right next to hers. Yena screamed in terror, and at the same time, the infected was attacked by someone. His blood splattered all over her face, and Kang Han and Jong Min-jun rushed over, worried, asking her, "Are you okay?" After a while, Kang Han suspiciously asked Yina, "Did that guy just look at you and smile?" She didn't hesitate to confirm with him, "Right. That's right, that guy acted as if he wasn't infected. I had encountered a creepy uncle before, so when that guy looked at me, it gave me that feeling." Kang Han didn't refute her words, confirming it again. But looking closely, he really was infected. Yina also expressed her confusion about her doubts. "But I clearly locked the main door on the first floor. I even blocked it all off. Even if I locked it a bit hastily to prepare. For the case of going down, I didn't lock it tightly. But the furniture was all knocked over, and even the first floor door seemed to be broken." At this point, Kang Han couldn't help but ponder, as if someone who wasn't infected had deliberately done this. "From what I know about how the infected behave, it seems they only retain their instinct to attack, so it can't be that he hesitated to voice his guess. Could it be that only that infected guy still has some leftover emotion or instinct? Yena still couldn't believe it, mumbling, "But it can't be." At this moment, Jong Min-jun chimed in on their conversation. "It's just my guess. But some infected people, as you said, could be a special type or they might gradually evolve." He poured some water while slowly continuing to share his thoughts. In the future, they might escalate to jumping, and there could even be infected individuals who know how to coordinate tactics to attack survivors. There could also be evolved beings not just in intelligence but also physically, almost brain dead, but their instinct to attack is maximized. Kang Han looked at him suspiciously. "How do you know about that?" Jong Min-jun hesitated a bit before responding to him. "It's just a feeling, of course, I'm not sure. It sounds a bit unreasonable," and then he anxiously added, "Those infected have something about them. It's like I've seen it in the game I play. Lately, I've been a bit addicted to that game, so it might just be me overthinking." Kang Han finally spoke up after a moment of consideration. "That does sound a bit ridiculous." Yena chuckled softly in agreement with him. "So, are you saying we got sucked into a game?" Their words left Min-jun feeling extremely confused. He stammered an explanation. "No, of course, that's ridiculous. Just ignore it." But Kang Hakan-chan spoke again in a serious tone. "After all, this was the worst pandemic humanity has ever faced, and we have to survive it." At this point, Jong Min-jun remembered the earlier situation and asked him with a hint of worry, By the way, you won't get infected from the blood of that infected person that splattered on you, right?" Kang Han casually replied, "I've been splattered with infected blood many times, just touching it seems fine. The only way to get infected seems to be getting bitten by them." Right after that, they turned to check the weapons they had just collected. A K2 rifle with 15 bullets and 2 military knives. Kang Han handed one of the knives to Jong Min-jun while saying, "I'm still using my folding knife. You can keep one of the daggers. Yena, you take the other one." He also casually handed her another knife. Yina looked at the weapon a bit scared and asked back, This is for me to keep? Kang Han said to her as if it were obvious, You need to protect yourself. If we run into a situation like earlier, are you going to keep asking us for help? Not to mention, you two should learn how to use a rifle from me. If I happen to die, Jong Min-jun, you might have to use this gun. Yina, you might also find yourself in a situation where you need to use this gun. He said this in a very casual tone, but the response was the silence of the other two. After a moment, Yina was the first to react. She quickly spoke up to dismiss it. Hey, don't talk about such unlucky things. Jong Min-jun shared her thoughts. He lightly joked to remind Kang Hakan-chan. You know, people who say stuff like that usually end up going first, right? It's like those drama movies where similar things happen, so you're kind of jinxing it. Kang Hakan-chan felt a bit indignant at his words and protested. What are you talking about? What do you mean die? I'm going to survive no matter what, but I also have to prepare for emergencies. At this moment, Min-jun seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Sitting down next to Yina, he agreed. Yeah, what you said is true, but I really want to try shooting for real at least once. I guess we can't really practice shooting for real, right? Because the noise and real bullets are limited. Then he turned to ask her, Yena, what do you think? Don't you want to try shooting for real? But Yena quickly turned her face away as if avoiding him, and quickly backed away from him, then hesitantly replied, I don't know. She then made an unreasonable request to him. Oh, and don't come near me. Jong Min-jun widened his eyes. Why? Yena just replied vaguely, It's just that I don't want to be close to you right now. Jong Min-jun suddenly felt rejected and was at a loss for words. He was worried and pressed her. Did I do something wrong? Yena replied cryptically. I'm still treating you normally like at school. But inside, she suddenly felt annoyed. That damn idiot. He really doesn't see anything. She carefully bowed her head to sniff herself, feeling frustrated as she hugged her knees on the sofa, thinking to herself, It's been days since I last showered. I'm filthy. It's so uncomfortable. I wonder if I smell bad. But then she couldn't help but scold herself for worrying about such things when survival should be the priority. I'm really stupid. If I were pushed into a harsher situation, I probably wouldn't care anymore, right? She carefully glanced at Min-jun next to her. Her thoughts couldn't stop. Actually, it's not necessary. Right now, I just don't want to sit too close to Min-jun. She saw that he had turned serious, studying the gun in his hand, seemingly not paying attention to her anymore. But her mind was still in a mess. Since when did I start caring about him like this? She buried her flushed face between her legs, angrily scolding herself. So annoying. After a while it was still bright, they came across a car on the street still stained with fresh blood. The three of them, Jong Min-jun, cautiously approached, and Kang Han asked cautiously, Is it safe over there? She nodded at him, but didn't forget to remind him. But there might be about 2 or 3 of those guys inside. I'm not sure. Jong Min-jun took the opportunity to chime in from behind. But thanks to Yena, everything seems to be going more smoothly. Right? If it keeps going like this, we'll move easily. Kang Hakan-chan, always cautious, spoke up. Even so, we can't let our guard down. We need to stay focused. Just then, Jong Min-jun noticed his limping steps and asked with concern, Hey, are you okay? I've seen you limping since earlier. Kang Han seemed a bit awkward in his response. I fell earlier with the infected soldier. I think I got hurt. It seems like a ligament strain. Jong Min-jun was shocked to hear this. What? Yi Na also looked worried. Hey, shouldn't you rest then? Jong Min-jun was annoyed and reminded him of what he just said. You said not to push yourself. Kang Hakan-chan felt a bit guilty about their concern and explained. I thought it was fine at first. Then he quickly continued casually. But this is nothing compared to when I crossed over to South Korea. But I guess we should start looking for a place to rest soon. Right at that moment, Jong Min-jun was annoyed and repeated what he just said. You said not to move. Kang Hakan-chan felt a bit guilty about the complaints from the two and explained. I thought it was fine earlier. Then he quickly continued nonchalantly. But this is nothing compared to crossing over to South Korea. But I guess we should start looking for a place to rest soon. At that moment, a few sounds echoed from a closed roll-up door, catching Yena's attention. What's that? Kang Han also noticed and asked her. What's wrong? Yena hesitated to answer. There's something here? Suddenly, a loud scream from inside startled her, making her jump and scream back. What's going on? Is there someone infected inside? At that moment, a voice called down from above to the three of them. Hey, you're a survivor, right? When all three looked up, they saw a man leaning over the rooftop, pleading loudly, I've been stuck on this rooftop for 2 days. Please help me. They were slightly surprised and asked him, How did you get stuck there? The man honestly replied, I went out to get supplies and was chased by the infected, so I ran and took refuge up here. Now there are infected in the stairwell, and I'm in a dilemma. They were even more curious and asked further. We had to run and take refuge all the way up to this rooftop. Now there are infected people in the building's stairwell, so I'm in a dilemma. They all became even more curious and asked further, who closed the roll-up door on the first floor. The man desperately recounted. I asked a survivor passing by for help, but they said there were infected inside and pulled the door down and left. Kang Hon carefully asked him, are there many infected in the stairwell? The man replied without hesitation. When they chased me, there were about 6 to 7 of them. 6 to 7? Kang Han fell silent, contemplating. It seemed that the infected inside and him being stuck on the rooftop were indeed true. I estimate there are about 6 to 7 of them. 6 to 7 of them. Kang Han fell silent, contemplating that number. It seems the story about the infected inside and him being stuck on the rooftop was true, but 6 or 7, even if that number was true, he ultimately resolutely told the man, sorry, with that many infected, it's tough. We're not in a position to help anyone right now. He quickly told the other 2, let's go. The man panicked and stopped them. No, don't go. He desperately shouted, in a position where he could help others. He quickly told the other 2, let's go. The other person panicked and stopped him. No, don't go. He desperately shouted, continuously begging them. Please help me. I can't get home. It's been 2 days. My family is waiting. My wife and son, just the 2 of them are waiting at home. My daughter is also missing. If I can't get back, please help me. Jong Min-jun, hearing his echoing voice, also worriedly reminded him. Hey, you're being too loud. We're in danger too. Calm down. Yena seemed reluctant and turned to ask Kang, Honorable Hey, is it okay if we just leave? He still firmly replied to her, now is not the time to help others. It's best not to take unnecessary risks. Let's look out for ourselves first. Jae Min-jun was a bit taken aback, then cautiously said to Kang Han, what if there's a way? He heard that and hesitated a bit, then seemed to give in and let out a sigh. Now turning back to ask how. Jong Min-jun seriously presented his idea. I just thought of a really good way. That statement hesitated a bit, then seemed to surrender and exhaled, finally turning back to ask how. Jong Min-jun seriously offered his opinion. I just thought of a really good way. I can help that guy. It seems like I can save him. A moment later, all 3 stood in front of a tunnel almost blocked by several pickup trucks. Kang Han looked at the road ahead, carefully recounted the plan he just heard. So after we open the roll-up door, I'll lure the 6 to 7 infected to this spot, where we just passed. He then turned back towards the tunnel and continued, then cut back out to the street. And during that time, you'll push this white truck to block the tunnel, right? Jong Min-jun nodded in confirmation again, while recalling a time he pushed a car with his dad in the past. Yeah, now Dad's not here. When I was little, I pushed a car that was off with Dad, so I think I can push this one too. Pushing a cart with my dad in the past. Yeah, now Dad isn't here. When I was little, I pushed the cart while it was turned off with my dad, so I think this car can be pushed too. You're still worried about him and add, Hak-chan, your leg isn't good, so I'll lure the infected away from the tunnel and come back. As soon as I return, you and Yena will push this car to block it. Kang Han was still worried about this plan, seriously reminding him, if we can't create enough distance from the infected, the chances of failure will be very high. Can you run okay? Jong Min-jun confidently replied to him. Anyway, I run above average, so I should be fine. I'm not too scared when the infected are chasing me. But Kang Han still wasn't reassured. He turned back to assess the tunnel again. Just then, this tunnel was only wide enough for one person to pass through. If they turned the car this way to block it, the infected wouldn't be able to get in. Not only that, he also carefully checked the cars intended to be used as barriers. The car doors were open, and the handbrakes seemed to have been released. Speaking of this, Kang Han still didn't quite understand and continued to ask Jong Min-jun, but, why do you want to save him this much? I've said it before, don't sacrifice yourself for others. Even if we risk our lives to save him, we won't gain anything. Yena, who had been silent all this time, now also spoke up to advise him. Yeah, thinking about it, it really is dangerous. Whether he's a good or bad person is still unclear. Standing between the advice of his 2 friends, Jong Min-jun suddenly recalled memories from before when he accidentally met that man along with a few others at the construction site. At that time, he was very surprised and couldn't forget the astonished look on his face. He lowered his voice to reply to his friends, I just don't think he's a bad person. Jong Min-jun also didn't hide and added, I remember the people who died at the construction site and somehow I also remember my dad. Kang Han, hearing this, didn't add anything further, just turned to suggest they try the plan they just proposed. First, let's try pushing this car forward. Just a little push should block the way. The other two quickly agreed. Yeah. A moment later, he was sitting in the driver's seat of the car, guiding Ye Na and Jong Min-jun. I think just turning the steering wheel a bit should be enough. Just a little push. Jong Min-jun shouted to gain momentum. All right. 1, 2. When he counted to 3, both of them pushed with all their might, causing the vehicle to emit a heavy screech, and the wheels rolled forward. The three of them couldn't help but feel excited. The vehicle was moving, and Kang Hakon remained seated in the driver's cabin, carefully steering the direction of the vehicle. With the force from the two, Jong Min-jun drove it to a favorable position. After a moment, he happily shouted, "This should be good, right? Just to be safe," he suggested. "In case of any unexpected incidents, I'll hide over there and get ready to shoot." Jong Min-jun carefully reminded, "But only use the gun if it's the worst-case scenario." Kang Hakon nodded. Yeah. Yina was still very worried, continuously asking him, "But what if an infected person is right at the entrance of the first floor of that building? As soon as the door opens, they could rush out, right? Plus, if the infected are scattered across the floors, that would complicate your plan." Jong Min-jun also had a countermeasure. He slowly explained to Yena, "If we make a loud noise from the door to the roof, the infected will probably all gather up there. So after we open the door, I'll make noise on the first floor to lure them all at once." Kang Hakon suddenly called out to him, "Jong Min-jun." He looked over in surprise. The boy confirmed with him in a serious tone once again, "You know this is an extremely dangerous plan, right? Don't forget to remind him. If what you say is true, that you might have a special infection, then who knows what could happen, right?" Jong Min-jun thought for a moment and quickly replied, "Well, if they are special types, they wouldn't have been trapped in there from the start. It'll be fine." Kang Hakon, though not showing clear opposition, still warned him seriously, "I don't want to risk my life for anyone other than my brother. You know that. This is the last time. From now on, don't accept such dangerous things anymore." Faced with his firm demeanor, Jong Min-jun could only mumble an agreement. Okay. The street was still a desolate and silent scene. The rolling door of that shop had been opened. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from inside the stairs. Over here, focus this way." Right after that, hurried footsteps followed. Jong Min-jun sprinted out from inside at full speed, running headlong, pursued by a group of infected people who were frantically chasing after him. Jong Min-jun ran while loudly calling out to lure them to the tunnel they had chosen earlier. "Come catch me." As Jong Min-jun ran past, Kang Hakon carefully peeked out from his hiding spot to watch him. He tracked the movements of the infected crowd, seizing the right moment to rush out with Yina. Now's the time. The other side of the tunnel still showed no sign of life. Yina and Kang Hakon had taken their positions, waiting. She was extremely anxious, continuously whispering his name as if praying, "Jong Min-jun." Just a moment later, the growling sounds of the infected echoed from the other end of the tunnel. It didn't take long for Jong Min-jun to rush in, shouting, "Now is the time." He dashed. As soon as Jong Min-jun burst out, Yina and Kang Hakon pushed with all their strength, and the vehicle was shoved further inside. The narrow passage they had just blocked also prevented the infected crowd from chasing after them. Amidst their helpless roars, Jong Min-jun let out a sigh of relief. "We did it." Yina quietly praised him. "You worked hard." At that moment, a trembling voice rang out in front of Jong Min-jun. "Thank you." The man who had been stuck on the rooftop, not knowing when he had come down, was now kneeling in front of them, choking out his words. "Thank you so much. You are my lifesavers." As he spoke, he prepared to bow his head to the ground, causing Jong Min-jun to panic and rush over to stop him. "Oh, sir, don't do that here. First, let's get to a safe place." Kang Hakon remained silent, observing quietly from the side. After a while, they found a half-cooked dining table with a mini gas stove on top. Jong Min-jun's group looked in amazement at the bag filled with small gas canisters, exclaiming, "How many of these gas canisters do you have, sir?" They were currently in a place resembling a roadside eatery. The man sat down to rest with them and casually replied, "The house has electricity and water, but only the gas was cut off. Fortunately, there's a food street nearby, so I can gather enough supplies. I was planning to look for a portable electric stove but ended up finding a pile of gas canisters." He hesitated and asked him, "What about electricity?" The man honestly replied, "My house has solar panels, so it's enough for days." Kang Hakon was rummaging around and then chimed in, "So as long as you stock up enough food, survival shouldn't be a problem, right? Plus, there are more useful things here than I thought." He didn't hide anything from them and straightforwardly stated his purpose. "Actually, I'm also looking for my daughter, so I come out to this area once a day." At this point, he turned to ask their group, "So where are you guys headed?" Jong Min-jun seemed a bit flustered by the man's cautious tone. Sir, you can speak freely. We're much younger than you." The man stubbornly brushed it off. "Oh no, you are my lifesavers." Since he had said that much, he had to relent and replied, "Okay, well, then it's up to you." In his mind, he was even more convinced that the man was indeed a good person. At this moment, Yina also began to converse with him. "Have you heard that the gang book area is about to be sealed off? We are on our way to leave gang book." The man seemed to understand the situation quite well and asked worriedly, "Oh, that's very dangerous. Will you be okay?" Yina didn't know how to answer him, so she changed the subject. Kang Han was rummaging around and finally chimed in. "So as long as we stockpile enough food, surviving shouldn't be a problem, right? Plus, there are more things here worth taking than I thought." He didn't hide it from them and straightforwardly stated his purpose. "Actually, I'm also looking for my daughter's whereabouts, so I come out to this area once a day." At this point, he turned to ask their group, "So where are you guys headed?" Jong Min-jun seemed a bit flustered by his cautious tone. But sir, you can speak freely. We're much younger than you." The man stubbornly brushed it off. "Oh no, you guys are my lifesavers." Since he said that, he had no choice but to concede and mumble, "Yeah. Well, then it's up to you." In his mind, he was more convinced than ever that he was indeed a good person. At this moment, Yina also started chatting with him. "Have you heard that the Gang Buck area is about to be sealed off? We're on our way out of Gang Buck." The man seemed to understand the situation quite well and asked worriedly, "Oh, that's really dangerous. Are you kids going to be okay?" Yina didn't know how to respond, so she changed the subject. "But I heard earlier that you said you weren't sure about your daughter's whereabouts." You hesitated a bit but still told her. "Well, actually, right when the emergency happened, the last call was when she said she was on her way home. You left your wife and son at home alone to drive out looking for your daughter, but on the way, your car got stuck and you almost died a few times before you could come back. You should have prioritized evacuating your wife and son first, but the situation outside was too serious, so the moment passed. In the end, the whole family discussed and decided to stay together. Even though the chances were slim, what if she came back home?" He felt sad. At the end of the story, Yina didn't know how to comfort him, just shyly replied, "Well, you definitely have to find your daughter." He turned to ask, glancing at the gun on his back with curiosity, "But where did you get that gun?" Kang Han casually replied that he just found it on the street. The man seemed to catch the evasive tone in his words but didn't ask further, only showing concern by asking, "Is it getting dark soon? Where are you planning to sleep?" Jong Min-jun felt a bit helpless too. "We were just about to look for a place, and we could also break into some nearby buildings to rest temporarily." Upon hearing this, he immediately suggested, "Why don't you all come to my house to sleep? It's close by, it's a private home, so there's enough space, electricity, and water, and there's enough food too." While the two were still hesitating, Kang Han jumped in without any hesitation. "Really? If so, thank you so much." Yina still asked hesitantly, "Is that okay?" He nodded. "Yeah, it's fine." Jong Min-jun always listened to Kang Han and quickly reassured her. "If Han says it's fine, then it should be fine, right?" At that moment, Yina nodded. "Yeah." At the same time, she said to him, "So if there's anything else we need to take, we'll help you pack." The man quickly agreed. "Oh, that's great. But don't overexert yourselves, okay?" As the sun began to set behind the buildings, the group in Min-jun followed the man back to his house. He cheerfully announced, "We've arrived," and everyone was stunned looking at the grand villa before them, unable to help but admire. It really is a private home, and it even has solar energy. Kang Han noticed the barbed wire attached to the top of the wall, on the walls, iron doors, and even a barbed wire fence. If there's water too, then it's truly a perfect safe house. Just as he made that observation, he immediately chambered around. That action made the man tense up and stutter. "Why are you chambering around?" Kang Han replied coldly. "Well, because I've seen too many crazy people already. In our position, entering a strange place also requires caution. I hope you understand." But he added a line to reassure, "Looking at my friend, he knew we weren't the type to rob, so don't worry too much." The man could only awkwardly mumble. Right after that, he called into the house, "Honey, I'm home." At the same time, in the old room where the group in Min-jun had once stayed, the door was suddenly kicked open with great force. A person holding a knife covered in fresh blood entered, cursing aggressively. "Damn it, I almost died today, just barely survived. Why are there more scum here than zombies? I wonder if I've killed more people than zombies. This damn area really needs to be bombed to clean it up." He quickly assessed the situation around and felt quite satisfied. "It's pretty cozy here. I can rest here for a bit." Suddenly, he noticed some letters on the acrylic board. "What's this?" After observing closely for a moment, the young man began to chuckle. "These bastards were hiding here not long ago. Did they even meet Kang Han?" He leaned against the location marked on it, Gajiang Han, and coldly deduced, Are they planning to cross the Han River by route number 5? Meanwhile, at the villa of the man, he hurriedly shouted and ran straight into the house. Honey, son, I'm back. Jong Min-jun was about to step forward but was stopped by Kang Honorable. Jong Min-jun, wait, he carefully suggested. Let me go in first. He was surprised to look over. Huh? Oh, he followed the man's back, running and calling. Honey, his heart was on high alert. If this uncle is tricking us, then Kang Han tightly gripped the gun and followed him inside. He had already made up his mind. If anything happened, he just needed to take over this house. But right after that, he was stunned by the scene before him for a few moments. Honey, Dad's voice rang out after his call, while the woman, with tears in her eyes, still in shock, continuously questioned him about what had happened that made him come back at this hour. I thought you were dead. The little boy next to her was crying and hugging his dad tightly. Boo-hoo-hoo, Dad. He also reached out to hug his son, sobbing without words. I'm sorry. For coming back late, I'm really sorry, son. Kang Han's gaze was still fixed on the reunion scene before him. So much so that when Min-jun walked in, he didn't even notice. After a moment of lingering, the man led his wife and child in front of them. Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is the benefactor who saved my life. Jong Min-jun and his friends. The wife gently thanked them. Thank you all so much. That made the group feel awkward. Oh, it's nothing. On the ceiling, the chandelier shaped like a ceiling fan emitted a soft light. Mo-jan, a 45-year-old homemaker, cheerfully said to everyone, I'll go cook. You kids just relax. There's water, so you can take a nice shower. Yi Na was both surprised and delighted to hear that. Can I really take a shower? She nodded affirmatively to her. Of course, and she even took her hand tightly, continuously exclaiming, Oh my! How old are you? Why are you so pretty? Why would someone so beautiful go out into danger? She nodded affirmatively to her. Of course, and she even took her hand tightly, continuously exclaiming, Oh my God! How old are you? Why are you so pretty? Why would someone so beautiful go out into danger? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Her attitude left her speechless. All she could do was be amazed. Yes, she said, and the aunt kept praising her. Being famous would suit you, kid. Oh my gosh, you're so beautiful. Yena blushed from the compliments and stammered in response. Thank you, ma'am. You're really beautiful too. The corners of the aunt's mouth suddenly drooped, and she sighed sadly. Her daughter is about your age. She just started college this year, but she went missing a few days ago. Yena politely replied, Yes, we heard about it. She could only awkwardly comfort the aunt. Your daughter must still be alive. Hearing that, the aunt perked up and gently said to her, Thank you, dear. Anyway, I'm rambling on. Just relax, and I'll cook. Yine quickly offered, We'll help you, ma'am. The aunt waved her hand dismissively. No need. You kids are my husband's saviors. And you look a lot like my daughter. If you need to change clothes, just let me know. At that moment, Jong Min-jun noticed something else. In the shadowy corner of the bookshelf, the little boy from earlier was watching them warily. As soon as he caught sight of him, he quickly backed away to hide. Jong Min-jun silently assessed the kid. Is that her son? He looks like an elementary school student. Next to him, Kang Han plopped down heavily on the sofa. Exhaling a sigh, Jong Min-jun then remembered to ask him, How's your leg? When the sock was pulled off, revealing a swollen, red ankle, Jong Min-jun felt a bit speechless and wanted to curse the injury. That's insane. It's so swollen. Kang Han, at that moment, also didn't act tough and seriously considered. Well, if possible, we should rest here a bit longer. But we can't forget to check every nook and cranny of the house. Jong Min-jun, upon hearing that, had to admire him. Kang Han, you're really cautious, huh? You really are experienced. Inside the bathroom, the sound of running water echoed. Yina stood under the shower, water pouring down her body, happily murmuring, It's been so long since I had a shower. I was so dirty I thought I was going to die. But at that moment, she suddenly remembered when she and Kang Hakon were hiding to support Jong Min-jun. She had accidentally seen his very serious expression, and recalling it now made her heart race a little. Why pretend to be so cool? It's really annoying. But then she helplessly sighed. Jong Min-jun really thought he wasn't like that. Turns out he's pretty tough. Next time he does something like that, I have to stop him. When the wall clock chimed a few times, a lavish meal was served. Everyone cheered happily, thanking for the meal. Mun-jan politely said to them, You kids should eat a lot. This made everyone exclaim, Oh my gosh, it's been so long since we've had a decent meal like this. At that moment, the man also spoke up comfortably. Oh, by the way, I heard you guys are planning to sneak over to Gangnam. Did you know that all the roads and bridges leading to Gangnam have been blocked off? How exactly do you plan to cross the river? Kang Han didn't hide it, directly stating their intention. We're planning to try going through the subway tunnel line 5 towards Gang. If the line 5 tunnel isn't blocked, we might be able to get through. The man hesitated. Line 5? Huh. If it's line 5, he looked at him curiously. Sehun, 50 years old, a university professor, then said, "My daughter last lost contact at Wang Naru Station on line 5. Kang Han asked in surprise. Really? Then he carefully thought. Wang Naru Station is the last station near the Han River on line 5. He relied on his memory to sketch a rough map in his head. The nearest station to Jiang Han on line 5 is about 6 to 7 stops away from here, which is our final destination." Just before crossing the Han River, Kang Han calmly continued. "Our goal before crossing the Han River is Wang Naru Station. We plan to go to the nearest Jiang Han Station and then go through the subway tunnel to Wang Naru Station. If your daughter is still alive, she might be nearby." Si Du-hun also agreed with him. "I thought the same." He slowly recounted his previous journey to them. "I drove to the Wang Naru Station area to look for my daughter and got stuck there, then had to leave the car and walk to Jiang Han Station." His voice trembled slightly as he recalled what he had seen. But Jiang Han Station has been completely occupied by the infected. Speaking of this, Sao Du-yoon also sadly lowered his voice. "And if I walk all the way to Wang Naru Station, it's too far, and I can't leave my family to go alone. So I'm stuck here, unable to do anything." Kang Hakon took the opportunity to ask him, "By the way, it's about 10 kilometers from here to Wang Naru Station. Do you know if the surrounding roads are still passable for driving?" Sao Du-hun cautiously replied. He didn't have a full grasp of the situation on all the roads, but he conveyed what he had gathered to them. The situation in the nearby areas is mostly blocked by abandoned cars or obstacles that make it very difficult to move smoothly, but some parts are still passable. But if the car gets stuck in the middle of the road, it would be extremely dangerous. Kang Han couldn't help but worry upon hearing that. "So moving by car is a bit difficult, huh?" At that moment, Yena chimed in to change the subject. "But I feel like I haven't introduced myself yet." Sao Du-hun, hearing that, also chimed in with her. "Oh, speaking of which, I forgot to introduce myself. I teach students at the university." Yena was very good at pleasing others, seemingly impressed, exclaimed, "Wow, so you're a professor?" Se-hun, flattered by her compliment, happily suggested, "Then let's introduce ourselves together." Very quickly, "But it seems like I haven't introduced myself yet." Du-hun chimed in with her. "Oh, speaking of which, I forgot to introduce myself too. I teach students at the university." Yena was very good at pleasing others and seemed impressed. "Wow, so you're a professor?" Se-hun, happy with her compliment, quickly suggested, "Then let's introduce ourselves together." Laughter filled the house. As night fell, the villa lit up with lights. In a room with air conditioning, there were bookshelves everywhere. Min-jun gently arranged things with the 3 people in Min-jun. "This is your daughter's room. You 3 can share this room with my son's room. My son can sleep in the same room with my husband and me." The guest politely declined. "No, it's fine. I can sleep in the living room with Kang." Honorable Min-jun didn't push him, happily turning to Ye. "Then at least Yena should rest comfortably here. You probably haven't been sleeping well these past few days." She glanced at Min-jun standing behind her, then declined her aunt's suggestion. "Oh, it's really fine. I will sleep in the living room with my friends." Were you surprised by what she said? 1 minute later, he advised, "Hey, just sleep comfortably in bed. You haven't slept well for days." Yena just smiled. No need. This made Jong Min-jun even more confused. Why wouldn't sleeping alone be more comfortable? Earlier, she didn't want to be next to me. Now she seems to realize something and teased her. "Oh, you're scared to sleep alone, right?" Yena still refused verbally, but couldn't help but swing her hand to hit him. "I really said I don't need it." Then she stormed out of the room, grumbling, "You're really annoying. Jong Min-jun. I want to punch that idiot. Oh my." Jong Min-jun was full of question marks. Calling after them, why not? Late at night, the lights in the villa gradually dimmed, and the ceiling fan light was also off. Min-jun told them, "Good night, kids." The group replied in unison, "Thank you, ma'am. Good night." Once she left, Min-jun quietly asked Kang, "Han, have you checked out the house? What do you think?" He immediately replied, "Nothing special. Seems like it can be trusted." But he looked at Nam's gun in his hand and didn't quite believe it. Seeing him hug the gun while sleeping doesn't seem very reassuring. As the night grew late, the living room fell into silence. Yena was lying with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and quietly asked her 2 friends beside her, "Are you 2 asleep?" Min-jun's voice rang out beside her. "Kang Han seems to be asleep, but I'm still awake." Yena silently looked at Min-jun for a moment, then decisively sat up and said to him, "You're tired, so why aren't you asleep? Talk to me." Just as he turned to her, she spoke up. What were you thinking about? Jong Min-jun hesitated a bit but didn't hide it. Just thinking about my mom. He said in one breath, I wonder if mom is safe now, if anything has happened. I'm sure mom is very worried about me. Seeing the family here, she suddenly missed her mom even more. Yina was a bit silent for a moment but quickly affirmed to him with a determined tone. I will definitely help you find your mom. Jong Min-jun was a bit surprised and turned to look at her, finally whispering, thank you. Right after that, he suddenly sat up, turning to her. But I'm asking this because I'm really curious. Your parents still haven't been found, right? Are you really okay? He also worriedly asked her, not forgetting to add, after all, they are your only parents. Yina fell silent for a moment when he mentioned her parents, then seemed to hesitate before slowly speaking. Yeah, with you Jong Min-jun, I think I can talk about it. He felt even more confused hearing that, but she continued, I've never told anyone about this. About my parents. Yina was a bit silent as she began. I've never told anyone about this. About my parents, actually, my family is a blended family, completely a messy family. Jong Min-jun was a bit stunned to hear that, but he remained silent and listened to her continue. You might already know, my dad is a doctor at a big hospital, often appearing on TV, and my mom is a medical researcher. They divorced when I was young. My mom went to America, and then I lived with my dad and stepmom. She seemed to remember a day in the past, when the apocalypse hadn't come yet, and the bright sun still shone. That day she watched Min-jun's back leave, feeling a bit annoyed and kept asking him, what's up? Are you leaving? In the end, you still stay silent? Hey, what the hell? Are you crazy? People are talking, but in the end, her questions went unanswered. Yina had to give up. Oh my, but it's really pitiful, so weak. Her gaze still followed his back as she mumbled, tomorrow I must let that Park Seong-bin know. As Yina stood in front of her house, a sudden feeling of frustration appeared in her mind. But thinking back, what right do I have to criticize poor Min-jun? She walked into the house while thinking, I really don't want to go home at all. If that crazy woman is home, I have to change clothes and sneak away. Just as Yina opened the door, the sounds of pleasure and heavy breathing from the inner room kept coming out. Sweetheart. She looked toward the source of the noise with an annoyed expression. Damn, is that woman completely crazy? On the other side was a tightly closed door. At that moment she knew. My stepmother took my dad's weakness as an excuse and openly cheated. Dad was busy with work at the hospital, rarely came home. While she was hurriedly changing clothes, that woman suddenly burst in, angrily shouting, Hey, why are you home so early today? Yina didn't even bother to turn around, just coldly replied, I'll be out soon. The smell of alcohol was nauseating, but she didn't let it go and continued to yell. I told you to ring the bell before coming home. Yina said mockingly, full of sarcasm. I'm in my own house. Why should I ring the bell? Oh, right. You probably don't want me to hear you having sex with your lover in the bedroom, right? The woman, realizing her actions were exposed, became even angrier and started cursing. This damn crazy woman, right after that, she refused to back down and aggressively questioned her. Are you planning to meet a guy again? Seriously, that dress is way too short. Yina just laughed at the clearly insulting words. So what if I meet guys? You're openly cheating too. I'm living a much healthier life than you, aren't I? Her words only made the woman scream louder in anger. Do you want to die? At that moment, a man came out from the room behind her, using a soothing voice to feign concern. Honey, who is that? Oh, is that your daughter? She immediately denied it, saying it was her husband's illegitimate child. Meanwhile, Yena raised her phone to take a picture. She even deliberately mocked them. Do you want me to send this to my dad? The man panicked upon seeing this, trying to stop her. What the hell? Wait, that. But contrary to him, the woman remained calm and scoffed. Hey, that's enough. Choi Soo-jun, 36 years old, after retiring from acting, became the stepmother of influencer Yena. She arrogantly lifted her chin. Send it. Her nonchalant attitude surprised Yena for a moment. What? Choi Soo-jun wasn't afraid to repeat herself. Go ahead and send it. Even if your dad finds out, he won't dare to say a word. You know that, right? She arrogantly exhaled a puff of white smoke, her tone threateningly triumphant. I've got him under my thumb. He can't escape. You know that, right? Oh, do you want me to reveal your dad's secret that even you don't know? Anyway, I have nothing to lose. If I expose everything, who will suffer the most? Your dad. If he divorces me, his life is over. He'll lose all his assets. The hospital will be in ruins, and he'll probably be wiped off the face of this earth. Finally, she laughed loudly in challenge. So go ahead and tell your dad to divorce me. Yena pondered for a moment, ultimately unable to say anything. She could only walk past the two of them and leave. Crazy bitch. She heard Yine's words and once again exploded in rage. What? Crazy bitch. Do you want to die? The man, however, was startled and quickly tried to calm her down. Hey babe, you're too drunk. Yena slowly walked out of the house. Behind her, the sounds of vulgar insults continued. Low class, just like that damn woman. The way she talks is just as cheap as her. So what if you're smart? Your character is indescribably terrible, a rotten breed. If you want to leave, just get lost out of my sight. You bitch. The door slammed shut behind her. Yena, filled with rage, walked down the street while silently making a resolution. Damn it, it's so filthy. I'll leave on my own. From today, I will never step foot in that house again. Never. I will never go back there again. At that moment, she silently prayed. I wish the world would end tomorrow. In a rather chaotic karaoke room, the slurred singing of someone could be heard. Even in the dark, I will shine for you. We are Lumina. Yena sat curled up in a corner, focused on checking notifications on her phone, and couldn't help but wonder. What news is this? Everything's gone crazy. Suddenly someone shouted in panic. Huh? Seriously, I have to go now. My mom had an accident. She's in critical condition. The others quickly chimed in. Then you have to run right away. At this point, her attention was finally drawn to the others. After looking up for a moment, she slowly walked down the street again, confusedly glancing at the chaotic flood of disaster warning messages on her phone, wondering, what is this? Why are there so many disaster warning messages all of a sudden? The whole place was in chaos, and suddenly a horrific scream echoed. As she looked up, she saw a crowd in chaos rushing towards her. Among them, some were shouting, Run! Run! Yena trembled and hid in a dark corner. At that moment, she realized she had just escaped death. The place she had taken refuge in was a storage room filled with cleaning supplies. Yena anxiously pressed her phone repeatedly, but none connected, leaving her extremely panicked. Even the emergency number 119 couldn't be reached. What is happening? Let me try calling my dad. After a long ring without connection, Yena wasn't surprised that he didn't answer. In a situation like this, especially since he always put himself last. At that moment, she thought of her mom, but that only made her more anxious. She's in America now, so she definitely can't help. Who can I call for help now? Yena clenched her phone tightly. After a moment of hesitation, she finally decided to contact the person she hated the most. Connecting. Damn stepmother, someone finally picked up on the other end. Hello, what? Oh, hello. But as soon as she spoke, the sharp voice of the woman immediately interrupted. What do you want? I'm really busy. Yena still tried to plead with her. I'm stuck in the emergency staircase of a street building. Help me. Call 119. The police can't be reached. In response to her plea, she only received a cold reply. What the hell? You figure it out. She cursed under her breath. What? Choi Sujin snapped back. The whole apartment building is in chaos right now. I'm trying to save my own life. I'm hanging up. Yena desperately pleaded with her. Wait, don't hang up. I have a car. I'm near the FD building where me Pilates is. Come pick me up. All she got in response was the dry beeping of a disconnected phone line. She couldn't help but remember that day when she angrily knocked everything over, ignoring her mother's pleas. Yena, open the door. Yena, I just want to talk a little. She stubbornly locked herself in her room. She couldn't help but remember that day when she angrily knocked everything over, ignoring her mother's pleas. Yena, open the door. Yena, I just want to talk a little. She stubbornly locked herself in her room, crying and shooing her away. Go away, please. Now looking back, her tears wouldn't stop flowing. Mom, she hugged herself tightly, curling up and sobbing. I miss you so much. Back in the present, she was still sitting in the safe room, slowly recounting to Jong Min-jun. Finally, the stepmother abandoned me and ran away. Dad hasn't contacted me at all, she honestly admitted to him. So I don't want to look for that person anymore, and I don't even feel curious about where they are. Then she sadly continued, It's just that right now, I just want to see my real mom. Jong Min-jun had been silent all this time, not knowing how to comfort her, so he stiffly opened his mouth to ask again. So your mom is still in America? Yena slowly replied to him after moving to America. She contacted me a few times, but I didn't respond. I have never reached out to her first. At that moment, he understood. Oh right, is that why she wants to study abroad in America? Yena continued her story. When my mom left for America, I said something I shouldn't have, which hurt her, so when this happened, I hesitated to contact her. Even if I did reach out, she would still be in America, unable to help. Finally, she sadly expressed her feelings, so now there's no one around me. Jong Min-jun, feeling her heavy mood, didn't know what to say at that moment, and finally, he gently comforted her. Don't say that, you're not alone, I'm here too. And Hun as well. He then gave her a determined look, so we have to survive together, no matter what. Yina was touched by those words. After a moment, she shyly nodded. Yeah, it seemed like her mood had improved a bit, so he suggested, how about we get some sleep now? This time, Yena didn't object, quickly resting her head. Yeah, the clock on the wall struck 11. Outside the villa, the infected continued to wander around. As dawn broke, in the living room, everyone was deep in sleep, Kang Hakanon still tightly holding the gun in his hand, not awake at all. In his dream, he seemed to hear harsh sounds. This bastard. Should I drag you out like your parents and blow your head off? Why so accurate? Shouldn't you be speechless? Blame your traitor uncle. That guy fled to South Korea. His whole body in the dream was covered in wounds, curled up on the ground, quietly pleading, please, please save me. But the man showed no sympathy, continuing to hurl insults. You and your siblings, you bastards were all born to live your lives, stepping in shit in this land. Is that your fate? Angry? Then come at me. Kang Han suddenly woke up from the dream. He sat up cautiously, listening for the sound of an engine. Se Han also came out of the room at the same time, worriedly asking him, did you hear that? It seems like a car stopped in front of the house. Kang Cheong calmly said to him, let me check it out. As he stepped out into the yard, it was still dim. The sounds outside were easy for him to recognize. The sound of a car door opening and closing. What the hell? If the infected react to the engine noise, it would be very dangerous. Who the hell drove here? Kang Han just happened to see a ladder in the corner of the wall. He carefully placed it against the door, slowly climbed up, looking down from above. But the scene that met his eyes startled him. In front of the villa, there were two men standing, each holding a weapon, whispering to each other. Let's check this place out. There's no one here, right? There might be some infected, but it seems they still have barbed wire. There must be someone here. One of them impatiently growled. Damn it, what do we do now? Hurry up before the infected show themselves. Kang Hakanon then saw the weapon in his hand. A pistol. He took the initiative, suddenly shouted from above, stop, drop your weapons and raise your hands. Both men looked up in shock, instinctively following the command they just heard, their mouths unable to hold back a curse. Damn, what a scare. Kang Han still coldly ordered them. Drop your weapons, you bastards. If you don't drop your weapons in 3 seconds, I'll blow your skulls open. The guy holding the gun wisely placed it on the ground. Kang Hakan then ordered. Both of them stepped back 3 meters. Inside, he couldn't help but wonder, wait, where did they get that gun from? At this moment, the two men nervously asked him, Who are you? Kang Hakanon coldly replied, that's what I want to ask. Are you robbers? The two men quickly explained, We are not bad people. Kang Han completely didn't believe their words, charging in with his weapon. Now where are you talking nonsense? The two bastards, seeing this, anxiously justified themselves. Oh, I thought this was an abandoned house, but Kang Han quickly cut them off. Where did you get that gun? The guy who had the gun earlier wisely reported to him. The gun was picked up from a dead body. It seems it wasn't a soldier, but a civilian. Kang Han growled threateningly at him. What lies are you telling? How can a civilian own a weapon like that? Do you think this is America, you bastard? The young man became more panicked, stammering a bit. It's true. It's not bullshit. What does the origin of this gun have to do with anything? You're the one equipped with a rifle, he calmly countered. Oh, rifles are used by the military, but that pistol doesn't seem like the kind issued to the military or police. The other man saw the situation getting tenser, quickly chimed in to explain with his friend. We really aren't bad people. I'm just an ordinary office worker. And this guy is a military reserve student just out of service. We set off from the shelter station in Gagunja while on patrol and got isolated, which is how we ended up here. But that young man suddenly interrupted him. Come on, let's go. Then he turned to Kang Hakon, pleading, please let us go. With a gun in hand, he didn't pay much attention to the plea, focusing instead on the key points that the other two had just revealed. Did you just say Gagunja? Gagunja on line 5. Khan silently pinpointed that location in his mind, 2 stations away from Galwang Naru 5 years ago. The man nodded. Yes, there's a large shelter station there. He skeptically asked, is there any evidence to prove that? The young man seemed annoyed as he replied, if you want to know if it's true, go see for yourself. Well, you could die on the way, or even if you get there, it'll be hard to get in. Kang Han ignored his attitude and continued to press for the information he needed. If that's the case, everyone must have thought about using the Line 5 tunnel to cross the Han River, right? The two men answered honestly under the threat of the gun. We've tried a few times, but it's not easy. The stations around Gagunja have all been taken over by the infected, and I can't go into more detail. Kang Han then spoke in a low voice, ordering the two men. I need to hear a bit more. If there's any useful information, we'll help you with what you need. Have you ever seen or heard of a 20-year-old girl named Se Ha-jeon? No. The young man mumbled, repeating the name, Se Ha-jeon. Finally, he made a decision with the two men. Okay, first, we can attract the infected nearby and then talk further. But no weapons allowed. A little while later, inside the villa, Se-hun stared in shock at the two people in front of him, the Gagan shelter. The two men recounted what they had just told the uncle. That shelter was quite large, with about a few hundred survivors, and the entrance was heavily guarded. The organization inside was also quite systematic, and that information made the uncle feel incredulous again. A few hundred people had just explained further to the young man. We patrolled within 1 to 2 kilometers around Gunja and got isolated. Then we were chased by the infected, which is how we ended up here. We found the vehicle in this area and on the way to Gunja. Kang Han reminded them again. That's not important. Tell me what you said earlier. The two men quickly nodded. Oh right, the uncle said his daughter was on line 5 heading home. When she got close to Gawang Naru, she lost contact, right? Sehun quickly nodded. Yes, that's right. The man from the group then asked, and the time the signal was lost was around 8:10 that night. He hesitated a bit but still confirmed. Yes. Du-hun seemed to recall the phone call that day, worriedly calling out to his daughter. Hello, girl, what's happening? The girl's voice on the other end was extremely panicked. People in the subway are attacking each other chaotically right now. He anxiously asked, who's causing the chaos? His daughter's voice was still frantic. I don't know. I'm running to the next car and blocking anyone from getting in. In the end, it seemed like she was crying for help. I'm so scared, Dad. Hearing that, Se-du-hun became even more anxious. Where are you now? The girl replied, I'm almost at Gawang Naru. Oh, wait a minute. Right after that, the phone got cut off. Se-du-hun ended his memories, sadly adding, after that, when the train stopped at Gawang Naru, I wasn't sure if she got off there. The young man then spoke up. That day, I also took the train from Gawang Naru towards Gagunja. Se-hun seemed to catch a glimmer of hope and quickly asked, Really? The man carefully recalled and shared with everyone about the situation that day. In one of the subway cars, infected people had appeared. The train didn't stop like a regular train but ran straight through, passing both Wang Naru and Asan before stopping at Gagunja. At that time, it was around 8:10 to 15, possibly the same train as mine. Khan then spoke to him. If these people are telling the truth, the chances of your daughter being in Gagunja are very high. Su-hun, hearing his reminder, quickly pulled out his phone to talk to the two men. Have you seen my daughter? Her name is Se Ha-jeon. Wait, let me show you her picture. The man didn't want to give the uncle too much hope, honestly replying, the shelter is very crowded, so we're not sure we recognize her. The young man also curiously glanced over. Just looking at the picture made it hard to identify. Even the man shook his head slightly after looking at the photo on the phone. I really can't recognize her. Back then, there were already over 200 survivors on the train. He continued to explain the situation at that time to them. At that moment, there were many infected people inside the subway. Your daughter might have been infected. We can't be sure if she's still alive and at the shelter. Speaking of this, the man then asked Se-jun, so, are you planning to go with us? The young man on the side also warned. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. It won't be easy to get in. If you go, it's better to come with us. Some guards also carry guns like you. If you're not careful, you might get shot. Kang Han hesitated a bit. Since there are quite a few of us, going as a group isn't very feasible. The man seemed to agree and proposed a plan to him. Then let's determine a meeting point on the way to Gagunja. If we go by car, I'll guide you, which parts the car can go through. We'll find a hiding place nearby and set out tomorrow. At the same time, he handed over a device, and I'll give you this walkie-talkie. He continued to lay out the plan for them. Wherever the vehicle can go, we'll find a nearby hiding spot and set off tomorrow. At the same time, he handed me a device and said, here's a walkie-talkie. He continued to outline the plan for them. I will wait in the area about 500 meters to 1 kilometer away. Just keep in touch with me using this. Maintain a safe distance from us on the way to the meeting point and then use it. But in return, we only ask for enough food supplies to last for 2 days. We helped this much already. Do you trust us? Kang Han was a bit silent, but he trusted them. A little while later, inside the living room of Sejun's family, Jen excitedly asked the men, is there a hideout at Gagunja? Kang Han nodded in confirmation to her, while reiterating the plan they had discussed. Yes, we will meet them at the rendezvous and then head to Gagunja together. They said they would find a hiding place nearby and set off tomorrow. Yena was still very worried and voiced her concern. What if they are lying? But Kang Han was quite sure when he reassured her. They have no reason to lie like that. Even though they are armed, judging by their words and actions, they don't seem like bad people. At this point, he turned to ask Se-hun, "We plan to leave tomorrow. What about you, Professor? If we have to travel by road, it will be very difficult for us to go with your whole family. But if we can find a six-seater car to travel in, we can go together for part of the way." He also straightforwardly stated beforehand, of course, only following the route they indicated. As the professor said, "If the car gets stuck, I can't take that risk. I want to be clear. If a dangerous situation arises, I will prioritize my own safety. Professor, you should take care of your family. Please think carefully." Sao-hun also understood those words. He was completely right, and the professor could only remain silent in thought. Mun-jun also worriedly called out, "Hey, while everyone hasn't made a final decision yet, Yena is already worried about the food supplies they need to bring. If we really set off tomorrow, we need to prepare food. If the professor's whole family goes, we will have to prepare a lot. I have to beg my mom for that backpack." At this moment, she suddenly realized, "By the way, where is Jong Min-jun?" When Yena went upstairs to look for him, she heard voices chatting from a nearby room. "Ha done, you play so many games and still do well in school. That's amazing. What do you play if you're not playing block compared to Bun?" Inside the room, Jong Min-jun was happily chatting with Ha Dun, the little boy in the professor's house. "Oh, I play Naruto with Battleground, and recently I've been playing that Zombie Rage game." The little boy was excited to respond. "Oh, I play that too. Actually, that game has an age limit, so I can't play it, but I sneakily play it behind my parents' backs. I also dream of becoming a game developer like that." Jong Min-jun immediately encouraged the little boy. "Oh, you want to be a game programmer? You're smart. I'm too young to play, but I sneak and play behind my parents' backs all the time. I also dream of becoming a game developer just like that." Jong Min-jun immediately encouraged the kid. "Oh, you want to be a game programmer? You're really smart. You can definitely do it." Yi now looked at the two brothers chatting non-stop and happily chimed in. "Wow, when did you two become so close?" He was a bit surprised by her sudden appearance, not responding in time and hesitating to reply. "Huh. Oh, we were just talking about some nonsense." At this point, Yino noticed the posters hanging on the wall. She excitedly asked the little boy, "Wow, are you a fan of Lumina?" As soon as he heard the name of the idol, Ha Dun excitedly replied, "Yes, I like Diane." Jen found the little boy's honesty so adorable that she couldn't help but tease him. "So cute." Just then, Aunt Mun-jon's voice called from downstairs. "Hazun, come down for a bit. Your parents want to talk to you." The little boy quickly responded, "Yes," and hurriedly ran off. As soon as he left, Jong Min-jun stared intently at the poster of the model on the wall. Yena also noticed his gaze and joked, "Hey Jong Min-jun, what are you staring at so intently? Your crush?" He was a bit taken aback for a moment before saying something incredibly hard to believe. "It's an acquaintance from childhood." Yena was initially a bit shocked but then completely disbelieved his words and burst out laughing. "Are you kidding? Lumina is your acquaintance? Come on, show me your contact number, please. If you're going to joke, at least make it believable." Jong Min-jun wasn't angry and just confirmed to her, "What's so scary about it? Is Lumina someone you know? Come on, show me the contact number, please. If you're joking, at least make it a little believable." Jong Min-jun wasn't angry but just reaffirmed with her, "It's true. It's true. She's a year younger than me, but of course, we don't keep in touch anymore. After she transferred to a new school and moved, we lost contact. When I heard she became an idol, I still silently supported her from afar. After all, it's a world too far from me." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yina's completely disbelieving gaze glaring at him. That made him a bit shy, quickly smiling awkwardly. "It is true. If you don't believe it, that's fine. You don't have to believe it. I told my friends about it. They thought I was delusional." Hearing this, Yena laughed out loud again. "I knew it. Someone like you, knowing Lumina Jan, who would believe that?" Jae Min-jun, seeing that she didn't believe him, helplessly accepted it. All right. I was just joking. Just joking. Could it be that when I'm all alone in the room, my laughing tea also comes to an end?" Yena hesitated to say, then looked at the picture of the idol and nodded in acknowledgement. "I'm serious." A few hours later, Se-hun went to the living room to meet Kang. "Honorable," he hesitantly called him, "Haeun. I calmly state my family's decision. I have discussed it with my wife and son. Staying here forever will bring no hope. My family will also go to the hideout in Gaegunja." Kang Han did not oppose that decision. He only asked about the issue that concerned him. "So what about transportation?" Du-hun quickly replied, "I have thought of a vehicle. My vehicle is an SUV, so it's very suitable, but it's currently left in a remote place. so it's hard to retrieve. He quickly offered another suggestion to him. About 1 kilometer away, there is an ambulance. Inside the driver's cabin, there is a driver who has been infected. If we can handle it, we should still be able to start the vehicle. Kang Hakon also seemed worried. I kind of agree with this opinion. An ambulance? Huh? If it's an ambulance, the back seat is spacious. 6 people should fit just right. Dewey Han felt a bit relieved, hearing him agree, but still worriedly asked for details about the situation with that vehicle. But the issue is the last time he approached that ambulance to check it out. There were 2 infected people in the driver's cabin and the passenger seat, but it was hard to see clearly in the back. However, from the sounds, there were probably at least 3 infected. Kang Hun cautiously asked again, "You checked it out yourself, right?" Jun almost confidently replied that he had seen 2 infected people clearly locked inside the driver's cabin. That was about 3 days ago, so the vehicle should still be there. After hearing this, he nodded. I understand. If there are only 3 infected inside, then with your help, we might still be able to handle it. If there are more, it will be dangerous. So let's prepare everything tomorrow and go check it out together. He agreed. All right. A few more hours passed. Inside the building, several backpacks were neatly arranged in the middle of the room. Including Yin's backpack, the luggage was almost ready. Kang Han carefully looked at the pile of stuff, thinking, what else do we need? Jong Min-jun suddenly called out to him. Hey Hanum, I'm seriously suggesting, do you know how to make a Molotov cocktail? Or should we try making a few? He looked at him, surprised. A Molotov cocktail? Jong Min-jun nodded. Yeah, just feel like we might need it later. He mumbled, seriously considering this idea. A Molotov cocktail? Huh? That's actually a good idea. Later that night, everyone in the living room had fallen asleep. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled with the communication from the other 2. Han had prepared the vehicle. Over. He quickly sat up and replied, I heard there's an ambulance a bit away from the house. I plan to go check it out tomorrow morning. If everything's fine, I'll drive it away right away. But unexpected events might still happen. Over. The other end immediately responded, we're waiting in a building near the intersection, so tomorrow. After we check the situation over there, we'll head out too. Hopefully, nothing major happens. In the thick of the night, the ambulance they were talking about stood silently on the road. Inside the vehicle, threatening growls echoed, and the voice from the walkie-talkie gently rang out. So good luck, everyone. Over. Inside the villa, only a few weak lights flickered. Han Yina was still curled up in her blanket, sleeping soundly. She dreamed she was back in school. It was a peaceful afternoon like any other. She dozed off at her desk. When she woke up, she was horrified to see the scene around her and exclaimed, what a terrible dream, there were zombies. Then she looked around in surprise. What's going on? Is everyone gone already? What? Why didn't anyone wake me up? What time is it? Damn, I'm late for class. As she spoke, Yina glanced at the clock, then panicked, threw her backpack over her shoulder, and ran out of the classroom. Just as she reached the door, she bumped into someone. She was annoyed, and was about to snap at him. Damn, what are you doing? Then she suddenly recognized Jong Min-jun. Yina seemed surprised to see him and stammered. What are you doing here? Aren't you going home? But she suddenly noticed his gaze fixed directly on her, trying to act irritated and raised her voice. What are you staring at me for? Do you find it annoying? You usually don't even dare to look me in the eye. Before she could finish her sentence, he roughly pushed her against the wall. His action surprised her even more. What are you doing, Jong Min-jun? Want to die? Let go of me. At that moment, Jong Min-jun spoke softly. Damn. Then he coldly questioned her. Hey, you think it's fun to keep ignoring me like this? Same yesterday, same last week. 2 weeks ago, you even cursed me to my face, right? At school, you look down on me, treat me like dirt. So what's with talking to me now? You want me to treat you roughly in return? Yina felt annoyed by the end of his rant and habitually retorted. Roughly? A loser, like you talking like that now. As soon as those words left her mouth, Jong Min-jun threatened fiercely. Shut up. If you call me a loser one more time, I'll really kill you. His anger was both clear and sudden, making Yina feel a bit panicked. Let go. How can you be this strong? If this continues, I'll scream. Jong Min-jun challenged her. Go ahead and scream. It's just you and me here. Then he added sarcastically. But saying that, you're not resisting at all. You act tough outside, but you're a bit cute, you know? Yina felt he hit the nail on the head. Embarrassed and annoyed, she tried to stop him. Shut up, shut up. I don't even care about a trash like you. Jong Min-jun seemed to be angered by her words again, warning her in a low voice, if you keep being rude, it won't just be words anymore. I'll hit you for real. This time, Yina seemed to be provoked by his threats, boldly challenging him. What? Hit me? Go ahead and try. weak but still loud. Jong Min-jun scoffed in response, "You want to see if I'm weak? I'll hit you for real." Yina in her dream kept mumbling, "Crazy dog Min-jun, if you keep this up, you." She let out a soft groan, then quickly woke up. Was it a dream? What's going on? What kind of dream is this? At that moment, Yina realized she had been hugging Min-jun while half asleep. This made her blush in embarrassment, almost not believing her own subconscious actions. What the heck? Did I really hug Min-jun while sleeping? Then she didn't dare to move, lying next to him and thinking wildly, this crazy guy pushed me all the way here. Is that why I dream such dreams? What a pervert. Is he pretending to sleep to do this? The soft snoring of Howen suddenly broke her train of thought. Yina realized her body was pressed against him, which made her feel even more embarrassed, muttering, "So annoying." Jong Min-jun shivered, but her gaze couldn't help but linger on his face. But it was really strange. As she spoke, she suddenly recalled memories from before. Wasn't it clearly the musty smell from the basement level or something? I used to feel like he had some unpleasant smell, but now I don't notice it anymore. She carefully took a few sniffs. He must have showered, right? Now it smells nice. But why does he look more handsome? She focused on Jong Min-jun's still sleeping face, her heart constantly questioning and answering her completely different observations. Is this a dream too? Is my head messed up because the world collapsed? Clearly, his face couldn't have been this handsome before. Or is it because I took off my glasses and closed my eyes? While Yena was still lost in thought, Jong Min-jun suddenly opened his eyes. His action caught her off guard for a moment, and then she screamed loudly, simultaneously swinging her hand to punch him. "You jerk!" The loud noise startled Kang Han awake, instinctively pointing his gun forward as a warning. "What's going on? Stay still." Jong Min-jun quickly reassured him, "No, it's fine. Han, go back to sleep." Then he turned to ask in confusion, "What's going on? Why the sudden commotion?" Yena, caught red-handed, awkwardly defended herself. "You were too close, so I panicked. I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest." Jong Min-jun felt wronged. He replied, "But when I opened my eyes, weren't you awake first?" Yena immediately denied it. "No way. I opened my eyes and saw you awake." Jin is wronged and doesn't know who to complain to, stammering in rebuttal. "That's not true." Just then, Yena started to sob. "You jerk. You cursed at me and then hit me." Before she could finish, she angrily yelled in frustration, and without warning, kicked Jong Min-jun, sending him tumbling back. He suddenly got hit, holding his chin in confusion. "I cursed at Han Yena." Han couldn't believe it and asked back, his tone full of admiration. "Did Jong Min-jun really curse at Han Yena?" He explained his grievance. "Am I talking nonsense?" A peaceful night quickly passed. When dawn broke, everyone woke up. Preparing for the plan to leave, Han carefully instructed them. "I'll say it again. If the professor and I get the ambulance as planned, then I will drive straight back as soon as we arrive. If Min-jun opens the garage door, then we'll bring the car in, load the stuff in the back seat, and leave immediately." "Okay, Jong Min-jun, you go up and keep watch carefully, observing the surroundings until we return. Absolutely do not slack off." After receiving his confirmation, On and Professor Sehun quickly said goodbye to everyone. "Well, I'm off. Take care. On, remember to take care of yourself. Don't worry." After they left, the door of the villa closed tightly once again. The quiet street was shrouded in a hazy fog. Jong Min-jun carefully held the binoculars, observing the surroundings. Yina, sitting beside him, anxiously asked him, "Still not seeing anything?" Jong Min-jun replied according to the situation. "The fog is really thick today," which made Yena even more worried. Could something have happened? More than an hour had passed, and he seemed calmer, gently reassuring Yina. They said, "There's a car 1 kilometer away. If we walk and stay alert, it would take more than 30 minutes to get there. Because I heard there were infected people in the ambulance, it must take time to handle it." Just then, a loud sound from afar startled both of them. Yina trembled and asked, "Did you hear that? Was that a gunshot? Did Han shoot?" Jong Min-jun almost confidently replied, "No, it doesn't sound like a rifle from the Chun. It's a bit different." Hearing this, Yina became even more confused. "What is it? Then whose gunshot was it? Was it the people who came yesterday?" Just then, she suddenly frowned, pinching her nose. Jong Min-jun saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" Yina's voice came from behind her tightly covered hands, trembling fiercely. "What is that? This stench makes me want to vomit." She quickly warned him that something was approaching. As soon as Yina finished speaking, a panicked sound from outside echoed. Opening the door, Jong Min-jun quickly raised the binoculars, looking outside. From within the thick fog, a man was rushing towards them, shouting in panic, "Open the door quickly." Jong Min-jun quickly recognized him. "You were here yesterday, right?" Yina, unable to see, stood by fearfully, asking him, "Who is it?" Jong Min-jun replied to her without hesitation, "It's the guy who came yesterday morning. But where's the car they were in? There's another person too." At that moment, the man had run to the outside of their villa. He frantically banged on the door, continuously pleading for help. Open the door quickly." Jong Min-jun carefully asked him, "You're the guy from yesterday, right? Where's the other guy?" From outside, the panicked man replied to him, "He was attacked and died." "Has Han not returned yet? Why isn't he answering the radio? There are monsters appearing." As he spoke these words, his voice trembled uncontrollably. Then he shouted, "There are monsters appearing. Shooting won't do any good." Jong Min-jun hurriedly raised the binoculars, but what he saw made him horrified. No, it can't be. A swollen foot was slowly stepping on the road, accompanied by distorted moaning sounds. "Han Yina, where are you?" The image of a chubby boy cheerfully greeting them appeared. "Nice to see you again, Brother Bonggu." But now that face looked like it had been soaked, with blood continuously flowing from his mouth, distorting its strange tones. "Why isn't your Insta account accepting me?" That image suddenly reminded Min-jun of a zombie game he had once played. At that time, he hurriedly shouted to his teammates, Hey, there's a zombie pet at the marked spot. Run fast." The door that I always thought about with unease. On the computer screen was a zombie with a rotting body, slowly advancing despite the bullets, doing nothing to it. The thought that had been in his head for a long time suddenly resurfaced. If it was even slightly related, this world would definitely perish. It was that feeling of unease, and the reality, along with the appearance of the bloody, deformed corpse of Lee Bon-ju, served as proof of his concerns. He slowly approached. The sounds of moaning kept repeating. His Yina, along with a confirming thought that had formed in Min-jun's mind. At that moment, I was sure. A few minutes ago, Han and Professor Si-jun had arrived at the ambulance as planned. They looked at the infected driver struggling inside, carefully discussing among themselves. Kang Han looked around for a moment before giving his opinion. There were two people in front. If the car could start, could it back up? Dewey Han seemed to completely agree with his suggestion, since there was enough space behind. But how should they handle it? Just then, a loud noise echoed from afar. Dae-hun turned to Han in shock. What was that noise? At the same time, a panicked voice came from the intercom. "Han, did you get the car? Hurry up and come here. Something's wrong." Through the phone call, he quickly realized that the noise was gunfire from the people who came yesterday, making him even more anxious. What happened? An didn't answer him, just urgently urged, "Hurry up, Professor. I think using the rifle would be faster. If you open the driver's door, I'll shoot. After shooting, the infected will come towards us, so we need to handle the back quickly too." Meanwhile, at the villa, Jong Min-jun quickly rushed down the stairs. The man's cries for help still echoed from outside the door. "Please, open the door, or I'll die." He quickly flung the door open, shouting at the man, "Hurry, come in." The other man immediately lunged forward. But before he could finish his words, an infected person charged in from behind. In Jong Min-jun's horrified gaze, he knocked the man down, struggling with the infected while continuously pleading for help. Please save me." Jong Min-jun was also startled by the unexpected situation, stammering, What is it?" Just then, Yena rushed out from inside to warn him. "The infected are coming. Jong Min-jun, get inside." Her gaze suddenly caught sight of the figure of Lee Bon-ju. The mutation of the infected Lee Bon-ju was slowly approaching from behind the other infected. At the same time, the sound of his twisted voice rang out cheerfully. "Found you." Yine was so scared she sat down on the ground. Meanwhile, Jong Min-jun quickly closed the door. Before the infected could rush in, he held the door tightly, with the painful screams of the man from earlier ringing in his ears. "Please save me." Yina behind him was trembling in fear, still panicked, her voice shaking as she spoke. What is that? What the hell is that?" Jong Min-jun replied to her in a low voice. "That's Lee Bon-ju, the one we met at the construction site, a friend of Park Seong-bin," and outside, the heavy footsteps and distorted sounds were still calling out. Yina Jong Min-jun was sweating, mumbling, "Run, we have to run fast." He shouted in panic, "This is hard to handle, even with a rifle. I wish Hakan was here." Just as he finished speaking, loud noises came from outside the door. He turned alertly and saw the villa's door being slammed inwards by some strong force from outside. Aunt Moonjong heard the noise from inside and rushed out to ask, "What was that noise?" Jong Min-jun quickly shouted at something. "Get inside, ma'am. Please take Ha-dun up to the second floor." At that moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Fire. That's right. Molotov cocktail. Jong Min-jun quickly called Han Yina, listen carefully to what I'm saying. You have to help me, okay? But Yina seemed to be scared by the earlier situation completely. Unresponsive to his words, Jong Min-jun anxiously shouted. He grabbed Han Yina by the shoulders and yelled, "Snap out of it and listen to me." As soon as he saw her react, he hurriedly explained to her what needed to be done. That will definitely break down the front door. They can smash the door to find you, understand? I will throw a Molotov cocktail at the front door to create a fire to buy us some time. There was leftover gasoline from making the Molotov cocktail yesterday, right? If they break through the front door, you pour gasoline on them from above, then I will continue attacking with Molotov cocktails. There will surely be more infected coming, so after pouring gasoline, you also have to attack with Molotov cocktails from above. We will split the 8 Molotov cocktails evenly. I'll take 4. You take 4. Can you do it? Seeing that she still didn't respond, he couldn't help but shout, "I'm asking if you can do it." Yina trembled as she looked at him, but still nodded slightly. Jong Min-jun then led her into the house, urging the others inside, "Hurry, go to the second floor." At the same time, he grabbed some homemade Molotov cocktails, lit one, and ran outside, constantly considering the next possible scenarios in his mind. Because of that noise, the infected will come in greater numbers. The moment the door is broken, they will all rush in at once. But if I'm right, no matter how strong their instinct to attack is, they are still weak against fire. He thought as he threw a Molotov cocktail hard at the door that had a large hole broken in it. Even if they charged into the flames, at least it could hinder their overwhelming attack. The Molotov cocktail quickly exploded. Along with that, the villa's door was smashed in by a punch from Lee Bonju. He stepped into the blazing flames almost face to face with Jong Min-jun. Inside him, a feeling of fear kept rising. More importantly, if he didn't deal with that guy first, everything would end right here. That Bonju guy kept mumbling the name Yina. Just then, her voice shouted down from above, "You found me? Huh? You sick pervert." Along with that, a can of gasoline was thrown straight down onto him from above. Jong Min-jun was just waiting to coordinate with her to throw a Molotov cocktail at Bonju. "Get back to hell, you bastard." The Molotov cocktail immediately took effect and exploded, engulfing him in roaring flames. Meanwhile, Jong Min-jun shouted a warning to Ye Na and Aunt Moon-jong from upstairs. That wasn't enough. Even though they had blocked with fire, some infected would still get through, so keep throwing bombs and attacking. As soon as the words ended, from outside the door, another infected person lunged in amidst the warning shouts from the two above. One got in, and Jong Min-jun quickly turned to fight back, thinking to himself, there weren't enough Molotov cocktails left. If more hit, it would be very dangerous. If only Hakon's rifle were here. Yena on the second floor must be running low too. He glanced at Yena throwing bombs to stop the other infected and felt extremely anxious. Just as he predicted, he quickly found he only had one bottle left. Jong Min-jun cursed quietly. Damn it, the last one. Just as he was about to throw it, an infected person dashed past the fire defenses and charged at him. Jong Min-jun was easily knocked down by the guy, and Yena, seeing that scene, couldn't help but scream. Jong Min-jun and Aunt Moon-jong, holding the last Molotov cocktail of the two, became confused. What to do now? Yi now worriedly tried to stop him. If he threw that down, Min-jun would also be burned alive. "I'll go down to help right away." At the same time, she shouted to him. Jong Min-jun tried to hold on just a little longer. He was doing his best to keep the infected guy from biting him while also yelling to stop her. Don't come down. Just hide." Han Yina. He felt the footsteps getting closer. If more infected came, he thought despairingly that it would be the end. Just then, a gunshot rang out, blasting the infected guy away from him. As he opened his eyes, he saw Kang Hakon had just returned in time, shouting at him, "Get up before more of them come." Shaking in disbelief, he hesitated. Call Kang Hakon. He reached out to pull him up. At that moment, Bonju was still struggling in the flames, suddenly wanting to move forward, keep watch over everyone, urging them continuously. "Everyone, hurry up." The infected crowd quickly surged in. Hakon guarded the ambulance, immediately firing straight at the nearest enemy. A few gunshots rang out, and when he fired the last shot, everyone managed to get inside the vehicle. The ambulance doors quickly slammed shut. Hakon hurriedly signaled to June, "Let's go." He didn't hesitate. He started the ambulance and drove away. Through the rearview mirror, Jong Min-jun could see the house that was once a safe haven for his family now being engulfed in flames. He felt a twinge of regret but still looked straight ahead, driving the ambulance away. Outside, the city was a chaotic mess. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the entire city turned hazy. The car stood silently there. Inside was a group of people sitting in deep thought. Jong Min-jun bowed his head, recalling the earlier scene. Outside the house, there was a frantic knocking on the door. "Please open the door, or I'll die." He kindly opened the gate for the person. "Hurry, come in." Before the person could even say thank you, they were lunged at by a zombie. Jong Min-jun blankly looked down, clutching his stomach. "It hurts again." Yina, behind him, worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Jin-jun replied, "The wound on my hip has been aching since earlier." She suggested, "Haven't you had the stitches removed? I'll ask Hakan to take them out later." He immediately refused. "Let's just wait until tomorrow." The vehicle slowly moved. Jong Min-jun in the driver's seat chatted. "It seems we're almost at the rendezvous point that man mentioned. Anyway, he probably won't show up." Kang Hakan replied, looking at the paper in his hand. He said to turn left at the Erwan Hope Bar and then go straight to get there. He turned to ask him, "If we've been going for about 4 kilometers, then we must be halfway there. It's still bright out. How about we just head straight to Gunja?" Kang Hakan disagreed, but the weather was gloomy and it looked like it was about to rain. "It's too dangerous. We should wait at the meeting point until the weather calms down." Then Seo Jong Min-jun suddenly looked straight ahead. "There, I see it. The Sky Hotel." The road ahead was quite quiet. Inside the hotel was a dark, deep corridor. Yena fearfully said, "Isn't this a bit too scary? If something jumps out, I might just wet my pants." Someone then reminded, "Wet your pants? Speak politely." Yena, right? She still looked a bit confused. "Do you really think this place is okay?" Kang Ha-kon, holding a flashlight, walked ahead and replied, "Yeah, I checked the second floor thoroughly. Rooms 202, 203, and 206 are all safe. Everyone should go into a room to rest." Yena wondered. Kang Ha-kon, "Aren't you scared?" He replied, "I'm more afraid of people than ghosts or infected. I heard that as long as we avoid rooms with signs like this, we'll be fine." Then Hakon pointed the flashlight at a door marked with a bloody X. "Oh, and there's an infected person on the 4th floor. Absolutely don't go up there." Someone timidly asked them. "They won't come down to the 2nd floor, right?" He reassured them. "The stairs are locked, and they can't use the elevator either." They turned back to ask Sejun for his opinion. "So how do we split the 3 rooms reasonably?" Yena told Kang. Hakan, don't shine the light in the professor's face like that. It looks creepy." "In room 203. Kang Hakan worriedly asked, "Yena, are you okay staying alone in a room?" She forced a smile. "Huh? Actually, it's more comfortable being with you guys than being alone." He then suggested, "Why don't you just share a room with that couple? There are 3 empty rooms. One room I'm sharing with Min-jun. The other room is for the teacher and Ha-dun. And the last room." Yena immediately interrupted. "Never mind, let's just share for convenience." Jong Min-jun stood quietly in the corner, clutching his wound. He gasped in pain. It hurt more and more. Then he shivered and pulled up his shirt to reveal a bandage. He stared down in shock, his eyes widening. "What the hell? How did this happen?" Jong Min-jun's hand trembled as he exposed the bandage. Around the wound were streaks of white blood spreading out. "Why is the wound like this?" He looked up in panic. "This looks like an infected wound." Jong Min-jun examined himself in the mirror. "Could it be that I really got infected? When did this happen? Where? Was it when the infected attacked earlier?" He rolled up his sleeve to check. No, there were no bite marks. "I'm sure I wasn't bitten." Then it dawned on him that when he got stabbed at the construction site, could he have been infected through that wound? He recalled getting stabbed and then collapsing. After that, they dragged him up and both were thrown straight outside. After that fall, he couldn't remember anything else. But if he was infected back then, the incubation period couldn't be that long. If he was infected back then, he would have transformed by now, not like this. Or was it when the infected attacked earlier? The zombie opened its mouth to bite Min-jun. He tried to fight back, but then more of them rushed in. Jong Min-jun squeezed his eyes shut, wishing he could shoot them all and save himself, but the wound on his stomach was covered by his clothes. It would be hard to get infected. If he got infected through fluids in his eyes or mouth, then Jong Min-jun worriedly asked Kang Hakan, "Oh, and the blood from the infected that splattered on him earlier should be fine, right?" He calmly reassured him. "I've been splattered with infected blood many times before, just touching it is fine. It seems like only bites can transmit it." Jong Min-jun anxiously speculated. Maybe Hakan's hypothesis is wrong, or he looked down at the wound. The wound is just infected. Jong Min-jun frowned. He sat down heavily on the floor. "Isn't my instinct telling me that I've been infected?" The oil lamp illuminated the entire room. Yena felt a bit anxious. She sat on the bed, staring at the bathroom door. "It's been over 30 minutes. What are they doing in there? I keep feeling worried." Then she raised her voice to call inside. "Jong Min-jun, what are you doing in there?" "I'm in a hurry. If you don't come out, I'm coming in." Before Yena could finish her sentence, Jong Min-jun opened the door and stepped out. She quickly asked, "What were you doing in there?" I didn't hear any water running, and he didn't answer either. He hesitated and said, "Sorry, you mentioned there was one empty room, right? Can I stay alone today?" Yina couldn't hide her surprise. "Why?" Jong Min-jun stammered to brush it off. "I just want to be alone." She still pressed on. "Isn't that right? It's just like that. At least you should give a reason." He had to come up with some excuse. "I'm not feeling great. I just want to be alone right now." Yina turned to look at Kang Ha-kan. "So it's just me and Ha-kan in the middle room. That's so awkward." Just as Jong Min-jun was about to grab his backpack and leave, she called him back. "Jong Min-jun, wait." Yina stood in front of the room door. "Are you annoyed with me or something? After all, we're not at home. Sharing a room in a motel is indeed a bit much." Jong Min-jun quickly interrupted her. "Yina, I'm serious. I really don't want to mess around with you anymore, please." Yina was taken aback. She stood frozen, watching him leave. Kang Ha-kan silently leaned against the window and said, "I'll stay in the middle room with the teacher and Ha-dun." "Yina, it should be less awkward for you to stay in the middle room with her, right?" Yina reluctantly agreed. "Fine, room 202. Jong Min-jun quietly opened the door. Everyone thought that his life would start like a great movie or script, just like in films. In the end, he would live happily ever after. No matter how tough it was, it would ultimately have a beautiful ending. Jong Min-jun hugged his stomach, leaning against the door and slowly slid down. But that wasn't going to happen. The floor was a mess. Just as I thought, I'm nothing like a main character at all. In the end, I'm just quietly infected and disappear, just an ordinary background role. What was I expecting? His eyes welled up with tears in this terrible life. He couldn't hold back. Jong Min-jun bowed his head, bursting into tears. After all, it would end like this. Outside, it was pitch dark and covered in fog. Occasionally, the faint growls of zombies could be heard. The next morning, Yina stood in front of room 202 knocking on the door. "Min-jun, are you awake yet?" Jong Min-jun and Kang Ha-kan stood beside her and offered, "Let me try opening it." He tried turning the doorknob several times, but it wouldn't budge. "It's locked." Kang Ha-kan hesitated and said, "I hope I guessed wrong." But in the bag, it seemed like he had been infected. Yina was stunned. "What?" She clearly didn't believe what he said. "What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. He clearly said he wasn't bitten." Kang Ha-kan argued. "But we didn't directly confirm it," Yina stubbornly explained. If Min-jun really got infected, he would be banging on the door like those infected. But he was still silent, and he thought in another direction. If he was still normal, he would have opened the door by now. And if he hadn't turned into an infected, he might have stopped breathing by now. Yina was speechless. She trembled and said, "Hey Kang Ha-kan, don't say stuff like that even as a joke." Yina panicked and banged on the door. "Hey Jong Min-jun, hurry up and open the door. Stop joking around. Are you guys messing with me? Cut that nonsense out. Open the door already. This isn't funny." There was absolutely no response. She lowered her head slightly. Jong Min-jun shouted again, "If you don't open the door, I'm really going to break it down. Open the door, you crazy guy. Hurry up." The door suddenly creaked open. She widened her eyes and asked timidly, "Hey, are you okay?" Jong Min-jun stepped out, holding his stomach, his body covered in dark red blood splatters. "You guys, I feel something very strange about my body. The outside is eerily calm." A voice from outside the construction site urged, "Hey, hurry up." Two boys stood at the door arguing. One said, "Didn't the uncle warn us? There's a crazy guy here who told us to stay away." The other replied, "I know." Then he asked again, "Is it really the end of the world? I heard there's a madman who believes the world is about to end living here. I'm just curious. I want to know why he thinks that." The worried boy next to him tried to stop him. "What if you really get shot?" The older brother remained determined not to leave. "But I heard that there hasn't been a shooting in this area for decades. He probably isn't the type to shoot randomly." The younger brother replied, confused, "I don't know, 18 years ago, Pennsylvania, USA." The younger brother turned away and said, "I'm going home now. If you get scolded by the uncle, I won't take responsibility." The older brother fell silent. Suddenly, a voice came from inside. "Who's there?" "There are zombies out there. It's dangerous. Why are you just standing there?" He didn't have time to react strangely. Then he wondered, "Zombies? What are they?" The person inside didn't answer but asked about something else. "Earlier, I saw you speaking a foreign language with some kid. What language was that?" He politely replied, "Korean." The man seemed to recognize them. "Oh, you're the son of that Asian couple who just moved in, right?" He immediately denied it. "I'm not their son. I'm just staying at the uncle's house. I just came here a year ago." The man asked again, "Where are your parents?" He pursed his lips and replied emotionlessly, "They are gone." Both my dad and mom died in Korea, so my twin brother and I were sent here. The person inside paused for a moment and then apologized. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Then he urged him to go back. Anyway, it's really dangerous out there. Hurry home. There will be zombies everywhere. The older brother thought to himself that the guy really was crazy. The other person asked again, are you looking for a place to hide? He replied in confusion, yes. Are we acting in a play? Then I'll just go along with the story of being chased by some zombie thing, so I'm running away. But he predicted the man would panic and exclaim, oh my god, so the zombies really have come up from the ground? Have you been bitten anywhere? He answered, no. The construction site door suddenly opened. The older brother was surprised to see inside a tall man holding a gun. He shouted, get inside quickly. The boy widened his eyes in shock. The sunlight streamed through the mesh. It was a beautiful sunny day. The golden sunlight spread everywhere. On the other side of the construction site was the man's house. Inside the messy house filled with bottles and food, the boy followed him curiously, asking, but you've been talking about zombies. What exactly are zombies? The man laughed and replied, don't you know? Where do criminals go when they die? Do you know? It's hell. But for thousands of years, there have been too many criminals. So what if hell runs out of space? Then the end result is that God will pass judgment. The punishment is cruel and harsh. He tilted his head back after hell was filled with sinners. Those who die and can't enter hell will wander the world. He was stunned. God's wrath is coming. The end of the world is near. If you don't prepare like I do, it's hard to survive. The man looked straight at the boy. I will show you the real horror. Inside the basement, there was plenty of food and weapons. They stepped inside, and he immediately exclaimed, what is that? The man concluded. The apocalypse will come sooner or later. 2 years later, in Seoul, Korea. Inside room 202, Jong Min-jun lay on the sofa, surrounded by Yi-na and Kang Ha-kan sitting with Kang Ha-kan pointing a gun straight at him. She turned to remind him, hey Kang Ha-kan, you keep aiming that gun. Kang Ha-kan interrupted, who knows if he suddenly attacks. They turned to ask Seoul for his opinion. Professor, what do you think? He must be infected, right? He hesitated to answer. This symptom isn't just from being cut. A fever of 42 degrees is unreasonable. If only there were a specialist doctor, we would know for sure. Jong Min-jun lying on the bed also felt confused but completely unclear about the transmission route. At that moment, it seemed he wasn't bitten. And it's strange that the symptoms spread from the cut. Very strange. Yina agreed. If he was infected at the construction site a few days ago, he would have transformed by now. The incubation period isn't that long. Why is June crossing his arms and reasoning? It depends on the bite location. It could be a few minutes, or at most a few hours. Definitely not more than a day. Kang Ha-kan held firm to his hypothesis. In my opinion, Min-jun is definitely 100% infected. The symptoms spread from the cut because it could be due to blood or fluid contact with the infected person or due to an open wound that got infected. So that means before I treated him, he was already infected. As for why it just broke out now, I have no idea. Yina widened her eyes in surprise. So if that's the case, you mean Jong Min-jun has been infected for a few days now? Kang Ha-kan also probed. So you mean he should quickly make a decision. If by tomorrow he hasn't transformed, Jong Min-jun, you might be immune. Of course, I'm not a medical expert, so I can't be sure. Jong Min-jun was left speechless. Can I be immune? The sky turned to dusk, and the growling sound like it was programmed echoed again. It was bright. Jong Min-jun was still intact, lying on the bed. Yena stood by, hearing the commotion. She quickly asked, are you awake? Your fever has gone down, and your face looks better too. How do you feel? She immediately replied. Since yesterday, I must have slept for dozens of hours. Jong Min-jun ran over, confused, and asked, Yina, why are you here? She responded, puzzled. Huh? I'm just checking on you. What else would I be doing? He looked at her with concern. What if I turn into a zombie? Aren't you scared sitting next to me like this? Yina was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Hey, a savage like you turning into a zombie isn't scary at all, you know? Besides, I might be the one who's immune. It's been a while since then. Jong Min-jun sighed. But Yina, you've really changed a lot. You even take care of me now. Throwing Molotov cocktails at the professor's house was pretty badass too. Hearing that, she became shy. What? What are you talking about? You think I'm some delicate girl in a glass cage? No. Without you, I can still survive just fine. Yina's face was now as red as a ripe persimmon. As for taking care of you, it's just a health check, he gently said. Thank you. From what I see, you're so different from a few days ago. I never thought I would rely on you, but still, thank you so much. She shyly replied, I'm the one who should be thanking you. If I want to live, I have to be able to do everything. But are you really okay? Jong Min-jun replied, trembling. I'm much better than yesterday. Yesterday felt like 1,000 pounds hanging by a thread. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and Kang Ha-kan sat at the end of the bed with his arms crossed. What about that guy Lee Bon-ju? You said he looks just like a zombie from the game you play, right? He affirmed. I'm sure this situation has something to do with that game. He didn't mock, but seemed to believe it somewhat. So the game company created the virus and spread it out. Is that what you mean? Jong Min-jun replied. I don't know. That developer is quite famous, right? What's his name again? A boy stepped up to the door and chimed in. CEO Daniel Jane of Redham Studio. He's the game developer I really admire. He was Ha-dun, 12 years old, in 6th grade at Anyang Elementary School. Jong Min-jun remembered. Oh right, Ha-dun dreams of becoming a game programmer? Kang Ha-ka mumbled. Daniel Jane? Have you ever heard of him? She crossed her legs and replied, I think so. The Ha-dun mentioned a genius of Korean descent who became famous in North America with the game Into Holocaust when he was in high school and found Dae-thang made a fortune and then invested heavily in biomedical, acquiring related companies. Now he's as famous in North America as Elon Musk, and the IT Kang Ha-kan repeated the boy's words, biomedical and healthcare, huh. Ha-dun continued. He also has a twin brother. Their last name is Zin, I think, and he must be famous too. If you search online, you'll find him right away. But now he's lost his life, and Kang Ha-kan was still lost in his own thoughts, murmuring. Zombie games, healthcare business, they connect in a strangely coherent way. Yina curiously asked, if that company is really involved in this, then why? What's the purpose? Ha-dun replied, I don't know that either. Jong Min-jun tensed up and remained silent. In a pitch-black corridor, a grown man was reading information about Daniel Jane, 29 years old. Before moving to the U.S., he came from a wealthy family in Korea, with evidence of being bullied along with his twin brother Elios Jane. Surrounding them were a group of serious-looking people observing. His mother was a famous actress at the end of the 2000s, embroiled in a tax evasion scandal, heavily criticized by the public, ultimately retiring, burdened with huge taxes and compensation, then taking her own life. After investigation, it was the tax agency's fault due to intentional misconduct and errors. At the same time, his father was also scammed in real estate, going bankrupt for hundreds of billions, then committing suicide. Eventually, the two brothers moved to the U.S. to live with their uncle, making a lot of money from the games they developed at 17, but their uncle also embezzled money, betraying their only relatives, then founded Redham Studio. Growing stronger, they ventured into healthcare, and biotechnology emerged as a new force in the medical industry in the future. The young man sitting in front of him grew impatient and interrupted. Get to the point. I don't have time. I need to get back to Korea immediately. He pretended to understand. Being treated poorly by your peers, you must want to kill them all to vent your anger, right? But it doesn't need to go this far. Daniel Jane looked at the handsome teenager in front of him, and he immediately guessed. You were the one who released the virus in Korea, weren't you? The boy quickly denied it. I've told you so many times it wasn't me. You should suspect my bastard brother instead. Daniel Jane, 29 years old, director of Redham Studios. The man frowned, asking. Elios Jane disappeared right after entering Korea. Do you know why he came to Korea? Eidenbrook, 47 years old, the commander of the operation under SISAC, commander of the U.S. Marine Corps with over 20 years of experience in special operations, ZASAC, the Special Operations Center of the Shy Special Forces, previously called, as Sat Daniel Jane responded. I don't know either. He seriously recounted. But if right after my brother and all the core members of the research team arrived in Korea, this incident happened, then it's pretty obvious. Eidenbrook countered. You were the one who took over Elios's research institute. Even if it was your brother who created that virus, you didn't know anything. I find that even more unreasonable. After the zombie incident in Korea, stocks related to biomedical vaccines skyrocketed, and your subsidiaries increased by 500% in just 1 month. It was indeed a perfect timing. I suspect you are the source of all this. Daniel Jane cursed under his breath. Damn it. He lowered his head. That guy has always been like that. He always says that all Koreans should go to hell. He certainly didn't believe it. You say Elios Jane, who dedicated his life to saving humanity, would say something like that. Daniel Jane interrupted. So you're saying I'm controlling him? You're the source of all this. Daniel Jane interrupted. So you mean I'm controlling my brother? Let's create a zombie virus and spread it in South Korea, right? That's crazy enough to turn the zombie game into reality. I'm the one who built the company for the future of humanity. He shouted, while we're sitting here, countless people back home are dying slowly. Neither the CDC nor any research institute can create a vaccine or control the situation. If the virus truly originated from our research institute, then only we can stop it. Eidenbrook from the CDC reassured. The vaccine will be developed in the U.S. under Shia's supervision. Daniel Jane retorted. So you plan to bring the infected back to America? To his surprise, he replied, they've already been brought back. He joked, if someone is the first to get infected in this country, you'll regret it. Not just South Korea, the virus is spreading to China, Japan, and Southeast Asia. Sooner or later, it will reach America. If I want to clean up the mess my brother left, I have to go to South Korea myself. Eidenbrook turned to the woman beside him and asked, we still haven't confirmed the whereabouts of Elios Jane, right? She confirmed. Yes, we haven't had any contact from the staff on site. Maurice Blame spoke seriously. Daniel Jane's testimony and circumstances still match up, and without evidence, Elios Jin remains the prime suspect. Maurice B., 36 years old, a former member of Delta Fox, now a tactical officer in the CIA's SOG, has participated in many combat operations, kidnappings, and assassinations in the Middle East and Africa. SOG is a special operations group. The woman continued. Even so, we can't let Daniel Jean leave until we find Elias Jean. We will go directly to capture Elias Jean. Camila Josa, 27 years old, a field operations officer of the SOG under CIA SAC, born in Puerto Rico, was a member of the DeFaz team, experienced in many operations to eliminate South American drug cartels, working with the U. Drug Enforcement Administration, Daniel Jane suggested. Then let's do this. You all come with me to South Korea, of course. I won't act recklessly. Feel free to monitor me as much as you want. I will never escape the CIA's grasp. His gaze turned sharp. That bastard will never evade me. It will definitely appear before me. I'm the one who knows it best. Eidenbrook looked at him intently, and the one who can save humanity is only me. The streets were chaotic, filled with cars with doors flung open. 2 days ago, Park Seong-bin was leisurely moving down the street alone. The fog was thick today. Damn it, the battery is at 30%. I need to find a place to charge. Just a bit further, and I'll reach Ganghan Station. Don't tell me they're changing the destination again. Anyway, I plan to cross over to Line 5, just stop by Gunja and Asan stations. Suddenly, a zombie growled and approached from the front. Park Seong-bin stopped his vehicle. He approached the zombie, reaching into his pocket to pull something out. Park Seong-bin swung the knife hard and stabbed it straight into its head. The knife in his hand stabbed down repeatedly, his gaze fierce. It really felt better to stab than to punch. Plus, it was exhilarating. Maybe that's why some serial killers can't stop. But these infected ones can't talk or plead for mercy. I'm starting to get bored. Suddenly, Park Seong-bin looked up at the sky, wondering, what was that sound? It sounded like gunfire. Don't tell me it's real guns. In our country, but it could also be soldiers. His hand gripped the knife handle tightly. If it was a weapon like a gun, those damn soldiers should be able to handle the infected. Damn it, he decided he had to check it out anyway. Passing by the car with its hood popped open, Park Seong-bin got closer to where the gunfire was coming from. It's close now. The gunshots continued to ring out. He silently counted. What the hell? How many shots are there? Seems like more than 10. Suddenly, someone called out. Park Seong-bin saw a group of people on the rooftop. He cautiously asked, "You're a survivor, right? Don't go that way. The infected are all heading over there." Then he begged for help. "I'm seriously injured. Please help me." He stared wide-eyed at him. Inside the house, there were streaks of blood everywhere. Park Seong-bin looked at the man suspiciously. "Is it true?" He replied, "Yes. About 300 meters away, there are a few survivors. They agreed to meet at the Sky Motel in Gwangjin-gu." His blood-soaked leg was loosely bandaged and suddenly, a monster appeared today, causing a big scene. I almost died. Thankfully, I survived. My right leg can't move, but luckily I wasn't bitten. They might think I'm dead, so I ran to their house to call for help. Hearing the loud gunfire, they must be in big trouble over there. I hope they managed to escape safely by ambulance. Park Seong-bin squatted down in front of him. "Anyway, it's good that you're still alive. I'll help as much as I can. But are the survivors over there soldiers? I heard a lot of gunfire." The man dismissed his speculation. "No, they're not soldiers. I heard there's a refugee from North Korea who looks like a high school student." Park Seong-bin's eyes widened as he quickly asked, "Did you just say a refugee?" "A high school student," he replied. "Yes." He asked further, "So, is there a boy with glasses and a girl with long hair about 170 centimeters tall in the group?" The man hesitated to remember. "I'm not sure about the girl, but there was a guy around 50 years old and a boy with glasses. He looked like a high school student." Park Seong-bin somewhat confirmed his thoughts. That refugee kid's name is Kang Ha-kan, right? He lowered his head. Oh, that person's name. Then he looked up slightly. My teammate is the direct contact. I think the name is something like Hakan, but I can't remember the last name. I'm pretty sure the first name is Hakan. After that, Park Seong-bin fell silent and started listing familiar names. Kang Ha-kan, Jong Min-jun, Yena. He smiled with joy. They are my friends. I've been looking for them everywhere. The man didn't expect this answer. Really? Park Seong-bin probed a bit more. So they're in that house, right? The man confirmed. Yeah, but hearing so many gunshots, there must be something going on over there. I think I heard the sound of an engine, but I don't know if they managed to escape in an ambulance. I hope my group is still alive, but he's worried. With this leg, I can't go far without a vehicle. The car was wrecked by that monster. Now, I need a new ride. Can you help find a car or a motorcycle? Or if you join that group, please let them know I'm still alive. Park Seong-bin stood up, grinning mischievously. That house. The Sky Hotel ambulance. Heh heh. Awesome. I wasn't expecting you to bring me unexpected luck. Ha ha. He shamelessly rummaged through the man's bag. Let's see what this guy has in his backpack. The man was astonished. Hey, why are you going through my pockets? Park Seong-bin didn't bother to turn around. After all, you're about to die anyway. What's wrong with me? Taking the backpack, the man still tried to hold him back. Wait, what are you talking about? Park Seong-bin snapped irritably. Oh, you're so chatty, huh? Then he cursed. Do you think I'd help a cripple like you? If you're in pain, just die, you worthless piece of trash, the man helplessly shouted. Hey, you piece of shit, you just said you'd help. He scoffed. Help your head, you useless one. Ha ha, how can I trust you if you got bitten? Ha ha. Then suddenly, Park Seong-bin flashed a terrifying smile. Oh, are you scared of dying alone? Let me send you off gently. The horrifying screams echoed by the window. Aha. Outside that old house, Park Seong-bin looked into the empty space where there was no battery left. Just when the battery ran out. Damn it. He slung the backpack over his shoulder. Shit. I made the biggest mistake. The sky was completely overcast. Sky Hotel. Where did he say it was located? 2 days later, the group of Jong Min-jun was still deeply engrossed in discussion. But in that zombie game world, there's no concept of immunity. If Danny really wants to recreate it like in the game, then I'm like a system error, not in the design. Yena speculated that someone must be developing a vaccine somewhere. If an immune person appears, it would greatly help that process. Jong Min-jun, you might be humanity's last hope. He replied, but still needed to confirm if I was really immune first. I wonder if we can find a doctor or any agency to check. Kang Ha-kan honestly thought that the zombie game was really absurd, but what I found most confusing was the gun those people had yesterday. He recalled it looked like a Desert Eagle, but that gun isn't used domestically, right? Jong Min-jun curiously asked. Could it have been taken from a real shooting range? I heard there's a place like that in Myeongdong. Kang Ha-kan seemed to agree. That could be the most feasible route, but why did they come all the way here? It's still really confusing. Jong Min-jun sighed. Kang Ha-kan just stood up. The weather had improved, and Jong Min-jun was feeling better. We should move. Ha-dun quickly chimed in from outside the door. Oh, let me tell my parents to prepare. Kang Ha-kan turned to him. First, let me check the route to Gunja. It's about 5 to 6 kilometers away, so we need to at least know 1 to 2 kilometers of the route for the vehicle. He asked if I could go along. He confirmed his opinion once again. Are you sure? Yena was surprised. What? She advised. Don't go with Min-jun. Jong Min-jun replied in confusion. Yena is worried about you. Where are you going? What if you fall? He immediately comforted her. I'm really fine now. I'm totally okay. She was so anxious that she swore. Damn it. Are you planning to leave me behind, you bastard? Oh no. I mean if you go, I'll go with you. Jong Min-jun was astonished. Kang Ha-kan beside him exclaimed, Oh my god, Yena is really glued to Jong Min-jun. Ha ha. She shyly looked at him. What do you mean? Then she shouted loudly to explain. No, that's not it. That Min-jun was so weak yesterday he almost fainted. No worries, right? Kang Ha-kan, aren't you worried? Damn it. Is that what you call a friend? Kang Ha-kan was joking around happily. Oh, I see. But why are you so angry? Yena shyly pushed Jong Min-jun's head. I don't know. If you want to go, just go. He complained about the physical impact. Damn it. She sulked, sitting with her back to the bed, then fell over. I might as well die. He was speechless looking at her. Huh? What's that? Then carelessly pulled Kang Ha-kan away. Let's go, Ha-kan. He agreed. Okay. Yina didn't expect that the bastard actually left. She stared in surprise. Outside the lodge, a pair of blood-stained shoes approached their resting place. Park Seong-bin's lewd laughter suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, here we go. I searched all over the nearby lodge and finally saw his face, still wearing the signature Sky Motel smile. He didn't rush in but stood outside, chuckling. Just thinking about seeing Yina again makes me so nervous. Just as he was about to step up, he paused again. Wait a minute, that Hakan guy said he had a gun, right? If that guy is inside, then that puts me at a disadvantage. Damn it, I need to think of a way. Just then, footsteps rushed inside the building. Park Seong-bin immediately hid in a corner. Outside, the voices of Jong Min-jun and Hakan kept ringing out. Jong Min-jun, you take the rifle, okay? Ha! Ha! No, there's only one bullet left. Anyway, I already showed you how to use it last time, right? More than that, I'm most curious about Mr. Broke, because you haven't clearly explained it yet. Hakan interrupted. If you tell the whole story, you won't be able to hide your head, right? At that time, I had no choice but to ignore the broker. Jong Min-jun was quite curious. Escaping from North Korea through China without a broker is almost impossible, and Hakan had no way to complain. It really was putting his life on the line. Hiding behind a shadowy stone pillar, Park Seong-bin overheard the conversation and calculated in his mind. He didn't expect Hakan and Jong Min-jun to come out together. Damn, there really is a gun. Could the police be coming around here? But when the two walked away, he looked up at the building and had another thought. That means in that motel, Han Yina is in a situation with no defenses at all. Suppose there is another man with her. Could there be someone more dangerous than me? No way. After a while, this place fell back into its usual silence, with only a few zombies hiding in the shady spots. Jong Min-jun followed Hakan to chat, so he had held a gun when he was little. Huh. Mentioning this made Hakan hesitate a bit to recount. Ah, just before escaping from North Korea, that was the first time I killed someone with a gun. But Jong Min-jun was extremely interested and exclaimed, Really? Hakan added, My uncle had escaped here before and settled down. Using that excuse, my family was labeled as traitors. My parents were taken somewhere, tortured, and then died. After that, a soldier tortured my brother and me very brutally. One day, after being beaten nearly to death, I felt that if this continued, I would die. Taking advantage of his distraction, I grabbed the gun and pulled the trigger. That day, I took my brother and began a long journey. I was only 12 years old, and Jong Min-jun was increasingly shocked as he listened, gasping. That's amazing. Most students in our country live comfortably, not having to worry about food or clothing. Is every North Korean as good at survival as you? This made Hakan bewildered. Huh, no, not really. Not every North Korean is good at survival. They are physically weaker than us, thinner and shorter too. Actually, I'm nothing special. I just have a few life and death experiences accumulated over 2 years of running away. Jong Min-jun asked again. Still, don't you want to go back to your homeland? Hakan firmly replied. No, absolutely not. At the same time, inside room 203, Yena was glumly staring into space. Aunt Moonjong saw this and asked, Hey, why are you suddenly so grumpy? Yena avoided answering and said just to get by. Oh, it's nothing. Just my friends are getting on my nerves, especially Jong Min-jun. That guy is weak, but keeps rushing outside. Before she finished her sentence, Aunt Moonjong understood and burst out laughing. Still, he is doing it for our sake. And with Hakan around, don't worry too much, okay? Yena awkwardly said, Because of Hakan, I'm not too worried. I don't even understand myself. I'm just feeling frustrated. What if something happens to him? What will I do? Aunt Moonjong fell silent for a moment and then whispered, Our Yena likes that guy, right? Yena didn't expect that and replied with a stunned denial. No, but Aunt Moonjong saw her expression and laughed. Well, it could be. If not, then forget it. Those ambiguous words made Yena a bit confused. Do I like Min-jun? Nonsense. Lately, I've been hanging around Min-jun so much that it's been misunderstood, right? Others must think so, right? Oh no, it's not like that. This feeling isn't love. The only person I can rely on now is Jong Min-jun. That must be it. Suddenly, an image of Jong Min-jun looking at her affectionately came to her mind. Yena, you've changed a lot. Even a guy like me is being taken care of by you. Yena bit her lip in acknowledgement. Yeah, I have changed. Since the world collapsed, everything has become equal. Before the zombie incident, except for that gynecological issue, my life was no worse than anyone else's. I had everything I wanted, wore what I liked. I could dress up pretty and walk down the street, and every day I had 3 or 4 guys asking for my number. Back then, there wasn't a single boy who didn't fall for me. When I was in middle school, except for one brother. Thinking about this made her jump and curse under her breath. Damn it, is that why? Because Jong Min-jun doesn't show that he likes me. Most guys fall for me anyway. So why does that idiot not seem to be crazy about me? He doesn't show any reaction at all. What's up with that? Jong Min-jun doesn't beg me? Yeah, that's why. That idiot is like a wooden statue. Doesn't express any feelings at all. I can't even tell if he likes me or not. That damn guy. Suddenly, I feel like he's really annoying. Seeing her expression change continuously, Aunt Moon-jong turned away to give her some space. Just then, there was a loud knock at the door. Aunt Moon-jong immediately stood up and asked, "Who is it, my love? Or is it Ha-dun?" But there was still no answer from outside. Aunt Moon-jong asked again, "Or is it Ha-kan or Jong Min-jun coming back? Did you see anyone go out?" Yina hurriedly stopped her. "Wait." Outside, there was another loud knock. Yina anxiously stepped forward and asked for someone to answer. There was no sound, so she went to look through the peephole but saw no one outside. Park Seong-bin was hiding in a corner, chuckling to himself. What to do now? More nervous than the first time doing that back in middle school. Just now, it was definitely Han Yina's voice and another woman's voice too. Room 202. First, I need to check this room. Because who knows if there's another man with her, I have to check the other rooms too. Thinking it, he went to room 207 and pondered, does this X mark mean not to enter? It feels like someone inside might be infected. Suddenly, a noise caught Park Seong-bin's attention. Thinking about it, he went to room 207 and pondered, does this X mark mean not to enter? It feels like someone inside is infected. Suddenly, a noise caught Park Seong-bin's attention. He immediately shone the flashlight at room 206, and inside, he heard Jun's soft voice. "Ha-dun, wait here for a moment. Dad will come to see you soon." While still speaking, he opened the door, and right in front of him was Seong-bin's face, leaving him stunned and speechless. "Who are you?" Perrin coldly replied. "Who else could it be? I'm here looking for that damn Han Yine. Is there anyone else here besides you?" Toon screamed in horror. "What? No. Who the hell are you?" But Park Seong-bin didn't want to alert anyone else. He immediately pulled out a knife and shouted, "Not going to answer? Then die, you bastard." The commotion outside was so loud that Ha-dun curiously stepped out, gasping at the scene in front of the door. "Dad." Park Seong-bin sees there's another person and pushes Jun inside harder. Ha-dun quickly ran over to help. "What's going on? Let that bastard go." But before he could do anything, Seong-bin kicked him away, cursing, "Die." The noise over there had attracted Yina and John's attention. Both were stunned, unable to believe what they saw out the window. "Hey, babe." Ha-dun. Yina patted John's shoulder to reassure him. "Yeah, just wait a moment. Leave it to me." She turned back into the room, mumbling to herself. The dagger that Ha-kan had given her, she quickly found it and rushed out of the room. But before she could do anything, she heard a scream echoing back. "Get inside the house." Han Ye-na, Jong Min-jun, and Ha-kan rushed over from afar. In the blink of an eye, Ha-kan appeared at room 206, aiming a gun inside. Park Seong-bin was still unaware, continuously stabbing JH while interrogating him. "Is there anyone else here? Answer me, you bastard." Ha-kan shouted to stop him. "Don't you dare ignore me, you jerk." Park Seong-bin also paused, slowly standing up straight, turning his head to look towards the door. Ha-kan threatened, "This last bullet. Seong-bin, I'm going to shoot straight at you, so die." With that, Ha-kan pulled the trigger, but nothing happened except for a few clicking sounds. He couldn't help but lower the gun, wondering, what the hell? Damn it, is my gun jammed at a time like this? But Park Seong-bin seized the opportunity to rush in, easily kicking Ha-kan's gun aside. Ha-kan didn't bother to retrieve it. He immediately pulled out the dagger from his waist. A few minutes earlier, while they were walking down the street, seeing Jong Min-jun slow down, Ha-kan confusedly turned back to ask, "Jong Min-jun, what's wrong?" Jong Min-jun was sweating, his head down, replying, "It seems the symptoms are flaring up again. Look, look." He lifted his shirt to reveal a wound that was gradually spreading with bruised veins. "I feel so dizzy. The fever suddenly spiked. I was fine just a moment ago. Why now?" Ha-kan understood and without hesitation decided, "Let's go back." Min-jun, like Yina said, "Don't push yourself too hard. Let me take you back to rest." Jong Min-jun didn't insist on being strong, reluctantly agreeing. But inside, he still felt very uneasy, wondering why this was happening suddenly. After a while, they returned to the inn. As they got closer, Ha-kan heard strange noises followed by a scream from the second floor. Immediately, both rushed up, shouting into Han Yina's room, and quickly dashed to room 206. Hakan led the way, aiming his gun inside. Park Seong-bin coldly stared at the gun pointed at him. Kang Hakan angrily shouted, "The last bullet is for you. Park Seong-bin, die." But the gun only made clicking sounds. This scene shocked Hakan, and he quickly lowered the gun to check. "What's going on? Damn it, is my gun broken at a time like this?" Park Seong-bin took the chance to rush in and counterattack, kicking Hakan's gun aside. Hakan quickly pulled out the dagger from his waist to fight back, using one hand to block Seong-bin's knife. With the other hand, he tightly held the dagger and stabbed forward. Park Seong-bin couldn't dodge the attack, so he had to use his other arm to block the stab. One stab caused a splash of blood, making him angry and curse. "You bastard!" Hakan didn't give him a chance to think, stabbing repeatedly, then kicking him straight in the stomach. Park Seong-bin, in pain, stepped back, holding his belly and growling, "You'll die with me." Seeing he could still stand, Hakan couldn't help but exclaim, "Thanks to MMA training, your defense is pretty good, huh?" Park Seong-bin didn't dare to let his guard down, standing still, panting, analyzing. "This bastard Hakan, just in that moment, I got stabbed multiple times by him. No way, if he hits a vital point, just one strike will finish me. Even if I attack, it's hard to hit him. Not to mention that Jong Min-jun is standing behind me." Seeing him standing still, Hakan slowly approached to question, "How many people have you killed with that knife? Bringing a kitchen knife all the way here, you definitely haven't just killed zombies but also harmed civilians, daring to attack an innocent professor. You're clearly not normal. I feel pleasure stabbing others, especially criminals like you." Hearing this, Park Seong-bin broke out in a sweat. "Hakan, maybe we don't need to fight here. I propose a deal. I only have a grudge against Han Yena and Jong Min-jun. They destroyed my base, killed all my friends. Just hand over Jong Min-jun and that girl, and I'll leave right away." Kang Hakan angrily questioned, "What nonsense, you bastard? Then why did you kill an innocent professor?" Park Seong-bin couldn't lure him in, so he switched tactics and shouted, "Then, put down the knife. Fight barehanded like a real man. Throw away your weapons. Let's settle this with our fists. Damn it, are you afraid to fight barehanded? Don't be a coward and run away." While he was still shouting, he swung his hand back, quickly slashing with a strike that caught Park Seong-bin off guard, making him unable to react to block. The slash didn't take his life, but it took 2 fingertips, causing him to scream, "My fingers! I was talking and you dared to stab sneakily. You bastard, fight me fairly." The bastard shouted for a while but remained as still as a mountain. Seong-bin's eyes began to well up with tears, his voice trembling. "Damn it, please spare me this time." Hearing these words made Jong Min-jun's eyes widen in shock. Park Seong-bin grimaced and raised both hands in surrender, continuously begging, "I'm so sorry for attacking him. He's not dead yet. I will save him at all costs. Please, just let me go." But in response was Hakan's expressionless face and a death sentence. "Crimes must be paid for with lives. Park Seong-bin, this is your end." Seeing that neither approach worked, Park Seong-bin gritted his teeth and cursed back. "Damn it," he threw the knife he was holding to the ground and slowly smiled, adjusting his backpack on his shoulder. "Fine, let's see how this goes." This scene left Hakan a bit bewildered. Park Seong-bin took a challenging stance. "Even if I lose a hand, I will kill you." He charged at Hakan like a cornered beast. Hakan didn't expect this and cursed softly. "This guy is Park Seong-bin." Using one hand to grab the blade, he used the other to seize Hakan's wrist, his left leg quickly crossing over Hakan's leg, knocking him down onto the floor. He wrapped his arms around Hakan to restrain him, choking him to prevent any struggle. Lack of oxygen made Hakan's face turn red as he gasped. Park Seong-bin saw this and burst into laughter. "Hakan, you're underestimating me. Ha ha ha." Just as he was feeling pleased, his eyes widened. Suddenly, Min-jun coldly swung a nail bat like a demon aiming for his head. A sharp pain from his abdomen hit him, causing him to pull back and clutch his stomach. Following that was a scream that left Seong-bin stunned. Hakan, running out of oxygen, let out a few interrupted cries before closing his eyes and passing out. The knife in his hand fell away. Seeing he had successfully taken down the toughest opponent, Park Seong-bin jumped up and laughed loudly. "Oh, Jong Min-jun, you idiot. Do you think you can defeat me with that? You dare to touch me?" Jong Min-jun, his face covered in blood, struggled to curse silently in his head. Just then, "Damn it," Park Seong-bin smirked. "Hakan is out cold. That old man is down too, leaving just the kid and you. Damn it, I just had my finger cut off by Hakan, so I will kill you in the most brutal way possible." At that moment, blood trickled into Min-jun's pupils. He couldn't hold on any longer, dropping the nail bat and clutching his stomach, screaming in agony, startling Seong-bin. What the hell? What's going on? Jong Min-jun's screams grew louder, making Seong-bin realize something was wrong. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Has he been infected? If you're infected, I have to kill you right now, you bastard. He picked up the knife, but before he could do anything, Min-jun, clutching his stomach, walked in the opposite direction. He collapsed in front of room 205, repeatedly banging on the door. The infected inside heard the noise and growled in response. Park Seong-bin, caught off guard by this scene, stood frozen. What the hell is going on? Are there zombies in that room too? Jong Min-jun kept banging harder and louder. The zombies inside responded fiercely. The terrifying sound made Seong-bin break out in a cold sweat. What the hell? Jong Min-jun, are you crazy? Would you rather be zombie bait than die at my hands? If you want to die that badly, then die at my hands. As he spoke, he rushed forward, but the doorknob was bent out of shape. Jong Min-jun leaned back into the room. Park Seong-bin, not daring to chase, stood frozen. Moments later, growling sounds came from inside again, and a pair of blood-soaked legs slowly stepped out. Following them were other infected from the building. They wandered around, looking but not attacking Min-jun from behind. Seeing the number of zombies, Park Seong-bin was terrified and stammered. What the hell? Ha-kan had also regained consciousness, tiredly calling out, Jong Min-jun. Jong Min-jun trembled among the zombies, memories flooding back. Hey Jong Min-jun, before Yena comes, let's practice first. Take off your pants and let's fight. You fool. Damn it. Is Han Yena out cold? Your name is Jong Min-jun, right? I'm Park Seong-bin. Nice to meet you. That's enough. Don't be so tense. Jong Min-jun, you really are a coward, an idiot, a useless piece of trash. I absolutely hate you. Your dad is dead, and you're still alive. If you dare write my name in your suicide note, you better watch out. I will find and kill your mom after you're dead. Each word, each instance of torment kept replaying in his mind. Jong Min-jun's bloody hand slowly rose, ready to break free. That's right, my life has come to this because of Park Seong-bin. It's all your fault, so I will punish you. Go kill him. The wandering zombies seemed to receive an order, all rushing toward him. The zombies charged forward. Park Seong-bin trembled and shouted, What the hell? Ha-kan was sweating, pushing himself up, hurriedly running away, telling himself he didn't know what was happening but needed to hide inside the room. Once inside, Kang Ha-kan quickly shut the door and braced himself against it. Outside, Park Seong-bin punched a zombie in the face, cursing. Damn it, he hit another zombie off to the side, but the zombies, undeterred by death, kept piling on. Park Seong-bin pulled out a dagger and plunged it straight into the zombie's head, fearfully retreating and stammering. You bastard. Jong Min-jun, you bastard. But when he looked back at the empty hallway, he was horrified. Where the hell did Min-jun go? From below the dark staircase, footsteps echoed again. The sounds of the zombies' cries continued to resonate. He couldn't help but be alarmed. Where the hell was that bastard Min-jun? From below the dark staircase, footsteps echoed again. The sounds of the zombies' cries continued to resonate. The feeling of death calling made Park Seong-bin grit his teeth in anger. Damn it. Inside the room, Kang Ha-kan looked out in fear. What the hell is going on? Jong Min-jun, suddenly a child's voice rang out behind him. Daddy. Kang Ha-kan jumped, turning around in disbelief. The professor outside, the second wave of zombies had charged in. Park Seong-bin gritted his teeth and pressed himself against the wall. In a desperate move, he chose the marked door of room 207, opened it without hesitation, and slammed it shut behind him to escape the zombies outside. The zombies ignored him and continued to pound on that door. Park Seong-bin sighed in relief when he saw they couldn't get in at that moment, but unexpectedly, a zombie's growl came from behind him. The zombie trapped in this room lunged straight at him to bite. Outside, the zombies were frantically banging on the door, while behind them, Jong Min-jun, clutching his wound, slowly stepped forward with a cold expression, indifferent to the deafening sounds the zombies were making beside him. In room 206, Kang Ha-kan rushed over to ask, Professor, are you okay? The professor looked up and whispered, You're wrong. Kang Ha-kan was confused. What are you talking about? This wound can definitely be treated. The ambulance has enough medical equipment too. The professor interrupted him. The issue isn't the wound, but that knife. Kang Ha-kan understood immediately upon hearing this. His face was pale and blank. The room was filled only with sobs. Kang Ha-kan sat down to check, and after a moment, he broke out in a sweat, stood up, and said, It's still uncertain if it will get infected. I'll go get the equipment from the ambulance. As long as we stop the bleeding and treat the wound, it should be fine. Ha-dun helped the professor with the bleeding. After giving instructions, he opened the door slightly to peek outside, only to see Jong Min-jun quietly standing in front of room 210. Kang Ha-kan rushed over in panic and asked, "Jong Min-jun, what the hell happened?" Jong Min-jun coldly replied, "I've locked all the infected in this room, but the problem is that bastard Seong-bin escaped through the window." Avoiding the infected, Kang Ha-kan stammered, "But just now, I saw the infected not attacking you." Jong Min-jun didn't understand either. "I don't know either, but my gut tells me that when the symptoms flare up, the infected won't attack me. I still don't know when and why the symptoms flare up." Just then, feeling anxious, he suddenly shouted, "Ah, how's the professor?" Kang Ha-kan lowered his eyes and quietly said, "The wound isn't too serious." At that moment, Aunt Moonjong and Yena rushed out to ask, "Hey, is the professor okay?" Jong Min-jun bent down to pick up the gun, and Kang Ha-kan instructed, "Yena, help the professor stop the bleeding and lay him on the bed. I'll go get the equipment from the ambulance." Jong Min-jun handed the gun over and asked, "The last bullet. Are you sure you can shoot it?" Kang Ha-kan took the gun, reloaded it, checked it thoroughly, aimed it straight up, and confirmed. "Now unsure, do you remember how to use the gun I taught you before? That bastard Seong-bin is bleeding a lot. He probably can't run far. First, let's save the professor and then come with me." Before he could finish, Jong Min-jun shouted, "No, I will kill him myself. Professor, you all take good care of him." Kang Ha-kan could only remain silent. A moment later, both of them stepped out of the inn. Looking at the fresh blood on the ground, Jong Min-jun followed the blood trail, firmly believing it must be Seong-bin's footprints. The symptoms were also subsiding. If he didn't hurry, he might also be attacked by the infected. At the same time, in another corner of the city, a trail of blood dripped and formed a path. The zombies, attracted, chased after it frantically. Park Seong-bin, sweating profusely, hid behind an alley, telling himself he had to survive. No matter what, he had to make it. As the zombies ran out of sight, he ran in the opposite direction, cursing, "Damn it, I need medical supplies. I should have robbed the ambulance on the first floor and run. So stupid." The blood trail led into a house. Inside was dark with no light. Park Seong-bin frantically rummaged around, feeling increasingly frustrated. "Damn it. Isn't there a first aid kit or anything? I've lost too much blood already, all because of that bastard Kang Ha-kan. What the hell is this? Damn it." While he was still rummaging through everything, he suddenly froze, turned his head to see Jong Min-jun standing there pointing a gun at him. Park Seong-bin couldn't believe it and jumped up. "How did you get here?" Jong Min-jun replied without hesitation. "I don't know why, but your blood smells everywhere." Park Seong-bin forced a smile. "Jong Min-jun, I don't know what trick you're using, but why aren't the infected attacking you? A person like you can use a gun. I saw you couldn't shoot earlier. It's not broken, right?" In response to Park Seong-bin's probing questions, Jong Min-jun continued to look at him coldly. Park Seong-bin continued to attack psychologically. "Jong Min-jun, have you ever killed anyone?" Jong Min-jun hesitated and replied that he had never killed anyone, not even the infected. Surviving until now, he had never killed anyone, and the first person he would kill in his life would be today. Park Seong-bin chuckled, but his face was covered in sweat. "Damn it, I've never laughed like this in my life. Jong Min-jun, you can't kill me. Because you're a good person, not like scum like me. This world is doomed, so have you gone crazy? Honestly, what do you think would happen if you killed me and Jong Min-jun? You know that murder is the heaviest crime, right? Even if you're not punished, will your heart be at peace after killing someone? Did I treat you badly so you would do this? Hey, you bastard. I'm sorry. That's enough. I'm really sorry. Is that enough? I really thought you were my friend. That's why I did that. You really made me sad." But hearing his excuses, Jong Min-jun still coldly pronounced judgment. "Even if the world collapses, scum like you don't deserve to live at all." With that, he pulled the trigger. Park Seong-bin took the bullet to the head. Blood splattered on the ceiling, and the room fell silent once again. Jong Min-jun stood there in a daze. The gun in his hand fell to the ground. Looking at Park Seong-bin's face still staring at him, Jong Min-jun couldn't help but freeze in place. A moment later, outside the inn, Jong Min-jun walked back slowly, and as he got closer, he couldn't believe his eyes. Ye Na was down here waiting for him. As soon as she saw him, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Jong Min-jun stood there in a daze. The gun in his hand fell to the ground. Looking at Park Seong-bin's face, which was still staring at him, Jong Min-jun couldn't help but freeze in place. A moment later, outside the hotel, Jong Min-jun walked back slowly, and as he got closer, he couldn't believe his eyes. Yina was down here waiting for him. As soon as she saw him, she rushed to hug him tightly. Based on his role, she cried uncontrollably. The professor had. They both stood there in silence for a long while. After a moment, inside the inn, the professor lay on the bed, his wife and children sitting beside him, crying. The professor smiled gently to comfort her, saying, "Ha done, we talked about this. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner. But a few months ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, so I won't be around much longer anyway. So it's okay, don't be too sad, all right? You must find your sister, understand? Everyone has to leave this world at some point. It's just a matter of when. Like my friend here, who had a child and was diagnosed with a disease less than a year later and left this world, and many others who left even sooner. Seeing you grow up like this makes my life feel so fulfilling. Because of that, don't be too sad. Life is just like that." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. After a moment, Ha-dun ran out of room 206. The professor then said, "What you told Ha-dun is a lie." Kang Ha-kan hesitated, meaning the professor admitted that the cancer wasn't real. After all, he had to say it that way to ease the pain a bit. If Ha-dun knew I was leaving in such a meaningless way, she wouldn't be able to bear it. "Please help me keep this a secret from Ha-dun. In the end, as a father, this is all I can do. I've lived quite a long life and had a pretty complete life. Ha-kyung, my daughter, I really want to see you again. Please help me. Kang Ha-kan, let my family and daughter reunite." Saying that, he turned to hold his wife's hand and instructed her, "Honey, Ha-kyung and Ha-dun, please take good care of them." After a while, everyone went outside, complying with the professor's wishes. "Don't try to kill me, just let me stay in this room. Once I turn into a zombie, I won't just lose my human form. If I'm locked in this room forever, I might starve to death. But if I still live in a zombie form and when the world stabilizes or if a cure or complete healing technology is found, just a tiny glimmer of hope like that, then come back here. So I'll wait until then." Watching him growl each word, Kang Ha-kan glanced one last time and then turned to leave. The door to the room gradually closed. After a moment, on the rooftop of the inn, Yi-na couldn't help but ask, "According to the professor's last wishes, is it possible to find a way to cure zombies and turn them back into humans?" Kang Ha-kan crossed his arms and analyzed, "I'm not in the medical field, so I'm not really sure. But in my opinion, is it possible to find a way to cure zombies and turn them back into humans?" Kang Ha-kan crossed his arms and analyzed, "I'm not in the medical field, so I'm not really sure. But in my opinion, it's nearly impossible." But the professor said, "Once you turn into a zombie, you not only lose your human form but also your intellect, and there hasn't been a case proving that zombies can starve for months and still survive. Of course, if a cure can be developed in a short time, that would be great." Yina hesitantly asked, "What about what happened in the hallway earlier?" Kang Ha-kan also found it a bit hard to explain. The zombies didn't attack Jong Min-jun, but from what I saw, it looked like he was commanding the zombies. Yina was stunned, unable to believe it. "Is that really true? Jong Min-jun can control the zombies?" Jong Min-jun immediately refuted. "That's not it. I was just extremely angry at that moment and yelled, 'How could the zombies listen to me and attack Seong-bin?' It's simply that they saw a person who wasn't infected and rushed forward." Kang Ha-kan asked again, "Is it only when your infection symptoms flare up that the zombies don't attack you? Is it about to flare up again?" Jong Min-jun whispered, "Yeah, it seems like it, but I don't know when it will recur. By the way, in the game Red Zone, there's a ruler of the zombies called the Unkin King. That's a special zombie that has clear consciousness in that context. He thinks like a human and controls the zombies, making them smarter. Of course, I don't think I'm the Undead King, because my symptoms keep flaring up and then disappearing. When the symptoms are gone, the zombies attack me again. I don't know if I've been fully infected or if this is just a side effect of immunity. I'm not sure. Whether I can actually control the zombies or not will have to be tested next time when the symptoms flare up again." Yi now listened to him and felt a bit worried. "But if Jong Min-jun is really continuously infected, could I also get infected from Min-jun? Would it be too dangerous to get close to him? Of course, I can't do that. But then how can Min-jun kiss or share loving moments? Things that express love like that can't be done. Of course, there's nothing between me and him. But if Min-jun's body becomes a zombie body, how can he love someone of the opposite sex? Of course, I wouldn't do that with this guy for the rest of my life. But if he has to live his whole life as a single person, unable to even have a kiss with someone of the opposite sex, then what should I do? Really, it's so pitiful." Jong Min-jun trembled. He has never experienced feelings for women in his life. Please don't let him fall into a completely infected state. Thinking of this, she turned and left. After a while, the group left the inn, gathering at the medical vehicle. Kang Ha-kan looked at everyone and asked one last time, "Is everything packed?" Aunt Moon-jang nodded. "Yeah." Kang Ha-kan suggested something. "Even though I don't have a license, In this situation, it doesn't matter anymore. Aunt Moonjong gloomily agreed. Okay, I understand. Kang Ha-kan glanced over, but Ha-dun was like a soulless corpse, not paying attention to his surroundings. He had to turn back to instruct Min-jun. Min-jun, you sit with Yena and Aunt in the back seat, okay? I'll let Ha-dun sit in the front seat. Jong Min-jun was a bit surprised but agreed immediately. All right, once inside the vehicle, Kang Ha-kan drove while analyzing. From here to Gunja Station is about 4 to 5 kilometers. Not sure how far I can go. Being stuck in a dangerous situation while driving is the worst. I have to try to drive very carefully. The car slowly rolled away. Leaving the Sky Motel, Kang Ha-kan quietly called out, Ha-dun. The boy turned. Yeah, you told me that when you were my age, you escaped from North Korea. At that time, both his parents had passed away. When he escaped with his two younger siblings, aged 7 and 9, he went through a lot, and during that process, he lost one younger brother. But at that time, apart from accepting his circumstances, he couldn't do anything else. After all, besides trying to survive at all costs and escape, he had no time to be sad. He couldn't say enough comforting words to his sibling, but the important thing was that if he found his sister, he could protect her and their mother, the only family he had left. It was just him, so he had to stay alert. He was no longer an ordinary child. Ha-dun listened and nodded quietly. Yeah. Suddenly, Kang Ha-kan widened his eyes, unable to believe what was in front of him, exclaiming, Wait, there's something over there. He quickly pulled the car to the side of the road. In front of him was a car with an unarmed license plate covered in barbed wire. There was a zombie tied to the front of the car, growling. Kang Ha-kan didn't dare to move the car forward any further. Sitting inside, he looked outside to analyze what that car was. Was it coming this way? Immediately, he shouted, ducking down. Ha-dun, not understanding, followed suit. What's going on? Kang Ha-kan's eyes widened, telling himself. No matter who it was, the person in that car was clearly dangerous. Yena peeked out. What is it? Did the car stop because of the zombies? But there were no zombies besides the one hanging on the front of the car. The rest of the street was completely deserted. Kang Ha-kan slowly raised his head, wondering, has it stopped? Did he notice us? He instinctively grabbed the small knife at his hip. If it came to a fight, would he only be able to use close combat weapons? If there were 2 or more of them, it would be over. Just then, a wandering zombie approached from afar. Kang Ha-kan recognized it was a zombie nearby. Suddenly, the armored vehicle rolled down its window and aimed a gun outside. 2 shots fired straight at the zombie's head. Kang Ha-kan was even more shocked by the gunfire. But the gunfire sounded like someone in the armored vehicle was cursing. Damn, did you see the bullet hit right in the head? Shot right in front, and that's all it did. But had all the survivors died, there was no sign of anyone. Of course, if they disguised the car to look this shabby, anyone would run away, right? Well, let's decide where to loot. Whether it's capturing people or taking food, they had to meet their quota. They discussed this and then slowly revved the engine and left. Kang Ha-kan watched them go, relieved. Luckily, it seemed they were just passing by. It seemed they really had gone. Ha-dun was also secretly happy, thank goodness. But Kang Ha-kan still frowned. They had to move quickly. He felt uneasy for some reason. The car quietly started to leave. Time quickly shifted to noon, and there were no people around. But Kang Ha-kan's group had only moved a short distance. Seeing the empty intersection, he felt relieved. Luckily, the road wasn't blocked like he thought. Ha-dun was still worried. What if we can't go by car anymore? Kang Ha-kan said, then we'll have to walk and avoid the zombies. We should be approaching an area about 1 to 2 kilometers from Gunja Station. From there, we can walk. Suddenly, he fell silent. Through the rearview mirror, he saw that armored vehicle again, and Kang Ha-kan broke out in a cold. It's about 1 to 2 kilometers from the Gunja Station. From there, we can walk. Suddenly, he fell silent and didn't say anything more. Through the rearview mirror, he saw that armored vehicle. Kang Ha-kan broke out in a sweat. They were chasing after them. After saying that, he accelerated the car. When they reached a turn, he immediately turned. A few seconds later, the sound of an engine echoed at the turn. The armored vehicle was chasing from behind. Both were in a cat-and-mouse chase. Kang Ha-kan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, trying to shake them off, but after a while, he hit a dead end. Damn it, the road is blocked. He anxiously glanced around, finally spotting an opening. Is there a parking lot? Inside must be full of zombies, but let's just go in there first. Seeing the car enter the dark tunnel, Yena worriedly asked, what the heck is going on? Kang Ha-kan focused on the front and replied, a very dangerous-looking car has been tailing us this whole time. Yena stammered, what? But if we go inside, we'll still be blocked by abandoned cars at the end. Kang Ha-kan, with a headache, decided that at this point, they had no choice but to take the risk. He turned his head to tell everyone that there was no way out and they would have to face them. Everyone in the car didn't know what would happen, so they should be ready. Aunt Moon-jong was horrified. Wait, Kang Ha-kan. They might not be bad people. We need to be careful. Kang Ha-kan. Kang Ha-kan closed the car door, stepping out alone. Deep down, he understood. Of course, if the other side was friendly, that would be great, but if they were enemies, they would have to fight. His weapon was a K2 without bullets, with a makeshift blade attached, plus an emergency knife. He had no idea how many people the other side had or what weapons they were using. If their weapons were stronger than guns, he would be at a disadvantage. No matter how good he was at close combat, guns and knives were two different things. Moreover, if the other side was good at shooting, then even more so. If he really fell into a dangerous situation, even if he was alone, he thought about this when he saw a light shining in, immediately alert, peeking out, but there was nothing above. Kang Ha-kan was a bit confused. What is that? It seems they aren't coming down here. After a while with no movement, Kang Ha-kan stealthily looked out again, immediately seeing a guy standing outside the armored vehicle grumbling. No, damn it, do I have to go alone? Well, it's true. Both of us can't leave our positions. All right, I'm going. Anyway, if I can't capture them as slaves, I'll just kill them. Outside the armored vehicle was grumbling. No, damn it, do I have to go alone? Well, it's true. Neither of us can leave our positions. All right, I'm going. Anyway, if I can't capture them as slaves, I'll just kill them. There probably isn't anyone more dangerous than me. When Kang Ha-kan saw the gun he was holding, he was shocked. That gun meant it was time to run. He hurried back inside, quickly warning the others. We need to hide somewhere else. Everyone get out of the car. But seeing Min-jun only mumble softly, he became worried. Hey, Jong Min-jun, how are you feeling? Any symptoms? Jong Min-jun looked confused. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? I'm fine right now, Kang Ha-kan said, losing interest. Damn it, he turned to Yena. Yena, how's it looking in the parking lot? Do you sense anything? She glanced briefly and confirmed there were definitely some, but it didn't seem like many. About 4 or 5 of them. Confirming the information, Kang Ha-kan took the flashlight and led the way forward. Peering inside, he didn't see any zombies apart from some groans. Confirming that path was safe, the group stealthily moved over bit by bit. Kang Ha-kan rushed ahead, discovering an alley, and quickly turned back to call out. This way is fast, everyone run to the exit, feeling a bit relieved. Luckily, the door was still open. Suddenly, Kang Ha-kan suggested, Jong Min-jun, you lead everyone upstairs to find a safe spot. They might come into the first floor, so be careful. Jong Min-jun was stunned. What about you, Kang Ha-kan? Kang Ha-kan turned away and said, I have to face them. Even if he has a gun, he's alone, so I can fight him up close. Jong Min-jun's voice trembled. No way, you don't have any bullets. Kang Ha-kan cut him off directly. Then I'll try to lure him outside, avoiding direct confrontation. You lead everyone to hide somewhere in this building. Remember to lock the door, don't come out until I return. Jong Min-jun knew he couldn't dissuade him, so he reluctantly agreed. You have to be careful. Kang Ha-kan turned and called back, don't worry. At the entrance, that guy had just arrived and was already attracting zombies. A few rushed out, making him scream. Damn it, Kang Ha-kan stepped back, secretly pleased to see this. He had been discovered by the zombies, and even with a suppressor, shooting inside would attract them. He probably had plenty of bullets over there, but where did he get that AR with a suppressor? Thinking of this, he hesitated a bit, knowing that if he really fell into a dangerous situation, he would have to escape alone. Meanwhile, upstairs in the building, Jong Min-jun led everyone in, surprised to find it empty of zombies. Is there no one here? Seems fine now. The 3 entered a classroom. Yena sat down to pray, hoping Kang Ha-kan would be safe. Jong Min-jun approached her, instructing. First, everyone stay hidden here. I'll go help Kang Ha-kan. Yena, after a moment of surprise, quickly grabbed his hand. No, don't go. Stay here with me. This made Min-jun momentarily dumbfounded. Yena realized this and quickly let go. She shyly whispered, I'm worried about Kang Ha-kan too, but there's a gun over there, it's too dangerous. Besides, Kang Ha-kan said not to go out until he returns. Jong Min-jun hesitated at this. It was true, but Yena interrupted. I'm saying this because I trust Kang Ha-kan. Let's stay here and wait together. Jong Min-jun had no choice but to agree. All right. After a while, it was still eerily quiet. The clock turned to evening, making everyone anxious. Is Kang Ha-kan okay? He said he would lure him outside. Suddenly, there was a noise from outside. Jong Min-jun went to the door, listening as the knocking grew louder, but the main door wouldn't open. This strange scene made the three inside worry intensely. Is that Kang Ha-kan? Yena directly denied. No, it's not. There seems to be a zombie on the other side of the door. Just then, a voice called from outside, "What's going on? Why can't the door open? Is anyone in there?" Yena worriedly asked. Two people, not zombies or mutated zombies. The two outside continued to grumble. Clearly the door had opened, normally a few days ago. I left my stuff in there. Could there really be someone inside? Jong Min-jun listened for a while, then widened his eyes, unconsciously stepping toward the door. Yena anxiously called after him. Wait, Jong Min-jun, don't get close. It's definitely a zombie. Are you out of your mind? Are you really going to open the door? Jong Min-jun didn't respond but inserted the key into the lock and turned it. As soon as the door swung open, Min-jun's eyes widened. It was Abeljun and Bae Sun-ho. What were they doing here? Outside were 18-year-old Abeljun from class 2 to 5 at Seong-bin and 18-year-old Bae Sun-ho from class 2 to 6 at Seong-bin. Abeljun was surprised. Jong Min-jun, what are you doing here? Isn't that Han Yena? Jong Min-jun, you guys. Yena stood frozen in place, covering her mouth, trembling. Seong-bin and Bae Sun-ho are 18 years old, class 2 to 6 at Seong-bin school. Abeljun was surprised. Jong Min-jun, what are you doing here? Jong Min-jun shouted, No, I'm the one who should be asking that. Bae Sun-ho quickly recognized. What? Isn't that Han Yena? Jong Min-jun, you guys. Yena stood frozen in place, covering her mouth with trembling hands. What's going on? It clearly doesn't smell like a normal person. Abeljun couldn't understand. Jong Min-jun, why are you with Han Yena? What a strange pair. Jong Min-jun didn't want to argue. Hey, I'll explain later. Just come in here first. Yena suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, He's been infected. That guy has been infected. Get out now. Abeljun was surprised. I'm not infected. But Yena insisted. Don't lie. The smell of a loser, the smell of sweat, the weird smell, the stench, the smell of a corpse. It's clearly not the smell of a human. Jong Min-jun heard this, leaned in to sniff, then pinched his nose and concluded, It's just this guy's sweat. Abeljun already had a terrible sweat smell, but Yena still didn't believe it. No way, that's impossible. Abeljun had to speak up. Sorry, I haven't showered. After a while, everyone had gone into the room. Jong Min-jun asked in shock, You mean from the hideout at gun station? But you guys are too young to be patrolling, right? Bae Sun-ho replied, Anyone over 18 has to patrol and guard. Now the number of people had increased to about 300 to 400. Just the gunja station couldn't accommodate everyone, so they had taken over the surrounding buildings and spread out, and the area was gradually being expanded. Jong Min-jun couldn't help but exclaim, This is really on a large scale, Bae Sun-ho added. Anyway, this is about 2 kilometers from Gunja Station, so it's a temporary stop while on patrol. I didn't expect to run into Jong Min-jun here. Suddenly, John stepped up to call out, Hey guys, have you seen a 20-year-old girl named Se Hakyung? She's my daughter. The battery is almost dead, but here's her picture. Se Hakyung, Bae Sun-ho immediately recognized her. Oh, I think I saw her. Oh, Byung-jun confirmed. Isn't she the girl in the female quarantine area at gate number 1 of Gunja Station? I think I saw her at the hideout, but it's hard to be sure just from the picture. Hearing that, Aunt Moon-jong was overjoyed. Really? Thank you guys. Is Hakyung still healthy? Bae Sun-ho nodded. Yeah, but just from the picture, we can't be completely sure. If we check directly, we'll know right away. Then let's go to the hideout right away. Jong Min-jun hesitated. But there's one problem. Did you see anyone with weapons when you came in? Like a strange vehicle hanging around with zombies in front. Yena covered her mouth and added, When we were moving by car, they suddenly chased us. According to Kang Ha-kan, they even have weapons like guns. Oh, Byung-jun was annoyed. You're being too obvious about your nose. Yena helplessly said, Your sweat smells awful. This guy, Bae Sun-ho, was curious. By the way, who was that just now? Jong Min-jun immediately said, Kang Ha-kan is with us. He goes to the same school. Bae Sun-ho recognized him right away. Oh, is that the dropout? He's in your class, right? Jong Min-jun nodded. That's right. Bae Sun-ho clicked his tongue. What a strange combination. Jong Min-jun added. Anyway, Kang Ha-kan said he would lure them out. It had been 30 minutes without any news, so we were very worried. After a moment of silence, Bae Sun-ho suggested, When we came in, we didn't see anyone. Do you want to check the rooftop? Jong Min-jun didn't quite understand but agreed. Sure. Suddenly, Yena pulled his shirt. Wait, Jong Min-jun, you stay here with me. Just let them go check. Jong Min-jun looked confused. Huh? She hesitated. If not, you can take me with you. Witnessing this scene, Bae Sun-ho and Oh Byung-jun looked at each other in confusion. Jong Min-jun turned around to reassure, don't worry. I'll go with my friends to check around this building. Yina, can you stay with Ha-dun and Aunt? Is that okay? Unable to convince her, Yina reluctantly agreed. Hey, you absolutely can't go far, got it? The other two were visibly upset by the romantic scene. After a while, the three climbed the stairs to the rooftop. Jong Min-jun took the initiative to grab the binoculars to observe. Looking down below, he exclaimed in surprise, what the heck? There's really no one? Clearly, there was a vehicle waiting outside the building. Is Kang Ha-kan safe? If the other side is shooting, we should have heard gunfire. Maybe they used a silencer, so we didn't hear anything. But even with a silencer, we should hear some sound. While he was mumbling, Oh Byung-jun shouted, Hey Jong Min-jun, you idiot. Just admit it, you're dating Han Ye-na, right? Jong Min-jun panicked. No, what are you talking about? Why would I date Ye-na? Oh Byung-jun angrily yelled. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll push you off the rooftop. Spill it. Just then, Bae Sun-ho intervened. He's not that kind of person, even you. He openly looks down on useless people like us, the most beautiful goddess at Seong-gun school. But for useless people, she's the tough girl who gives up right away. You don't even share a class, and you think that about Han Ye-na? Oh Byung-jun calmed down a bit. That's right, every time she looks at me with disgust, I don't feel uncomfortable. Bae Sun-ho then said, well, to be honest, if she's beautiful, everything is forgiven. Jong Min-jun shouted in annoyance. Come on, you crazy guys. But both of them shouted even louder. Moreover, Han Ye-na used to hate you the most, Jong Min-jun. So how come it's like this now? And she even told Jong Min-jun to stay with me. If you're not dating, then what is it? Jong Min-jun started to lose confidence. How can you be so sure? It's just a coincidence that I went with Yina, and it turned out like this. Bae Sun-ho interrupted immediately. This guy doesn't just call her Han Ye-na, he calls her by her first name. Oh Byung-jun agreed. It's definitely dating. This guy. Jong Min-jun didn't pay much attention and turned his head to add. And Ye-na seems to have anxiety issues. Both of Ye-na's parents are missing, and she has no one to rely on. Compared to before, she's changed a lot. Oh Byung-jun narrowed his eyes and concluded. So it's dating then. You idiot. How far have you two gone? Jong Min-jun helplessly said. You crazy guys. Oh Byung-jun clicked his tongue. The world is chaotic, so Han Ye-na is also going crazy, acting like Jong Min-jun's official wife. Unbelievable, Jong Min-jun couldn't argue back and had to give in. Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, we don't have any relationship. The important thing is to find Kang Ha-kan first. Bae Sun-ho then said, I wonder if the ones chasing you are those guys. I heard the other side has guns too, but our numbers are greater. Jong Min-jun was shocked. A gun confrontation? Then it's really dangerous out there. Are you guys okay? Oh, Byung-jun looked down and sighed. With only axes and slingshots, we're too weak. So if we run into danger, we have to contact immediately via radio to call for help. A team with guns will come to rescue us by vehicle, so there's no need to worry too much, Bae Sun-ho added. After a few days, we didn't see them. They must have run away. I wonder if the ones chasing you are those guys. Seeing Jong Min-jun silent, he suggested, if you're worried about Kang Ha-kan, we can wait here and then go to Gunja Station. Is that okay? Jong Min-jun hesitated. Is that okay? He pulled out a radio to explain. By the way, since the hideout is too crowded, the acceptance of survivors is very strict, but since they are acquaintances, they can be accepted right away after a few checks. Jong Min-jun was surprised when he saw it. The radio is exactly like Kang Ha-kan's. Could it be that Kang Ha-kan met someone from your hideout and got a radio? Try connecting. Oh Byung-jun exclaimed, really? Did he meet someone from our side? If we bring it along, we can connect with Go-in-ha. But first, we need to report to the command center. Jong Min-jun added, oh, by the way, since we rushed out, Ha-kan probably left his backpack in the ambulance. If the walkie-talkie is left in the vehicle, we probably won't be able to connect. Oh Byung-jun, after hearing this, turned on the walkie-talkie to report. This is Oh Byung-jun. I've arrived at the Grand Plaza building in the Hodoro area, and I've found 4 survivors who are classmates of ours. Can we bring them along? The voice on the other end responded immediately. Even if they are acquaintances, they must go to home and hospital for infection testing and be quarantined for at least 1 day. You know that, right? Jong Min-jun turned pale upon hearing this. Infection testing? Oh Byung-jun, unaware, cheerfully replied. Yes, of course, I know the rules. Of course, they need to be tested, but one member of our group is missing, so we should probably find him first. If we're late, we might have to move tomorrow. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end replied. All right, if anything happens, you must report immediately. Over. As Oh Byung-jun turned off the walkie-talkie, Jong Min-jun immediately asked in shock, "Is it mandatory to test for infection before entering the shelter?" Oh Byung-jun confidently replied, "It's mandatory. Besides the shelter, there's a hospital called Humang. They have specialized doctors, and I've heard they diagnose infections very accurately." Jong Min-jun, upon hearing this, hung his head in despair, and a few seconds later, he broke into a sweat and looked up to ask, "So what happens if the test comes back positive for infection?" Oh Byung-jun answered as usual, "If you're infected, you'll turn into a zombie, so of course, you'll be dealt with immediately." Jong Min-jun, you're not infected, right? The others too. Jong Min-jun trembled, not daring to answer, inwardly lamenting. Could it be that if I get tested, the result will show I'm infected? The three of them stood there in silence. On the rooftop of the building across, a guy stealthily peeked out to observe the group of Jong Min-jun and reported, "This is patrol team number 2, who discovered survivors on the rooftop of the building in the Hodoro area. Seeing the green armband, it's definitely the group from the Gunja station that caused the recent gunfight." The voice in the walkie-talkie asked again, "What about the guy who escaped from the ambulance?" The guy reported back, "One member armed with a rifle chased after him, but there's still no news. Thought it was just one guy, but it seems there are more than 4, not sure exactly how many. Moreover, the guy who escaped from the ambulance is armed with a K2 rifle. I don't know what weapons the others have. Right now, I only have close combat weapons, so alone." While he was still talking, the person in the walkie-talkie interrupted, "Because of those guys, one of ours has died. If they are indeed from the Gunja station, then they must be captured alive at all costs. If they resist, kill them immediately." The masked guy, after a brief silence, replied grimly, "I understand," but inside he was cursing nonstop. "Damn it. If they're so tough, let them handle it themselves. I don't even know if the member from my team chasing the guy from the second shift is alive or dead. How can I take them all on by myself, especially since they are all men? I don't know how many more there are." Using binoculars to watch the three of Jong Min-jun for a long time, he finally decided to first check which floor they were on in the building or just kill them all. Meanwhile, Oh Byung-jun led the three down. Jong Min-jun followed behind, feeling anxious. But Sunho Ha and Oh Byung-jun are. Check which floor they are on in the building, or just kill them all. Meanwhile, Oh Byung-jun led 3 people down. Jong Min-jun followed behind, feeling anxious. But Sunho Ha and Oh Byung-jun are the only 2 I truly trust. They are definitely my close friends. But should I tell them that I might be infected? Would they believe that I'm immune? No, even putting that aside. What if the test shows I'm not immune? I might have been infected but just haven't shown symptoms yet. What if I'm one of those who are specially infected? Either way, I would be treated as someone infected. At that point, dangerous situations could arise. Maybe I should let the others move to the Gunja refugee camp. As for me, I'll stay here, but I need a diagnosis from a specialist doctor to accurately determine my infection status. Is there no other way? I don't know. For now, I should put off saying I'm infected. I need to find Hakan first. After a while, the 3 of them were back in the room below. Watching the clock tick by silently, Oh Byung-jun took out the walkie-talkie to check. Seeing that it had been too long without any response, Oh Byung-jun said, "Still no response. Unless Hakan isn't holding the walkie-talkie or something happened, otherwise he would definitely reply." Jong Min-jun nodded, continuously praying in his heart, "Let's wait a little longer. If nothing happens, I have to go find him myself." Suddenly, a noise came from outside, and Jong Min-jun cautiously looked towards the door, but outside was still quiet and still. Time passed. The sun had risen high above the building, sunlight streaming through the windows of the opposite building. Inside, a window slowly opened. The masked guy peeked out, looking towards Jong Min-jun's building, assessing. "Definitely around here. What kind of trainee is this? I just heard some chatter and confirmed the door was locked. They are definitely concentrated there. I'll lead the infected ones to surround them. Now, let's get started." Back in the room where Min-jun's group was, Yina irritably complained, "Hey, you two, stop hovering around me. Go outside and keep watch." Oh Byung-jun looked dumbfounded. No. Damn it, why do we have to do it?" Yena snapped back. "You guys are familiar with this place, aren't you?" Suddenly, a noise from outside made Min-jun anxiously look out. He leaned forward to ask, "What's that?" The sound of breaking glass? A few more noises followed, and Jong Min-jun had to go out to check. Again? Is someone throwing something? The sounds grew more intense. Jong Min-jun hurriedly rushed over there. He saw in a nearby room that a fire was raging. Jong Min-jun panicked and shouted, "Fire! Fire! Hurry and bring the fire extinguisher." But not long after, he discovered another room in a similar situation. Is it the same here? Jong Min-jun paused for a few seconds, his brain starting to analyze rapidly. Someone had thrown a Molotov cocktail. Our location has been compromised. We need to move. We have to move to another place. Yina, just arriving, was taken aback. What the heck? Oh Byung-jun quickly pressed the intercom to report. This is Oh Byung-jun. We are being attacked by unidentified assailants. We need backup immediately. We haven't determined exactly how many there are. As fast as possible. While he was still speaking, Min-jun shouted, Everyone, quickly pack up your things. Yina was stunned, her eyes wide open. She followed the crowd to the door. Seeing him about to open it, she hurriedly shouted, Hey Jong Min-jun. Wait, but Jong Min-jun had already opened it. His eyes glazed over as he looked down. When did a horde of zombies gather at the exit? Jong Min-jun observed for a moment and found it unfeasible, quickly shutting the door tightly. Ben asked curiously, What's wrong? Why did you come back in? Jong Min-jun replied, trembling, The infected have flooded the emergency stairs. Someone deliberately led them here. The others behind him gasped, What the heck? Suddenly, Jong Min-jun clutched his stomach, cursing internally. Damn it, why aren't the symptoms of infection showing up? Clearly, the last time with Park Seong-bin, when the symptoms broke out, the infected didn't attack at all. Was there something different then, or was it because the rage was actually hatred for Seong-bin? Thinking this, he decided to try again, bowing his head and shouting, The cursed life, that damn bastard B-sun Ha and Oh Byung-jun looked on in confusion. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly cursing Seong-bin? No results. Jong Min-jun had to switch to asking, Oh Byung-jun, how long until backup arrives? Oh Byung-jun momentarily couldn't respond, stammering. If we go by car, at least 10 minutes, but if we're at another location, it will take even longer. Seeing him hesitate, Min-jun added, With a building full of infected like this, it will take even more time to get in. Oh Byung-jun confirmed, That's right. Outside, black smoke was rising thickly. The sound of Molotov cocktails crashing down echoed continuously. Jong Min-jun had to propose a desperate plan. Then here's the deal. I'll find a way to lure the infected toward those stairs. In the meantime, everyone quickly run to another place to hide, because we don't know how many more there are out there, so try not to go outside. Yine anxiously shouted. Hey, in Min-jun wait. Baim also called out in confusion. What are you doing? If you get bitten and infected, what then? Jong Min-jun handed over his backpack to them and said, There's no other way now. I'll find a way to draw them away. Bun said, You hold on to my backpack. In case we get separated, I'll head straight to the Gunja refugee camp. We'll meet there. Yena, Ha-dun, please take care of her. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Yena in shock shouting, Hey Jong Min-jun. She reached out to grab his hand, but only grasped at empty air. Jong Min-jun rushed out to the door, leaving the group here stunned, watching him go. As he dashed out of the house, Jong Min-jun ran while shouting, attracting the attention of the zombies. Hey you bastards, I'm over here. The zombies immediately chased after him upstairs. Jong Min-jun quickly climbed to the rooftop with a nail bat, constantly reassuring himself. It's okay, if I'm really immune. I'd rather be bitten than let my friends get bitten. As long as I don't get torn apart to death. Even if I get bitten, it's fine. Looking back at the zombies chasing behind, he felt a bit scared and shouted loudly. Damn, how many are there? After running a bit more, he finally burst out of the stairwell, starting to plan his next move. If I can lure them to the rooftop and then circle back inside. But that dream is hard to achieve. Just running a bit, there was an obstacle in front, and as he was about to circle around, the zombies had already caught up. Looking down from the skyscraper, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this view is so familiar that he instinctively recalled a scene from the past. On the first day of the outbreak, I climbed up to the apartment where Han Yina lived, intending to jump down and commit suicide. If I hadn't met Yina that day, it might have been my last day alive. Thinking back, I can say I owe my life to her, and now I'm struggling to keep living. That's right, because I promised to survive with Yina until the end, so until I meet my mother again, I absolutely cannot die. With determination set, Jong Min-jun turned back and gave the zombies the middle finger. You think I'm going to die from a bite? Finishing his sentence, he decisively turned and jumped to the rooftop of the opposite building. I'm not afraid. Absolutely not afraid. But while in midair, he couldn't help but scream out of fear. Damn it, over here. Yena, dazed, followed the crowd. Glancing back at the rooftop every few steps, the people ahead kept urging each other. Is everyone down there okay? Yeah, no problem. Hanye, hurry up. Over here. Yena couldn't take her eyes off, praying in her heart, Jong Min-jun, please survive and come back. Jong Min-jun successfully landed on the edge of the rooftop of the opposite building, but couldn't maintain his balance. His body fell straight into a pile of tables and chairs below, then crashed hard onto the floor. Lying curled up on the ground, groaning for a moment, he finally managed to push himself up, trembling and complaining. Man, did I overdo it. But I'm still alive, thank goodness. Looking at his twisted ankle, he couldn't help but exclaim. Oh man, it seems I landed wrong. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, making Jong Min-jun tense up and look over. The guy with the mask casually walked over, laughing and saying, if you can't catch me alive, are you planning to kill me all? And yet you came right to me? What luck, huh? Jong Min-jun trembled and stepped back. Is that what it is? Who the hell are you guys? The masked guy interrogating me. You're with Gunja, right? Jong Min-jun, are you panicking? Wait, but before I could finish, he kicked me hard in the stomach. The masked guy continued the interrogation. I saw you with the Gunja crew earlier. Where are they? Jong Min-jun clutched his stomach, groaning. Why did you kick me in the injured spot? He didn't say anything else. The masked guy pulled out a walkie-talkie to report. This is the Cold Patrol team. We've captured a guy who was with the Gunja crew. The other end immediately responded, I'm almost there. He obediently replied, yes, I'll hold him and extract information. Jong Min-jun was finally regaining some composure, gritting his teeth and looking up at him. Wait, but he didn't care. He just lifted a foot to stomp down, and then screams of agony echoed continuously. At the same time, at the bar, Yena's group was hiding here for safety. B. Sun-ha and Oh Byung-jun were nervously watching. There's no one outside, right? All good. Oh Byung-jun picked up the walkie-talkie. A voice came from inside. This is Kim Dong-jun. I just arrived in front of that building. Oh Byung-jun immediately reported back. Yes, I'll head out front right away. Put away the walkie-talkie. He turned to the others and said, thank goodness, the person on my side said they've arrived. They should be here soon. Before he could finish, Yena interrupted. I'll stay here. You guys go ahead. Oh Byung-jun couldn't believe it. What? If Min-jun isn't coming with us, didn't we agree to meet at the Gunja shelter? It's too dangerous here. We should head to the shelter first. But Yena firmly opposed. Are we really going to leave Min-jun alone? We haven't found Kang Ha-kan yet. I'm not going anywhere until we find them. Bi-sun-ha struggled to advise. What if we find them and Min-jun and Ha-kan have already gone to the shelter? Aunt Moon-jong also agreed. Yeah, that's right. Yena, even if we search, we should go to the shelter first and get help, then continue looking. It's too dangerous to stay here. The shelter is only about 2 kilometers away. If Min-jun or Ha-kan are safe, we'll see them again soon. Despite everyone's urging, Yen remained silent and didn't respond. The bar door closed once more. Along the hallway leading to the emergency exit, Oh Byung-jun's group went down to the support vehicle. Above, the masked guy was observing and mumbling. The gun crew saw military uniforms. Could there be soldiers mixed in? No wonder the guy who escaped from the ambulance was armed with a K2. We're at a disadvantage here. Jong Min-jun, tied up, hurriedly clarified. We really aren't with those guys, but the masked guy didn't believe him. It's easy to deceive with words. Jong Min-jun tried to explain. We just happened to run into them on the way. We're not even sure if they really came from Gunja. The masked guy laughed. I don't think this is the first time we've met. You talk like old friends, but you can't convince me. Jong Min-jun, trembling, changed the subject, but more importantly, the building next door was on fire. We need to get out of here. He coldly said, don't worry, the fire won't spread here easily. I've arranged for my teammates who are chasing your friend to meet here. If they're still alive, they'll be here by midnight at the latest. If they don't show up by then, consider my teammates dead. You'll just have to die with them. You'll be begging for them to come here. While speaking, he suddenly paused, doubting his own eyes. What's going on? What the hell? What's wrong with you? Don't tell me you're infected. Jong Min-jun couldn't see his own body, feeling a bit confused. What? Why now? The masked guy started to panic, his mouth continuously questioning. Damn it. I'm really infected. I'm going to die anyway. Right? When did you get infected? Jong Min-jun said quietly, I'm not infected. But the masked guy didn't believe him. Hesitatingly aimed his gun at him. Or should I let you turn into a zombie and wait for a laugh? Let's just kill you and be done with it. Jong Min-jun panicked and shouted, wait. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The masked guy fell silent and looked outside. He grimly read aloud, Cotton Mountain. Outside, there was silence for a few seconds. The masked guy continued reading. Cotton Mountain. Jong Min-jun trembled, puzzled. Cotton Mountain. Is it some kind of signal? Just then, a voice came from outside. Popcorn hears that. The masked guy sighed in relief. Damn it, is that you? Thank goodness you're back. He opened the door, cheerfully exclaiming, really glad you returned safely, but outside was Hakan, aiming a gun straight at his head. Before he could finish his sentence, he was shot in the head. The noise startled Jong Min-jun inside, making his eyes widen in worry. Hakan slowly walked in, incredulously exclaiming, "You, Kang Hakan, can't believe it." Jong Min-jun rejoiced. "Kang Hakan, you're safe." Kang Hakan casually replied, "Just next door." Jong Min-jun asked in confusion, "What? You said next door? What the hell happened?" Kang Hakan had to explain. "I went to catch that guy to extract information, so I came back late." Jong Min-jun hesitated. "So who are those people, anyway?" Kang Han fell silent, recalling when he caught that guy, he had been beaten to the point of not being able to move. Trembling as he confessed, "I've told you everything I can. The gathering place, the password, we keep moving so we don't have a permanent base. We're temporarily at the Junangan stream, but by tomorrow, they'll definitely move to another place. Anyway, we're just a bunch of ordinary people from the province." Kang Han immediately cut him off. "Oh, lying again. Ordinary people, huh? Yesterday in my group, one person got stabbed by some thug. The wound isn't deep, but the problem is that there's blood from an infected person on that knife. So in the end, that person got infected. Before turning into an infected, that person said that if there's a cure later, I should come find him. Honestly, I think that's impossible, don't you? I've used this knife to deal with a few infected while escaping. It's still covered in blood from those infected. If I stab you a few times with this knife, you'll also turn into an infected, right? I'm not planning to kill you, but I want to conduct a little experiment. How does the blood of an infected person cause infection? Stuff like that." Upon hearing this, the guy trembled and confessed, "Because we came from the Yanchan prison. Right from the start, an infected person suddenly appeared in the prison and a large-scale riot broke out. Many inmates, including me, escaped. Some prisoners I met in that prison, when they heard the news and fell into chaos, came here immediately. But it turned out Kang Han interrupted and questioned, 'You guys are the thugs who snuck into the vehicle during the chaos to rob a bank or a shopping center, right?' The guy quickly denied it. 'Oh, I'm not that kind of bad criminal.' But Kang Han interrupted him again. 'Criminals sneaking into vehicles during chaos to rob banks or shopping malls, right?' The guy quickly denied. 'Oh, I'm not that kind of bad criminal.' But Kang Han interrupted him again. 'So are you a good criminal? All criminals are the same.' The guy, losing the argument, changed his tone to plead. 'So I'm sorry, please spare my life.' Kang Han, losing patience, cocked his gun. 'But how did the escaped prisoners bring weapons with them? What's going on? Did they find those on the special forces' bodies? Explain the source of the information.' The guy honestly recounted, 'I didn't get them directly. I heard those weapons were recently recovered. A few days ago, a helicopter dropped something, and when people went to the crash site to check, they found 2 AR rifles and a grenade in a crate, like it was a supply drop.' This made Kang Han shocked, his eyes wide, as the guy continued to reveal that another rifle was held by our team leader. Another person got a gun from a soldier's body, along with a few more grenades, while the rest were mostly melee weapons. I suspect it seems like supplies for special forces. Back to the present, a gun from a soldier's corpse, a few grenades, and mostly close combat weapons. I suspect it seems like supplies for special forces. Back to the present, Kang Hakan said while walking. Anyway, someone is intentionally distributing weapons somewhere, possibly to quell the incident, as he said. I don't know if it's the government, the U.S., or some other country doing it. Jong Min-jun pondered the supply of weapons in his head. Then he lowered his eyes and said nothing more. Suddenly, Kang Han stopped and exclaimed, "No way." Jong Min-jun looked up, only to see Lai Liet's corpse in front of him, with a huge banner displaying a message shot when approaching. The car by the roadside was on fire, and the words on the banner were written in blood. Jong Min-jun hesitantly asked, "The Gunja shelter, have we arrived?" Kang Han immediately stopped him. "Wait, is there someone up there?" Following Kang Han's gaze, on the roof of the building ahead was a soldier holding a gun. Seeing that person, aiming the gun down, both panicked and shouted, "Huh? Run." Before they could do anything, the gun fired. Jong Min closed his eyes tightly in fear, but only heard the growling of zombies nearby. He looked over and discovered a zombie that had just been shot in the head, unable to help but stutter. They got infected. Kang Han hurriedly urged, "Hearing the gunfire, more zombies will come. Let's hide over there." Jong Min-jun agreed, trying to run. The two aimed for a narrow alley and after a while managed to shake off the zombies. Jong Min-jun saw that this situation was not good and quickly suggested, Kang Han. "Anyway, They won't attack me, so you should run first. Kang Han immediately refused. We've come this far, let's find a way into the shelter together. But when they reached the end of the road, there was a fence that made both fear. What, is it a dead end? Don't tell me this place is near the shelter's entrance. Not knowing what to do, more zombies came from behind to attack. Kang Han quickly released Jong Min-jun, raised his gun, and shot down one running ahead. Just then, someone opened the door from behind and shouted, "Come in." Jong Min-jun hurriedly crawled inside, thanking. As Kang Han just stepped back in, they quickly locked the door and pointed their guns at him, ordering, "Drop your weapon, raise your hands." Seeing Kang Han still standing there, the guy shouted, "You bastards, drop your weapons and raise your hands. Besides us, there are others aiming from elsewhere, so don't try anything funny." "Where did you get that from?" Kang Han hesitated to explain. "We found it on the way here. You guys came from the Gag Gunja shelter, right?" "My friend should have arrived before us." Before he could finish, he was cut off by the guy yelling for him to shut up. "Just answer our question. Where are you from?" Kang Han quickly replied, "We're just ordinary high school students." But the guy didn't believe him and pressed on. "Ordinary students know how to use that gun? Stop talking nonsense, you jerk." Kang Han had to explain further. "A few days ago, there was a shooting, and those guys were stopped from coming in here, which led to a conflict. We were also chased by those guys." The guy immediately yelled accusations. "You bastards, you're with them, aren't you? How do you know?" His companion had to intervene. "Hey, that's enough. They're not with those guys." Then he turned to reassure the two. "That was the first time we had to fight armed outsiders, so we've been on high alert since then. We're not the type to kill without reason, so we need to check you out. I hope you understand. First, you need to go to the isolation building for a test. Neither of you got bitten, right?" Jong Min-jun looked at the blood on his hand fading and felt relieved. Thank goodness, the symptoms are disappearing. Still, if they did a test, it would be dangerous. He hesitated and replied, "Ben and Oh Byung-jun are both my friends. A little while ago, my group probably came here with them. I want to see my friends before the test. Can you use the radio?" The armed guy immediately turned to ask, "Can we see anyone before the test?" The guy in the hat hesitantly said, "The others are on patrol today, so it should be fine." Then he took out the radio and spoke into it at the gate number 3 on the west side, where they were holding 2 unidentified people. They claimed to be friends of B. Sun-ho and Oh Byung-jun. "Confirm if those 2 have arrived." The other end of the line responded. All confirmed. He looked at the 2 and told them to wait. Someone would respond soon. Jong Min-jun had to wait in silence until dusk, when the radio finally responded. "The Situation Control Room reports. Bun-ho has returned, but Oh Byung-jun hasn't, and there are additional survivors. 1 woman, 1 boy." Jong Min-jun was surprised to think, they still haven't returned? His brain was sure, his ears heard that, and he shouted, "What does that mean? Your people must have come." All of my group was in the same vehicle. Among the survivors, there must be 2 women. The radio on the other end reported according to the field report. One of the surviving women said she wanted to stay to find her friend. Oh Byung-jun also stayed with her. "First, just take them to the isolation building." The guy in the hat immediately acknowledged the order. Jong Min-jun anxiously asked, "Wait, is the one who stayed there named Han Yina?" Khan immediately replied, "It must be Yina. No one else would come looking for us but Yina. It seems Obi-jun is with Yina." The armed guy ordered, "You can put your hands down now." Jong Min-jun was no longer in the mood, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He slowly stood up and suggested, asking for permission, "I think I need to go back. The one who stayed is our friend." The guy in the hat calmly reassured him. "Really? Then you don't need to go anywhere. We'll send someone to bring them back, so don't worry. Besides, it's dark now, so it's dangerous. According to our rules, except for the patrol team, no one is allowed outside after 6 p.m. once they've entered our area. You can't just leave whenever you want. You should go to the hospital in the isolation building for an infection test, check your health, and do the other procedures. Your friend B. Sun-ho will also arrive, so go meet him." Kang Han reached out to help him, but Jong Min-jun, dazed, said, "It's fine, I can still go." As he stepped inside, he inquired, "So where are the 2 from my group who came here earlier?" The guy in the hat asked back, "1 woman, 1 child, right? They must be in the isolation room." Kang Han also looked around curiously. "This place is quite spacious." The guy in the hat enthusiastically introduced, "It stretches from the main lobby out there. A lot of survivors gathered, so we built a shelter. Then, there were also soldiers who got lost, increasing the number of survivors, so we occupied the surrounding buildings. Now this area has expanded a few hundred meters around the Gagunja Center. Counting from the outer gate where we are standing is the shelter area. We've set up barriers to ensure safety. Kang Han pointed in one direction and asked, looking at this sign, there must be infected people in this area, right? The guy in the hat explained. We haven't fully occupied all the buildings in the area, so the infected people are still in the remaining buildings. Do you see that office building over there? We're trying to take that whole office building too. It's hard to eliminate all of them. The infected are inside, but as long as we secure a few safe floors, there will be more room for survivors. Kang Honey happily continued the conversation. That's awesome. When did you guys start doing this? In contrast to him, Jong Min-jun looked like he was about to go to the gallows, his face gloomy, with only 2 words on his mind. Test. I'm so worried. At the same time, at Yena's place, the building she was in was engulfed in flames. Yena was determined to go up to the rooftop to check. Seeing the nail bat on the floor, she immediately recognized it as Jong Min-jun's bat. So he jumped down here from that building. He must still be alive. The smell of smoke made Jong Min-jun's scent faintly linger. But why did he leave the bat behind? Did he forget it? Before she could think it through, Oh Byung-jun came over and urged, Hey, the fire could spread to this building. Hurry and get out. Before she could finish, Yena stood up and shouted, Hey, fatty, I told you to leave me alone. Why did you come back? I said I could find them by myself. Oh Byung was flustered and didn't know what to say, but I can't leave you behind. Besides, I just got a gun, so don't worry. Yuna snapped back, turning to question him. Really? Worried? Do you even know how to use a gun? This made Oh Byung even more awkward, but I can't leave you behind. Besides, I just got a gun earlier, so don't worry. Yena snapped back, questioning. Really? Worried? Do you even know how to use a gun? This made the atmosphere even more awkward. That. Haha, I practiced shooting a few times already. Yena still kept her cold demeanor. Oh really? But why are you shaking? Besides Min-jun and Kang Hakan, I don't need anyone else. I can survive on my own. Oh Byung-jun was at a loss with her, cursing silently in his head. Damn it, still as mean as ever. Does Han Yena have a crush on Min-jun? What the hell is going on between these two? Suddenly, Yena softened her tone and said, Even though you're a pathetic fat loser, thanks for looking out for me anyway. Oh Byung-jun's face turned bright red in disbelief, internally screaming with self-importance. Han Yena just thanked me. She definitely has feelings for me. Reality hit hard, and he got slapped with the truth. Yena added, You thought I would say that, you loser. I know you're trying to stir things up to be alone with me, right? Oh Byung-jun couldn't respond, stammering. Huh? No way. Yena sighed, seriously. I just said something nice and you lost your mind. Having someone like you around is still good. I hate being alone. Oh Byung-jun felt dizzy from her words, his emotions all mixed up. What should I do with this crazy girl? She knows I'm a loser and is just messing with me. Suddenly, Senna stood frozen in place. Outside the door, footsteps slowly echoed. Both of them were sweating profusely. Oh Byung-jun whispered, Han Ye-na, hide. The sounds grew louder. The two of them held their weapons, standing against the wall beside the room. Yena was torn between Jong Min-jun or Kang Hakan. If it wasn't them, the noises outside continued to echo slowly, making both hold their breath in anticipation. Back at the refugee camp near the train station. It was now nighttime, but there were still lights on. Jong Min-jun looked around in awe. Even though it was a quarantine building, there were still lights. It looks pretty peaceful. My mom should be in a safe place like this. Just then, Bi Sun-ha rushed in shouting, Jong Min-jun. Jong Min-jun was also surprised. Bi Sun-ha, where's Yena? You sent someone there, right? Bi Sun-ha hesitated. Well, we sent someone back there, but we couldn't contact Oh Byung-jun. Jong Min-jun stood frozen in disbelief. What? On Yene's side, the rooftop was now deserted, and Oh Byung-jun's walkie-talkie was calling out repeatedly. Oh Byung-jun, respond. It's getting darker. The sun has completely set behind the building. Inside quarantine room number 2, Jong Min-jun's voice rang out. Please let me go. I'm telling you to let me find my friend. Why are you stopping me? The guy in the hat angrily shouted back. The two people sent out have already lost contact. That's a foolish move. And it's too dark now. It's dangerous outside. If you want to die, just go. One guy standing next to him chimed in. If they want to die, let them go. They just arrived today, so they're not really one of us. If they get bitten by zombies and die out there, that's on them. The guy in the hat is Hao Hain, 28 years old, a former sergeant from Korea, unwillingly determined to persuade. It's a shame, out of all the survivors here, you're the first to decide to leave on the very first day. Suddenly, Kang Han shouted, Jong Min-jun, going outside now is just crazy. Wait until morning. Besides, your leg isn't in great shape either. But Jong Min-jun was determined, turning firmly to say, "Then Kang Hakon, you stay here? I'm going to find Yina and Obi-jun. Didn't you say the principle of survival is not to sacrifice yourself for others? You said you'd never risk your life for someone else, but I think that principle doesn't apply anymore." In saw he couldn't persuade him and gave up. "Tomorrow, a few people will come at dawn. If you insist on going, fine, we won't stop you and we'll lend you some gear to head out through the west gate. That's the best route." Ha done. Standing behind, hesitated to call out to him in Min-jun. Ha-in's voice guided steadily. "Your leg is injured, we'll lend you an electric bike. The battery is fully charged, so you don't have to worry about it dying halfway. You know it's foolish to use a big motor vehicle at night like this, but an electric bike is better than walking. And for the gear, Jong Min-jun said he'd keep it in his bag." Seeing Jong Min-jun's determination, Kang Hakon fell silent. Finally, just before Jong Min-jun went out, he shouted, "Jong Min-jun, we'll go together. I'll go with you. Can I grab my gun back?" Jong Min-jun looked at Kang Hakon in disbelief. The other soldier didn't push further, urging the two. "Go, it's getting darker, and the zombies are growling outside." Ha-in led the two out to the safe gate, reminding them to head outside. "Turn right, then left, and keep going. But there are many infected in that direction. We'll use guns to lure them in another direction. Take this. If you've used a gun before, you can handle it. That's all we can do." Jong Min-jun looked over gratefully. "Thank you." Ha-in raised the walkie-talkie, ready to shoot immediately. The sound of gunfire erupted. The zombies outside swarmed and ran in one direction. Ha-in then said, "They're running this way. Go." The shelter door opened. Jong Min-jun and Kang Hakon pushed the bike outside. "Let's go." Inside, the soldier following couldn't help but wonder. Getting a gun is tough. "Are you sure you want to give it to him? He might not come back." But Hain firmly replied, "No matter who he's looking for, that person must be very important, like family or a loved one." At the same time, in a brightly lit room, Yena was pushed down to the floor. She turned around in panic, only to see a few prisoners looking at her with glee, sneering. "Two guys are dead, but I never thought there'd be a girl here. Getting rid of those two useless guys was a stroke of luck." Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. "This is quite comfortable." The prisoners turned around. Seeing a muscular guy just finished showering, I asked unhappily, "Dai-ha, are you the first one?" He didn't understand and asked back, "First of what? Get out of the way." Then he walked over and sat down in front of Yena, lifting her chin with his hand. Slowly assessing her, he asked, "Not bad. How old are you?" Yena was momentarily stunned, then coldly turned her gaze away. Dai-ha's eyes narrowed, and his icy voice came out, "You guys better not do anything stupid with her. She's too young." The prisoners behind, who couldn't process the situation, fell silent for a moment before the leader burst out laughing. "Hey, you idiot. The apocalypse is here, and what's the point of morals anymore? Where did your ridiculous sense of justice come from? Who cares about ethics? Who cares how old she is? As long as he's a 34-year-old guy, serving a life sentence for serious crimes, including illegal fights for the mafia, drugs, murder weapons, causing serious accidents, extortion, kidnapping, and so on." The guy next to him hurriedly advised, "Are you crazy? That's Jiho. He's Ma Sang-cheon. 30 years old, 12 years in prison for violence, robbery, and so on." Jiho, losing interest, glared at Kwon Tae-sik, trying to intimidate him. "You should know why I'm in prison, right? So shut up, unless you want me to kill you." Kwon Tae-sik had to keep his mouth shut. Sorry. But inside he was still cursing. Damn it. Jiho shifted his target to Oh Byung-jun, telling him to kill that pig over there and use the girl as bait. Oh Byung-jun was stunned and shouted, "Wait a minute, Jiho doesn't care about analysis. If we do it right, we can take over the Gunja station. It's big enough with plenty of food and weapons." Yena also couldn't stay silent anymore, yelling, "Wait, are you planning to kill my friend? Please spare him, I'll do anything." Oh Byung-jun's face turned red again, thoughts racing in his head. Did Yena just call him a friend? And he was begging for his life. Begging to save someone like that couldn't be a normal feeling. He clearly likes me. It can't be wrong. If both of us survive, maybe I'll confess. Yena over here kept pleading. He might be a loser, but being a loser isn't a crime. There are definitely plenty of losers out there like him, but he's my best friend's friend. If he dies, my friend will be very sad. Oh Byung-jun, who had just been given hope, was now crushed, cursing in his head. Damn it, I came all the way here just to be humiliated. Damn it, can he just die? Kwon Tae-sik, who had been silent, suddenly suggested. Right, Di-ha, killing that pig would be a waste. It must have some use, or we could play with it before killing. He. Oh Byung-jun felt an ominous sign. Play with me? Jiho didn't care, turning to ask Yena, have you killed a zombie before? Yena remained silent. Daiha continued to ask, so how will you survive? Yena still stayed silent. Daiha pondered for a moment and then decided to throw the girl in there. Start. Kwante, sick, unable to process, suddenly asked again. What, really? Hey, catching a girl like that is hard, isn't it a waste? Ma Sang-cheon hurriedly advised. Forget it, man, it sounds fun. Hey, get ready. Yes, Yena widened her eyes, trembling, asking, What? What are you guys planning to do? Kwante Sik burst out laughing as expected. Diha is truly ruthless. Ha ha. I thought he would go easier on a girl, but I was wrong. Jiho handed her a fork and told her to protect herself, or she would end up like those over there, jabbing the fork into her hand, his face still calm as he said, It's nothing, don't worry. Just aim for the face and stab. Just think of them as things targeting you. Feel the survival instinct and anger surging through you. Just do it like a madman. Yena couldn't understand what they were saying. Wait a minute. What does that mean? Jiho concluded, she has to be everything to survive. Simple, right? He is Song Jiho, a 26-year-old death row inmate. Moments later, the bloody steel door opened and Rena was thrown hard inside, standing up in disbelief, looking around. What the hell? But the room was eerily quiet. After a while, sounds of zombies echoed from outside. Yena stood frozen in place, vaguely understanding. Don't tell me. Just a second later, the door was kicked open, and a zombie was kicked inside by the prisoners. Jiho stood at the door, calmly saying, We made the fight easier. We cut off both its arms, so you can handle it, right? To survive in this world with its fragile body, you need to go crazy. You survive. After finishing his sentence, he turned his back and went in, slamming the door shut, leaving Yena wide-eyed and frozen, trembling with the fork in her hand. How can I do this? No, I can't. But before she could mentally prepare, the zombie lunged at her. Yena instinctively ducked to avoid it. The zombie slammed its head against the wall, screaming. Yena stood there, stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She hurriedly rushed to the door, frantically pulling the doorknob. It didn't work, so she switched to banging on the door, begging, Please spare me. I can't do this. Please. Open the door. But it was eerily quiet outside, and the zombie lunged at her again, trying to bite. Yena was so scared that she tightly shut her eyes and stood still. The fork Jiho gave her also fell to the ground. The zombie was getting more and more aggressive, opening its mouth wide and screaming. Yena could only let it push against the door, praying in her heart, Please, anyone at all. Just then, an arm wrapped around the zombie's neck and pulled it back, throwing it straight against the opposite wall. The scene changed so quickly that Yena was terrified, her eyes wide open. The other death row inmates grumbled in annoyance. What the hell is this? Why help her? Daiha, what's up? Are you bored if that girl dies too quickly? Jiho coldly picked up the fork from the ground and repeated, I already said, to survive, you have to lose your sanity a little. Before Yena could react, Jiho circled around and placed the fork back in her hand. His voice echoed steadily in her ear. Just this once. I'll help you out, kid. Hold it like this. Yena pleaded with a shaky voice. Wait, but that zombie doesn't have time to wait. It immediately lunged forward to attack. Jiho reached out and grabbed its neck, pinning it against the wall. Yena stammered, What are you doing? Jiho replied emotionlessly, It's all for your own good. Feel it, really feel what it's like. When I say to survive, you have to be half crazy. With that, he grabbed Yena's hand and lifted it up. She gasped, Wait a second. Jiha ignored Yena, who shut her eyes tight, not daring to look as he lunged forward. A scream rang out. Then, the sound of the zombie went silent, its blood splattering all over Jiho's face. The zombie collapsed on the spot. The meaning of Yena's hand also fell away. Jiho continued to lecture. If you want to make sure it dies, you have to go this far. Rena sat down in shock. Jiho patted her shoulder to encourage her. It's normal to be scared or shocked the first time. People will gradually change. It's all for you, so calm down. You will have to do it yourself, even when I'm not here. Until you can kill it with your own hands, I will keep training you. Let's take a 30-minute break and then start again. Okay, got it? After finishing his sentence, Jiho turned away, leaving Yena sitting there alone. At the same time, at the building where Jong Min-jun's group was before, the street was quiet until suddenly the sound of vehicles echoed. Jong Min-jun and Kang On took off in an electric vehicle. A few seconds later, a horde of zombies frantically chased after them. Kang calmly asked, Are you sure he said near John here? Jong Min-jun confirmed, Yeah, definitely. After saying this, he felt a bit worried and fell silent, Remembering the time they were captured before, the masked man reported over the radio. We are still at the building next to the main square, and we have captured one survivor from Gunja. The other end immediately responded. We are about 1 to 2 kilometers from Jeon Station, and we chose this place as a hideout. The masked man urged, please hurry. Boss, I'm hiding because I'm afraid Gunja will come here. The voice on the radio reassured him. I'll be there soon. The masked man still wasn't very reassured. Just to be safe, tell me the location of the hideout. If something goes wrong or we get separated, I can go straight there. Immediately, a voice shouted back, hey, you idiot. What if you reveal the location? Can you take responsibility for that? It's near Jeon Station, but I can't say exactly where. Anyway, just the 3 of us, including me, will go there. Just drive. The masked man was unhappy to hear that. In fact, a grown man had to do errands for Jew. He could just speak up when asked. Thinking this, he inquired, Gagjeon is on line 2, right? Is it okay if we don't go straight there? Kang Han suggested stopping by the last building first. The last radio signal from Oh Byung-jun came from the rooftop of the adjacent building, suggesting he might not have been captured yet. Just as he mentioned this, he looked at the building in front of him with some disbelief. Huh, is the fire getting bigger? Jong Min-jun looked a bit worried. Is it okay? Kang Han assured him it hasn't spread to the other building yet. Hurry up, and both of them changed their route. A moment later, a bit of light flickered inside the dark staircase. Jong Min-jun held a flashlight and followed behind, feeling grateful. Thank God, at least this area is still safe. Suddenly, they discovered a person slumped at the stair corner, approaching. Kang Han observed and analyzed. Looking at the bandage on his arm, he seemed to be one of the survivors from Gagyunja. Jong Min-jun couldn't believe it and shouted, no way. Han looked around quickly and soon spotted several shell casings scattered on the steps, picking one up. He guessed. Shell casings? They use the same type of rifle as us. It must be them. Jong Min-jun was a bit skeptical. How do you know that? Kang Han replied, the position of the shell casings says it all. They seem to have been ambushed before they could shoot back and had their weapons stolen. The gun I'm holding originally belonged to the guy I killed. He said they had another identical one. Hearing this analysis, Jong Min-jun grew even more worried. What if Yine and Bong Joon were also captured? Kang Han didn't respond, and continued to move up first. After a while, both reached the rooftop of the building and quickly found Obi-jun's radio. Obi-jun was shocked to pick it up. The radio belonged to Bong Joon. Kang Han glanced around, noting there were no bodies, only abandoned items, meaning they had probably been captured. The radio reconnected, and Kang Han reported inside. This is Kang Han. We have reached the rooftop and found 2 dead bodies in the emergency staircase, but did not find the bodies of Oh Byung-jun or the female teammate. However, we have picked up Oh Byung-jun's radio and are now heading straight to Jeond. The other end was silent for a moment before responding. Understood. Be careful. Jong Min shivered silently as he looked at Kang Han. After a while, both continued on their way. Seeing the zombies moving from afar, Jong Min shivered and asked, that's the place, right? The alley next to the Jeon exit. Kang Han suggested moving quietly from here on. Jong Min-jun had to lower his voice. All right, there are dozens of buildings in this alley. How do we know which one is the right one? Kang Han didn't know either. Suddenly, he noticed a guy sitting on the second-floor ledge nearby. That guy was completely unguarded, resting his gun on his thigh while smoking, complaining non-stop. This place is full of infected. Those gun guys wouldn't even come here. So why do we have to keep watch? It's not like zombies are going to break in here. That Jew is even younger than me, yet he acts like he's the boss. Honestly, why do I have to do all this stupid errand work? This guy is Oh Sang-min, 27 years old, with a 6-year sentence for assault, theft, and drug distribution. Suddenly, the flashlight beam shone directly at him, catching him off guard. Closing his eyes, regaining his senses, Oh Sang-min immediately pulled out his gun, aimed it at them, and shouted, "Damn it! Who the hell are you, you bastard?" Before he could finish, Kang Han appeared like a shadow behind him, holding a knife to his throat in a threatening manner. That's the question I was about to ask. Oh Sang-min froze in disbelief. What? Kang Han coldly questioned. You're an escaped convict, huh? Oh Sang-min stammered. Huh? Who are you? Kang Han emotionlessly ordered. Just answer how many people are inside, and I'll count to 3, 2, 1. Oh Sang-min sweated and cursed. Stupid idiot. Immediately, Kang Han asked for a little blood, making the guy scream in agony. After a moment of interrogation, Kang Han's voice echoed. Hurry up, Min-jun, get inside quickly. We don't have much time left. Jong Min-jun finally peeked out, nodding. Yeah. The two entered the building occupied by Ji-ho, slowly making their way up the stairs. Kang Han led the way, cautiously signaling, taking cover against the wall while peeking out. This peaceful scene made Han a bit uneasy. Was the elevator door left open? Kang Han Cheon approached and looked down, seeing a light shining, then concluded he heard noises coming from the basement where the hallway was filled with signs of a struggle. Inside a room, Oh Byung-jun answered, "I don't know anything. I just got here not long ago." "Are the death row inmates still pretending to be clueless? You bastard. Do you want me to cut off your fingers to remember?" The guy just mentioned is Dung Dui-hun, 30 years old, a former Special Forces operative sentenced to 10 years for serious assault and attempted murder. Ma Sang-chan, standing nearby, suddenly turned to look back. He stepped out to check the hallway, but there was nothing unusual. Inside the elevator, a faint sound echoed again at the elevator entrance. Min-jun and Kang Hakon stood there, shining flashlights. Kang Hakon picked up the radio to report, "That's the bar building in the alley near Gate 1 of John Depigu. It seems we've discovered the hideout of the escapees." After receiving feedback, Kang Hun said, "Then I'll go inside and you turn around and give orders. I'll go down first, so don't come down until something happens." A former Special Forces member with 10 years of serious assault, intentional murder. Ma Sang-chan was standing aside, suddenly turned around to look behind. He stepped out to check the corridor, but there was nothing unusual at all. Inside the elevator, a faint sound echoed again above the elevator entrance. Min-jun and Kang Hakon stood there, shining their flashlights. Kang Hakon picked. There was nothing unusual at all. Inside the elevator, a soft sound echoed again above the elevator entrance. Min-jun and Kang Hakon stood there, shining their flashlights. Kang Hakon picked up the walkie-talkie to report that was the bar building in the alley near gate number 1 of Jeon Depigu Station. It seems they have discovered the hiding place of the escapees. After receiving feedback, Kang Hun said, "Then I." Jong Min-jun worriedly reminded him, "Be careful. There's still the basement area." Another zombie was caught. Ji-ho brought it into Yi-na's room and kindly asked, "Can you handle this on your own this time?" Yi-na, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Please, why are you doing this to me?" But there was no answer. The zombie was pushed down by him. Yi-na weakly begged, "Please let me go." But Ji-ho, unfazed, said it wasn't to harm her. "I'm doing this because I see you as someone special. So this time, please do well." Seeing the zombie stand up again, Yi-na instinctively backed away to avoid it. "Please, please." Ji-ho ignored her and locked the door, and immediately the sounds of the zombie and Yi-na's screams echoed from inside. Ji-ho was nervously listening to the sounds coming from the room when suddenly he widened his eyes, turning to look back. At the stairs leading down to the basement, Kang Hound jumped down from above to observe below. Looking down to see no one, he slowly landed, anxiously looking outside. Coincidentally, Ma Sang-cheon passed by, his head full of questions, clearly having just heard the sounds from the elevator, and in the next moment, their eyes met. Ma Sang-gon, unprepared, stammered reflexively, "Who is that?" Kang Han, without saying a word, fired a shot at the guy's leg. A scream echoed, attracting the attention of Kwon Tae-sik. The death row inmates all looked outside. "Huh, what was that?" Dung Dui-hun peered out, only to see Ma Sang-chan groaning on the floor. Dung Jun hiding in the corner where this guy was sitting. Kang Hakon aimed his gun in a threatening manner. "Shut up if you don't want to die." Once he had controlled this guy, Kang Hakon let out a sigh of relief. Even if it were me, I had never enlisted, nor had I ever learned close combat skills. I didn't know if this operation was really suitable. According to what the guy I interrogated said, at that time, he claimed there were a total of 7 people, including that guy, the one caught in Min-jun, and the guard outside. 3 had died. If we don't count the one being held hostage, then there are at least 3 people left. He also had an AR gun and grenades. If he had killed the guy at Gunja Station and seized more rifles, then at least 2 of them were armed with rifles. Using this guy as a hostage to lure Yena and Oh Byung-jun would be the most effective way. On the other side, Dung Jun took a look around and reported. Ma Sang-gon was injured by a bullet, suspected to be the guy at Gunja Station who was armed. Jun Tae-sik jumped in surprise. "What the hell?" Both turned to prepare their gear. "Damn it. Give me a gun. Hand me a gun." Dung Jun didn't want to argue anymore and declared, "After all, I used to be part of the Special Forces." Meanwhile, outside, Kang Howen hid behind the wall and shouted loudly, "We're here to find our 2 people. Those 2 are in there, right?" In response was a few seconds of silence. Kang Howen continued to shout, "Oh Byung-jun, Rina. If you're in there, answer me." Oh Byung-jun finally regained some awareness, hurriedly shouting back, "Both I and Han Yang-na are in here." Kwon Tae-sik glared at him angrily. "Shut up." He hit Oh Byung-jun again to make him quiet. Above the elevator, Jong Min-jun listened to the commotion below, determining from Oh Byung-jun's voice that it seemed Han Ye-na and Byung-jun were both alive, and Dong-jun, carrying a weapon, peeked out and shouted, "Clarify your identities, you bastards. What are you planning to do now?" Kang fell silent for a moment before responding loudly. "I am Kang Hakon from UDT. Coming from Gagunja. Dozens of soldiers are surrounding this building, and you will soon be suppressed by force. There are 3 armed men inside, right? Juntae using this name as a hostage to lure Yena and Oh Byung-jun will be the most effective way." On the other side, Dong-jun looked around and reported. Ma Sang-gon was injured by a bullet, suspected that the guy at Gunja Station was armed. Kwon-tae-sich jumped in shock. "What's going on?" Both turned to prepare their gear. "Damn it, give me the gun. Hand me the gun." Dong-jun didn't want to argue anymore and declared, "After all, I used to be in the special forces." Outside, Kang Kang-houn hid behind a wall and shouted loudly, "We're here to find our 2 people. Those 2 are in there, right?" In response was a few seconds of silence. Kang Hakchan continued to shout, "Oh Byung-jun, Rina, if you're in there, answer me." Oh Byung-jun finally regained some awareness, hurriedly shouted back, "I'm in here. Both me and Han Yena are here." Kwon-tae-sich glared at him angrily. "Shut up." He punched Oh Byung-jun again to make him quiet. Above the elevator, Jong Min-jun listened to the sounds below and recognized Oh Byung-jun's voice. It seemed that Han Yena and Byung-jun were both safe and alive. Dong-jun had his weapon ready, poking his head out and shouting, "State your identities, you bastards. What are you planning to do now?" Kang fell silent for a moment before responding loudly, "I am Kang Hakon from UDT, coming from Gagunja. Dozens of soldiers are surrounding this building, and you will soon be suppressed by force. There are 3 armed men inside, right?" Juntae-sich was tense, sweating profusely. "UDT is a special forces unit. Damn it, are we done for?" Dong Jae-hun coldly refuted without hesitation, but they didn't seem very professional. It could just be a lie. If there really were a lot of intruders, they would have come in at the same time. But in my opinion, that guy is probably alone or at most 2 or 3 people. In terms of numbers, we aren't at a disadvantage. But Kwon-tae-sich still couldn't calm down. "Damn it. But that guy knows how many of us there are, right?" Dong-jun coldly analyzed, ignoring the situation. He shot recklessly right after sneaking in, so he must be either brave or a crazy risk-taker or a clumsy professional impersonator, one of the 2. Seeing no response from inside, Han continued to urge, "Just deal with me already. Right now, your teammate is in my sights and will die instantly. In exchange for sparing this guy's life, let my 2 people go free." Dong Jae-hun couldn't decide. What now? Kwon-tae-sich was also panicking. "Where's Jun? Is that girl in the room? Damn it." After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and ordered to throw the grenade. Dong-jun couldn't believe his ears and turned to him. "Huh?" Kwon-tae-sich loudly repeated. "I said, throw the grenade." "Damn it." Dong Jae-hun hesitated. "But what about Ma Sang-chan?" Kwon-tae-sich cursed recklessly. "Damn it. Anyway, that guy with him is just dead weight. If I say throw it, then throw it, you bastard. If this is a trap, then just to save Ma Sang-cheon, we will all die." Ma Sang-cheon was furious, hearing this. "A grenade? Damn." Under the life and death pressure, this guy actively begged, "Please spare me. Please let them go. Ji-ho, please save me." Suddenly, footsteps echoed, making Hanmi startled and look out. What caught his eye was a pair of unafraid feet approaching. Ji-ho came out holding an AK, annoyed. Seriously, dragging out all this nonsense. This scene left Han unable to think straight. What's going on? Is he coming this way? Ma Sang-cheon watched this scene, terrified and wanting to back away. But Ji-ho emotionlessly aimed the gun at this guy's head and declared, "Survival principle number 1, if you put your teammates in danger for your own sake, just die." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot Ma Sang-cheon dead. Han didn't expect this guy to be so cold-blooded, hurriedly aiming his gun outside. But Joe decisively approached and snatched the gun from him and casually kicked him in the chin. Han was immediately sent flying. Ji-ho heard the noise, quickly turned around, only to see Min-jun rushing out of the elevator, aiming his gun at him, but he showed no fear and aimed his gun back. Jong Min-jun hesitated to speak. "Han Ye-na and Oh Byung-jun, let them go." Joe was surprised and repeated, "Han Ye-na? So that girl's name is Han Ye-na?" He lowered his gun, turned around to give orders, "Don't shoot Jun," then turned back to ask, "Can I just let the fat guy go? Except for Han Ye-na, I feel like that girl has something special with me." Although they had just met, Jong Min-jun was sweating and silent. Gathering all his courage, He shouted again, "Let Yina go right now, before I shoot." Joe saw this and casually commented, looking at him as if he really intended to shoot. "Must be Han Yina that's pushing him over the edge. Huh? Do they have a special relationship?" Before he could answer, there was a voice from above the elevator. It seemed like reinforcements were coming. The other four moved behind the building and surrounded them. Daiha's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed, "What's going on? I didn't expect backup to actually arrive. Even if you shoot me now, the guy I'm aiming at over there will shoot you. Just looking at it seems disadvantageous, right? So lower your gun." Jong Min-jun immediately shouted, "Shut up." Joe didn't want to linger any longer, scoffed coldly, and turned away. "Do whatever you want, I'm leaving. And right now, you don't have time for that. So hurry and check on Han Yena." Jong Min-jun asked in confusion. "What?" Jo immediately said. "She's alone in the room with the zombie." This made Jong Min-jun stammer and widen his eyes. "What are you planning to do with Yena?" But Joe didn't care, just walked away. "See you later if there's a chance." Kwon Teach was already prepared and urged, "Joe, come here quickly." Jong Bin-jun didn't want to deal with them anymore, hurried inside, quickly discovering Oh Byung-jun and asking rapidly, "Oh Byung-jun? Yina? Is Yina here?" Oh Byung-jun was overjoyed. "Jong Min-jun, did you come to save me?" "She's not here. It's a different room." Just hearing this, Jong Min-jun abandoned him and ran off. Oh Byung-jun was furious, steaming. Those bastards, they must be in love. Meanwhile, in Min-jun's place, he ran to open each room, anxiously shouting. Yina sat dazed in front of the motionless zombie. Hearing the shout, her body stiffened and moved. This scene made Min-jun a bit worried. Yina, are you okay?" As soon as she saw him looking at her, Yina immediately rushed over, tightly hugging him down, making Min-jun freeze in place. Tears streamed down her face, her sobs echoed continuously. He was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to react. His trembling hand reached up, stroking her head to comfort her. "It's okay, you don't have to be scared anymore." But Yina's crying didn't stop, resonating steadily in that room. On the other side, the battle had ceased. Hada picked up the walkie-talkie. The voice inside echoed. "I chased for about 300 meters, but ultimately lost the trail." He immediately ordered, "If we split up, it's too dangerous. Come back here, everyone will regroup and return to the Gunja station." The person on the other end quickly acknowledged the order. Once done, Ha couldn't help but curse those bastards, then turned to praise Kang Honorable. "You did really well. I heard you're a high school student. Really impressive." Kang Han tiredly replied, "Because we took them down too many. I'm afraid they'll come back for revenge." But Hain stopped him, reassuring, "Don't worry. Just stay more alert and you'll be fine. Of course, their numbers have decreased, but we can't let our guard down." "Where did you learn to use a gun?" Kang Han felt a bit awkward. Upon hearing that, he brushed it off. It doesn't really matter in this apocalyptic world, right? But Kang Han confessed, "I crossed the border when I was young. The first person I shot dead was a North Korean soldier who used to bully me. I took advantage of his unguarded moment, grabbed the gun, and shot." Hadhain couldn't help but exclaim, "So that's what happened." Kang Han added, "After settling in South Korea, after graduating high school, I wanted to join the army like Sergeant Ha-hain." There was a moment of silence, and he hesitantly said, "Sergeant Ha-hain, I have something important to discuss with you privately." Ha-hain was left dumbfounded after hearing that. After a moment in the detention room 2011, looking at the wound on Jong Min-jun's stomach, Hain's voice came out incredulously. "I can't believe it. Looking at the wound, it really seems you've been infected. How long have you been like this?" Jong Min-jun hesitated to recount. It seems like it's been over a week. I guess I might have been infected before that." Kang Han hesitated to confirm. "Definitely can't let this leak out, right?" In turned back and nodded. "Yeah, for now, only the two of us know. But we need to report this to the doctor in charge of the evacuation area. Let me talk to him for you. Luckily, that doctor is very close to me. First, let's go get checked out. I'll take responsibility, so don't worry." Jong Min-jun was stunned to hear this. Here's the gun. I'm returning it to you." "Yes, I won't be needing it." But Ha-ini insisted on pushing it back. "All right, you keep it. You can't believe your ears, can you?" "Oh, thank you." The night was falling. In the concentration area, Jong Min-jun remembered he needed to get checked and quarantined for a day. Because of that, I was able to live in the evacuation area at Gunja Station. But our ultimate goal is the Gangnam evacuation area, so we can't stay here long. Earlier, in the afternoon, Kang Han had inquired. "My sister and Min-jun's mother are in the Gangnam evacuation area. Have you heard any news about Gangnam?" According to Sergeant Ha-hain, About a week ago, through emergency radio, they gathered a lot of information about the current situation. It was said that the Gangnam evacuation area really exists and is the largest evacuation area in Seoul. Of course, aside from short-range communication, all communication devices are not functioning, so he said he couldn't know the current situation in Gang. Hopefully, it's as safe there as it is here. Summarizing the situation that Sergeant Ha-in knew through the radio, South Korea is currently facing the worst situation on the entire Korean peninsula. The rate of infection and the level of spread is incredibly fast, overwhelming the whole country, and the South Korean central government has essentially collapsed from Seoul to Busan. No city is safe, but it seems many evacuation areas, from small to large, are being operated in various places. Some prisons have become dangerous due to prisoners escaping, but some other prisons are being used as evacuation areas. They can be completely isolated from the outside. The situation in neighboring countries is also very serious. In the case of North Korea, even though they have sealed off all borders and sea routes, no one knows if there are infected people within the country. The neighboring country, Japan, quickly sealed itself off after the disaster occurred in South Korea. The initial response was quite effective, but some Japanese and Korean refugees tried to reach Japan by boat. A few of them brought the virus into Japan. It is said that eventually, zombies appeared in Japan despite the strict lockdown. China failed in its initial response and became the next country with zombies after South Korea. It is reported that Thailand, Taiwan, and Indonesia have also reported zombies, especially in the case of the United States. They have tightly sealed off facilities like the U.S. military in South Korea or the embassy. And at the national level, they used force to evacuate citizens by plane and helicopter. There are rumors that some U.S. military units in Korea have had infected individuals, but the situation afterward is unclear. In the context of global danger, it is clear that the U.S. is intervening more than any other country, but no one knows what the future holds. And Sergeant Ha-in said that the cause of this zombie disaster is not natural, but due to a carefully orchestrated plan by someone, which could be speculated as a chain biological terrorism. Biological terrorism, the intentional release of biological agents like bacteria, viruses, toxins, the sudden and simultaneous outbreak of epidemics across the country. The communication system was completely paralyzed within just one day, and the appearance of zombies, both in military units and prisons, is too unusual to be considered a coincidence. There is a hypothesis that this is an act of North Korea, but the exact cause has yet to be verified. However, the most likely cause, in my opinion, is the game Reds. On the day the disaster occurred, Reds held a large-scale offline event, and the infected individuals resembling zombies from the game began to appear in real life. Players of Reds like me, B-mun, and Sonho have always thought so. The hypothesis suggests that someone intentionally spread the virus in South Korea and released weapons and supplies to turn survival in the game into reality. The hypothesis that the developers intentionally created this disaster. Or there is even a hypothesis that a foreign corporation addicted to this game planned everything. The truth remains unclear. But why South Korea? If they wanted to do that, they could execute it anywhere in the world. But one thing is certain, that someone is intentionally trying to turn that zombie game into reality. At the same time, in the hideout of the group S. Hakyung, 20 years old, daughter of Professor Si-deun, a first-year college student, cried. Hazen and Aunt John had completed their quarantine safely, and thanks to the support of the sergeant, they reunited with the professor's daughter during the quarantine. But because the master was infected while moving, if only the professor could get here, that would be great. I can't be too happy just yet. Over in the quarantine area, Yina sat in a corner, dazed. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Yina, hey. Han Yina. She snapped back to reality and turned around. Jong Min-jun asked anxiously, are you okay? She mumbled incoherently, making him even more worried. Are you really okay? You've been acting like a zombie. She broke out in a sweat and replied, yeah, I'm fine. I'm still normal. I was feeling a bit down earlier, but I'm okay now. Seeing this, he thought to himself, it's understandable. Even taking down a zombie with just a fork must be really tough. Remembering that scene in his head, his gaze dropped. She must have been in shock. Suddenly, B-sun called out, Yena, it's your turn to go in next. Before he finished, the Korean girl scolded him, hey, don't call me Yena anymore, okay? We're not that close. Mun was left dumbfounded. Huh? What? Yena, it's your turn to go in next. Before she finished her sentence, the Korean student scolded, hey, don't call me Yena anymore, okay? We're not that close. Bi-yoon was completely dumbfounded. Huh, really? So what should I call you? Is this okay? Yina got even angrier. Hearing someone like you call my name is already annoying enough. He looked even more confused. Oh no, you're really something. You know that? Jong Min-jun, sitting nearby, felt a bit nostalgic. It seems like Han Yina is just like always. Both Yina and Kang Hakon tested negative. The only issue is that Kang Hakon has several small wounds, so after quarantine, he still needs to be hospitalized and rest for a few weeks. A little while later, inside the quarantine room, Jin nervously lifted her wound for the doctor to see. Feeling tense, it was finally her turn, and she was a bit worried. But now, all she could do was trust Corporal Hain and the doctor. The doctor observed for a while and exclaimed in disbelief, "Has it really been more than a week? No way." "Are you really showing no symptoms?" He sincerely replied. "Sometimes my whole body changes color like a zombie, or I suddenly get a high fever and then it's normal again." Hearing this, the doctor broke out in a sweat, confirming that this was something that could be seen with the naked eye. "For sure, you have been infected." She was Yoon Jin, 27 years old, an internal medicine intern, and the girlfriend of Corporal Hain. Jong Min-jun was taken aback. She continued to analyze. "Of course, I will take blood for a precise test. But if there are no significant changes after more than a day since infection, it's highly likely that you are immune." Hearing this, he relaxed, so it turns out he was immune. She hesitated a bit. It's definitely immunity. Creating a treatment could be a crucial breakthrough. He quickly interrupted, "So what will happen to me? Am I going to be a test subject for developing the drug? In movies or games, people usually die when they make vaccines," and she immediately reassured him. "That's just in the movies. In this evacuation area, we don't have the manpower to develop vaccines or treatments. As you know, our current situation is like this. Japan or the U.S. might be different, but I heard from my boyfriend, Corporal Inin earlier. For now, I will keep your infection a secret." Jong Min-jun let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Yoon Jane emphasized again. "But there's something you need to understand. The promise you must absolutely keep." Jong Min-jun felt stiff all over. After a while of exchanging words in the clinic, Jong Min-jun scratched his head and confessed, "I really am infected." Yina stammered, "Really? So that means you're immune, right?" He calmly replied, "The doctor said they will continue researching." "But then the doctor told me." Before he could finish, Yina suddenly remembered. Shouted out in my heart, "Oh right, step aside a bit." Seeing her rush off like that, he was startled. "Oh my god." A few seconds later, Yina burst into the patient room, shouting loudly, "I have something urgent to say." Dr. Yoon Sejin looked over in surprise. "What is it?" "Oh, I have to go now. Can we talk tomorrow?" She was so anxious she was stuttering. "I need to know right now. It's really extremely important." Hearing this, Yoon Jane paused and stopped packing her things. After a moment, she sat down and asked seriously, "So what is it?" "You told me to stay and then hesitated to say." But Yina hesitated and couldn't say it. I want to ask this, but please don't tell him, okay?" Watching her avoid eye contact and blush, Yoon Si-jin awkwardly followed. Okay. What is it?" Yina hesitated. Jong Min-jun run. If he gets infected, can he still? With girls?" Yoon Se-jane was so shocked she widened her eyes. "What? Can he? What do you mean?" She blushed and couldn't form a complete sentence. "What I mean is, if Jong Min-jun really got infected, then with girls, no matter what, those kinds of things. That's what I mean." Yoon Jane, not understanding, hesitated to ask back. "Why are you suddenly asking that? Why are you asking such a stupid question?" Not getting a response, she thought to herself and covered her mouth in awe. "Oh, Yina and Jong Min-jun are in love, right?" Yina's face turned bright red as she yelled. "What? No, it's not like that. We're not dating. We're just siblings. We're just close like real sisters. Anyway, if his body becomes incapable of loving girls, that would be a huge deal. He would have to live his whole life single and never touch a girl. He also couldn't have kids. Life would be so terrible." Suddenly, she jumped up and screamed. Yoon Jane sighed helplessly. "Okay, first calm down. I understand what you want to ask. But let me ask you one thing, yay, nah. Can you kiss the zombies wandering out there?" Min-jun is also an infected being just like them. I'm not sure if you heard the explanation sent to Min-jun, but Min-jun has definitely been infected. Therefore, until technology can completely cure it, according to regulations, he is someone you absolutely cannot approach. The infection mainly spreads through wounds or blood, but the possibility of transmission through saliva or bodily fluids cannot be ruled out. Sharing objects or skin contact all pose risks. Anyway, Min-jun is an extremely dangerous entity. After a while, Yina went outside. With a heavy heart due to Corporal Hoen's request, "We will keep this confidential for now," but in reality, Min-jun cannot enter the quarantine zone. Of course, right now Min-jun won't bite anyone or anything like that. But if he has too much contact with others or shares drinks and food, it could be dangerous. We have been instructed to strictly adhere to this, but because he might become aggressive at any moment, we must always be vigilant. If he turns into a zombie, he could be shot on sight, so he has to accept that. Seeing her step out, Jong Min-jun stood up and asked, "What did you talk about?" She quietly replied, "Nothing, just that you were stammering. The doctor told me that it turns out our last meal together was actually a very risky act. Because of me, others are at risk of infection. So now when I go out, I always have to wear long sleeves. Even though the virus isn't airborne, I still have to be careful too. Avoid direct contact with others. So, if you go with me from now on, you might also be at risk of getting infected. I think I should handle the search for my mom alone. Of course, the decision is yours." Jen heard this and suddenly felt tears welling up in her eyes. She turned and ran away quickly. The scene was so unexpected that Jong Min-jun was left stunned. After a while, inside the isolation room, Yena sat curled up alone. Jong Min-jun opened the door and hesitantly asked, "Hey, are you mad?"
Oh, no, I mean, the fact that you went through so much to accompany me here, I really appreciate it.
"But I'm really worried. What if you get infected too? And it's safe here. Plus, there are a lot of people. I think even without me, you wouldn't be lonely. I'm saying this because I'm genuinely concerned about you." Yena quietly listened, thinking to herself, why does he have to think such foolish things? After pondering, she opened her mouth to call out. Jong Min-jun trembled, suddenly remembering his mom in America, feeling a bit sad. "It's not because of you, so don't take it to heart. And being with you isn't exactly pleasant. It's just that I promised to help you find your mom. I just want to keep that promise and accompany you. Whether I get infected or not, that's a risk I have to take." Hearing her, he stammered back, "I'm sorry." Yine interrupted. "Thank you for looking for me today. You must be tired. You should go back and rest." He nodded and quietly turned back. The room closed, falling into silence. Yina was nervously wrestling with her thoughts. Could it be that I might get infected because I'm trembling? Time passed through the night, and the next morning at the temporary base, Kang Hakan was diagnosed with an injury that would take nearly 5 weeks to recover. He heavily leaned in and asked the doctor if that meant he had come here in such a condition all along. His mind was filled with worries, so before heading to the Gangnam quarantine zone, he had to stay here for at least 5 weeks. 5 weeks? I have to stay here for 5 weeks. When I first entered the Gunja quarantine zone, I thought since it was military managed, the discipline or atmosphere would be very strict, but this place is quite free and comfortable. Beyond my expectations, after a while, all three gathered. Hadohain introduced this as the Gunja quarantine station, Lieutenant and Hyung-ji. Before the incident occurred, he was the commander of the 82nd Mobile Regiment. Jong Min-jun shyly exclaimed, "Oh, hello, An-hi-ji, 50 years old, former commander of the 82nd Mobile Regiment of the South Korean Army, currently the head of the Gunja quarantine station." He smiled back warmly. "You've had a tough time surviving against zombies outside, huh? Stay here comfortably, and if you need anything, just let me know." Jong Min-jun recalled in his mind. Lieutenant An-hi-ji, the head of the Gunja quarantine station, seemed very kind. But according to rumors, after his wife and children were attacked by zombies, he developed a deep hatred for them. Those guys were infected, shoot them all dead. Since then, he no longer sees zombies as human. He orders immediate extermination even before they fully transform, so my infection absolutely must not be revealed. Basunho and Byung-jun already know about my infection. Aside from those two and Ye Na-kan, the professor's family, only Corporal Ha and the doctor know. And because I could turn into a zombie at any moment, I have to accept the supervision of Corporal Ha Do-ha and as a condition to live in the quarantine zone. Under Corporal Ha's supervision, I have to stay alone in the room next to his lodging. Kang Hakan and Yena also live in the same boarding house. Looking at the area arranged for himself, with clean water flowing steadily, he couldn't help but marvel. There was even drinking water. So lucky. If there was nowhere else to go, living here would be fine, right? If the quarantine area were expanded as Corporal Ha hoped, it would be more comfortable. But to meet my mom, I would ultimately have to leave. Thinking of this, he felt sad again. Remembering Yena's words from last night, "It's just that I promised to help you find your mom. I just want to keep that promise and accompany you." The scene from the day before at the professor's house, she looked at him and affirmed, "I will help you find your mom." Remembering this scene, he felt a bit dazed. Did I say something unnecessary? Because Yena has gradually opened up to me compared to before. I know we have become closer and more intimate than before, but because of that, Yena has become important to me. If Yena were to suffer because of my infection or lose her life, I really don't want to imagine that scene at all. Time passed until noon. Achha led his group to give a brief introduction. Starting from the Gunja Station platform, it has now developed to the point where each building is divided into living areas. The number of survivors is increasing, so they have to expand the area further. Inside the quarantine zone, there are only basic rules to the point where it feels like that. The world before the pandemic looked very peaceful. That peace, on the contrary, made it feel even more strange. After a moment, In said again, "This is the gym, where training sessions and various types of training are held. The gym and survival training courses, shooting, are operated systematically. All men over 17 must undergo training for a certain period and are required to perform protection or patrol duties, and there are also a few women who volunteer to participate." Suddenly, Sun-ha turned to ask, "Oh right, among the survivors here, there are a few from our—" He was a bit surprised. "Really?" He confirmed just as they were over there. Just as he finished speaking, someone called out, "Yina." She turned around, surprised. "Huh, you guys are here." Two friends also expressed disbelief. "Oh my gosh, what's going on? Yina, are you still alive? Turns out this survivor who just came in is this guy. Remember that day we went out together? On the way home that day, I almost died too, while my parents came to pick me up. While we were driving, we got isolated and ended up here. Oh my gosh, there are really so many stories to tell." Jong Min-jun looked over there, thinking to himself, "These are the first-year classmates, and Yena has always been close with all the girls." Suddenly, someone noticed him. "Did he come here with Yena?" he asked in confusion. "What's up?" The girl replied in disbelief, not thinking he would be with her. Yine cheerfully turned to say, "Oh, it just happened that way. Jong Min-jun, you know these guys too." He hesitated, but the girls kept wondering. "But Yina and Jong Min-jun really are a strange couple, huh? And I find it even stranger that Min-jun is still alive." "You're too harsh." "But what about Yena's parents?" Being asked too much, Yena awkwardly replied, "Anyway, there are too many things to talk about, but let's catch up later, okay? We can meet up later." They had to agree. "Yeah, we're hanging out in this building." "Okay, see you later." Jong Min-jun looked around again, silent. After a while eating, Haha asked in surprise, "An underground tunnel?" Kang Han confirmed. "Yes, since all the bridges over the Han River have been blocked, I plan to try to get to Gangnam via the 5th Line tunnel, which is why I came to the Gunja station of the 5th Line." Hato Inui frowned and said quietly, "Of course, we've thought about that too. It's a bit difficult right now, especially with our current situation and manpower. Unless a helicopter comes to pick us up, it will be very hard to get to Gangnam at this moment. Just stay here for a few days, and you'll see. Even thinking about where to go is impossible. Let's go down to the Gunja station. I'll show you the situation on the platform directly." Kang Han was silenced by these words. Time passed after the meal. Inside the base's tunnel, Ha-in's voice echoed steadily. At that time, this fire door played an important role in blocking the zombies. Now, entry is prohibited inside except for the patrol team. But initially, many survivors lived inside, and they even had to sleep on the floor. Fortunately, there was a convenience store inside, so surviving for a few days wasn't an issue. Speaking of which, he fell silent and led the two down below. Outside the glass door, zombies wandered back and forth. Hato shone a flashlight there to remind them, "I've been to Asin Station before. The next station here is filled with zombies. I don't know if they came out from the train on the 5th line, but they have invaded here. Anyway, there are quite a few zombies in the tunnel. It's a bit dangerous, but at some point, I plan to try to open a big path to cross the Han River through the 5th Line tunnel. But so far, we don't have enough manpower. We've focused our manpower on building barbed wire fences and barriers around the concentration area to expand the zone. And even if we block the tunnel and cross over, if the government or the Songba Gang-dong districts have blocked the other side of the tunnel, then there really will be no way out." Hearing this information, Jong Min-jun looked tense. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. "Sometimes I have symptoms of infection, and strangely, the zombies don't attack me. My physical condition is so bad that I could collapse at any moment, but in that moment, I'm safe even in the middle of a crowd of zombies. If the symptoms of infection appear again, let me try to cross the tunnel first." In the dark, silent corridor, the four of them gathered together. Hato solemnly reiterated Jong Min-jun's point, meaning that when the signs of infection flare up, the zombies won't target him. "Is that right? How long do those symptoms last?" Jong Min-jun replied, "I think it's about 1 to 2 or 3 hours. I'm not sure about the criteria for when the symptoms will flare up, but during that time, the physical condition will be extremely weak to the point that collapsing immediately is possible." Hato let out a small sigh. "It's hard to believe, but the issue is, suppose what you said is true. When those symptoms appear, and you go through the South Han River Tunnel to verify whether the other side is blocked or not. You need to go from Wangnaru Station to Chonho Station. The distance from here to there is already nearly 4 kilometers, quite a long way. If you count the round trip on foot, it would take 2 hours. But what if the symptoms disappear before that? You would be caught and torn apart by the zombies. Jong Min-jun then proposed an idea. What if we use an electric bike? I think it could be done in about an hour for a round trip. During that time, your body will be extremely exhausted, to the point where collapsing immediately is a real possibility. Hado, and let out a soft sigh. It was hard to believe, but the issue lies in the fact that, suppose what you said is true. When those symptoms appear and you go through the South Han River Tunnel to check if the other side is sealed off, you need to go from Wangnaru Station to Chonho Station. The distance from here to there is already nearly 4 kilometers, quite a long way. If you consider the round trip on foot, it would take 2 hours. But what if the symptoms disappear before then? You would get caught and torn apart by the zombies. Jong Min-jun heard this and came up with an idea. What if we use an electric bike? I think we could make it back and forth in about an hour. Hado nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, we need to check if the subway line and the road are suitable for driving. But the timing of the symptoms appearing and disappearing is unclear. It's too risky. Even maintaining this shelter is gradually running low on manpower. Last time, someone died. Although it was caused by escaped prisoners, they might come back, so we need to stay alert right now. Jong Min-jun looked at him firmly and asked, Can I go by myself? After all, I'm the one carrying the virus, and being here is no different from being an illegal resident. Hearing this, Han Yena immediately frowned in protest. Absolutely not. If you push yourself too hard and end up turning someone into a monster, what then? Jong Min-jun looked confused. Monster? Realizing she misspoke, she stammered to correct herself. Huh? Oh, I meant overload. If your body is overloaded, you could be in danger. Kang Han agreed with Han Yena. That's right. Dr. Han is absolutely right. The appearance of symptoms and their duration are uncertain. It's a very risky idea. Let's keep monitoring and ask for help from the soldiers here to clear a path. That would be better. Jong Min-jun hesitated. A little later, outside, by the iron gate, a man was standing guard. The four of them stepped outside together. Suddenly, Han Yena froze. Her eyes widened in shock. In front of Han Yena stood a short-haired woman. She furrowed her brow and asked harshly, What's going on, Han Yena? Oh my god, you're still alive. Sometime before that, Han Yena's phone was displaying connecting when her stepmother Choi picked up. Huh, what's going on? She felt like she had found a lifeline and quickly said, Hello, but her voice became impatient. I'm busy. Han Yena hurriedly informed her of her situation, worried. Hey, I'm currently stuck in the emergency exit of a building near the main road. Help me. I can't call 119 or the police. After hearing this, Choi Suin not only didn't help her, but also cursed at her. Damn it, what the hell are you talking about? Take care of yourself. Her words left Han Yena in despair. What? Choi Sujin snapped back. The apartment is in chaos right now. I'm running for my life. I'm hanging up. She frantically pleaded. Wait, you have a car. It's nearby, the FD building, the one with the Pilates studio. Come pick me up. Before Han Yena could finish, Choi Sujin hung up. The cold beeping echoed in the room, extinguishing the flicker of hope in her heart. Yena stood there in silence, overwhelmed with disappointment, returning to reality. Her eyes instinctively widened as she looked directly into Choi Sujin's eyes. Jong Min-jun was the first to notice Han Yena's unusual behavior. He quietly asked, Is that someone Yena knows? She mouthed her response. Yeah, that's the person I mentioned. That bitch abandoned my dad and me to chase after that damn fame. Han Yena's words sent Choi into a rage. She yelled, You little bitch, do you think I wanted to leave you? The apartment was in chaos that day too. I almost died. I ran away for my life. It was an emergency. And you turned me into a villain? The man beside her gently advised Choi Sujin. Hey, just stop. But she had no intention of stopping. Venomous words spilled from her mouth, bluntly stating, You're not my daughter. Am I crazy enough to risk my life to save you? We don't share blood. We're just strangers. And honestly, if you had treated me a little better before, I wouldn't have acted like this. That's your karma, you ungrateful brat. Jong Min-jun quickly stepped in front of Han Yena, stammering. What the hell? You crazy woman. Stop it. Choi Sujin shouted angrily. What, crazy? Who the hell are you? Who are you? Hey, what are you two still standing there for? Hao Hain looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. In this evacuation area, there are also troublemakers like her. Khan frowned and asked quietly, Who exactly is that? Hao Hain explained as they walked. There are a couple of survivors who came in here a few weeks ago. I don't like them. The man claimed to be sick, so he didn't join the rescue team. Both of them don't follow orders, frequently break the rules, and just cause trouble. She said she used to be a famous actress or something. But even if she was an actress, it doesn't mean anything in this situation. If they keep polluting the atmosphere in this evacuation area, they'll have to be expelled. By the way, I didn't know you and Yena had that kind of relationship. Jong Min-jun glanced at Han Yena upon hearing this. Suddenly, Hadohane's walkie-talkie crackled, and the voice on the other end said, "We've spotted an American soldier at Southgate 2. He will disarm and lead them in." He frowned and asked, "An American soldier?" The voice on the other end reminded, "By the way, I didn't know you and Yena had that kind of relationship." Jong Min-jun glanced subtly at Han Yena upon hearing this. Suddenly, Hadohane's walkie-talkie crackled, and the voice on the other end said, "We have detected an American soldier at the Southgate number 2 who will disarm and lead in." He frowned and asked, "An American soldier?" The voice on the other end reminded, "If any survivors know English, they should come here right away." Hado nodded in response. "Yeah, maybe it's an American soldier stationed in Korea who got lost. Is there anyone among the survivors who knows English?" Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out from behind. "I do." Under Hadohane's puzzled gaze, Han Yina repeated, "I know English." A little later, in a military room, soldiers in camouflage uniforms stood at attention. The man spoke in a serious tone. "I was patrolling after establishing a base at a nearby school. That's when I discovered that only 5 people were left in my unit here. The other 4 are guarding the base. All the others have not survived." Han sat opposite him and continued. He said he had set up a temporary base at a nearby school and then went on patrol, leading him here. Currently, the total number of remaining people is 5, and the rest have all perished. A few weeks ago, we managed to contact the command and the Okinawa Air Force Base. They should patrol the area nearby and come here. Currently, there are a total of 5 remaining people, and the rest have all died. A few weeks ago, we managed to contact the command and the Okinawa Air Force Base. They said they would send a rescue helicopter, but suddenly we lost connection again. While she was talking to David Brick, Kang Hakon whispered from behind, "Yena looks different." Jong Min-jun nodded in agreement. After all, she's a rich kid who learned English since kindergarten. David Brick spoke in a deep voice. "I'm not entirely sure, but it feels like someone is intentionally jamming our communication." Yena provided more information. He said the Okinawa Air Force Base promised to send a rescue helicopter, but it seems like the communication is being jammed. Her words surprised Hao Hain, who said, "So can we ask for help from the U.S. military to evacuate from Korea? All the survivors here." David Brick looked worried. "Can we evacuate from Korea with the support of the U.S.? All the survivors here total about 500 people." David Brick frowned. "With that many people, it will be difficult for us. The real problem is that we have also lost contact with command." Han Yena then concluded, "Anyway, we will continue trying to communicate, but don't hope too much." He said that with so many people here, it might be hard. The issue is that we've lost contact with command, but they will keep trying to reach out. Hada stood silently to the side. "Wait, if we can send the immune person, Min-jun, to the U.S. through this American soldier, we could develop a specific treatment or vaccine, right?" The vending machine sat silently, unused. At this point, the sky was also turning to dusk. In a room, the clock ticked away in the quiet space. There was no one passing by in the hallway, and suddenly a door opened, and the person peeking out was Yoon Se-jin. She looked around for a moment and then closed the door again, sitting down on a chair. Yoon Se-jin stared intently at her phone while praying in her heart, "Please hurry. It's been too long. Hasn't the drone arrived yet? Could it be that I thought?" Her voice trembled. "Could I have discovered the immune person? I need to report immediately to the Savior Jane." The phone screen obviously showed no Wi-Fi bars, but then 2 Wi-Fi bars lit up. Yoon Se-jin happily exclaimed in her mind, "I got a signal. Finally, I can report to the Savior. That's a win, right?" After the other end picked up, a cold voice came through. "So," she stammered, "I am a research staff member, 135 at the evacuation station Gunja. Among the survivors here, I have discovered the immune person." Upon hearing this, a voice on the other end sounded astonished. "What? All right, I will connect directly to the Savior. Go ahead." Yoon Se-jin covered her mouth in shock. She was stunned, repeating one word in her head, "Savior." Not wanting to keep the person waiting, Yoon Se-jin immediately shared what she knew. "You might not believe it, but even in a 100% infected state, he is still very different from the other zombies. If we consider a normal index as 0 and an infected index as 100, he constantly fluctuates between 0 and 100. Although I'm not 100% sure, he is different from mutated zombies. Clearly, he is a completely normal immune person. The reason is something I can't evaluate alone. I intended to send a blood sample via drone, but perhaps to check accurately, the immune person needs to be brought there for experiments on their body. What do you think? The cold voice from the other end slowly spoke. You say he's immune? That can't be. There can't be an immune person. That would be a fatal error. Yoon Se-jin asked nervously. So what should we do? If it's an error, does it need to be eliminated? The surrounding space suddenly fell silent for a moment, and finally, the person dismissed that idea. No, first send the blood sample, and as you said, we need to bring that immune person there for testing. The existence of an immune person means that the virus currently spreading has a flaw. If we study it carefully and supplement, we could evolve it into a stronger strain that cannot be cured. Yoon Se-jin covered her mouth in shock. She stammered, but how can I bring the immune person there by myself right now? Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Yoon Se-jin, and a familiar voice called from outside. Are you in there? Oh, aha, outside, frowned in wonder. What's up? Why is the door locked? Yoon Se-jin stepped out to open the door and was surprised to see him. Oh, Hada? Inin asked anxiously. Why did you lock the door? Yoon Se-jin offered a defensive excuse. Huh? I was changing clothes. He stepped into the room and closed the door. Seeing this, she wondered, by the way, what's going on? It's roll call time. Hadha. In softly replied, I have something important to discuss with you privately. Yoon Jain started sweating nervously. Can it wait? He shook his head. Why? It's very important. You know, there's an American soldier in here, right? Yoon Se-jin nodded at this. Yeah, checking for infection is normal. And suggested. He had a good idea. He was continuing to try to contact command. She listened intently and then asked, so what happened next? He continued, so if we send the immune person Min-jun or at least a blood sample of Min-jun to the U.S. Through him, the Americans could develop a specific treatment or vaccine. He thought that if successful, this hellish world would come to an end. Yoon Se-lin's eyes widened after hearing Hain's suggestion. What, did you tell that American soldier about our immune person? Did you mention it to that American soldier? Hada, and shook his head slightly. No, I haven't mentioned that. She sighed in relief. Upon hearing this, he paused for a moment and then said, but this is a matter that only the two of us. If we know, we can't solve it without getting help from a benefactor to obtain the vaccine or specific treatment. Yunin interrupted Ha Do-hain in a low voice. Hey, is that American soldier really trustworthy? He's an unverified person. If we hand over the blood sample to them, can we really trust that they'll safely deliver it to the lab? There's no guarantee that the treatment or vaccine will be successfully developed. Hu Ha-hain immediately became hesitant. Yoonjin continued to advise, what if we submit the only immune person and something goes wrong? Unless the lab is verified or a government agency approaches us, we can't hand over the blood sample. After a moment of silence, Ha Do-hain finally spoke softly. He understood. Suddenly, a voice came through his walkie-talkie, reporting an unidentified flying object in the airspace over the central building. It was hard to identify accurately at night, but it was believed to be a drone. Ha! Exclaimed in shock. What? Suddenly, two loud gunshots rang out from outside the window, catching both of their attention. The other end of the line kept reporting, trying to shoot it down, but it wasn't easy. He quickly said, I'm Sergeant Han Do-hyun. I'll be there immediately. Yoon Jain anxiously asked, a drone? What's going on? Hae-won hurriedly put on his shoes and replied, it seems like someone from outside sent it here. You should wait here until everything is over. She watched his back as he ran off and called after him. Be careful. The footsteps grew fainter. Yoon Se-jin stood silently in the small room, lost in thought, then turned and ran to the desk, her mind in a chaotic mess. She had to contact them again. Please. Please. Contrary to her expectations, the Wi-Fi she had earlier was now completely down. Yoon Se-jin opened her eyes wide in despair, thinking it was cut off. Damn it. Outside was dark with only a faint light at the end of the hallway. Kang. Hakon was brushing his teeth, wondering, what do you mean by a drone? We finally lost it. Is it a drone sent by the American military? They said there were 4 teammates nearby. Hae-won replied. They said it's not their drone, it's highly likely from someone else, probably sent by escaped prisoners or someone. If there are so many unexpected intruders, right, guns are illegal in Korea. Using guns isn't simple, especially in this apocalypse. Food can be managed somehow, but ammunition is the biggest issue. We definitely need more weapons. I wish someone would drop supplies like last time. Khan wondered if the supplies dropped were not related to the American military. Hado-inin explained. According to Sergeant David, those supply drops didn't seem to come from the American military. Kang Haken hurriedly asked, then who sent them? Hane's eyes glinted sharply. I don't know, but they seem to want to help the survivors. The next morning, 4 members of David's unit waiting at a nearby school had also entered the shelter. Hado-in led the large group, and behind him, there were murmurs. This shelter is unbelievable. It could probably hold a few thousand people, right? This is the strength of Korea. We decided to try contacting the American command here. David Brick spoke in English with a grateful tone. Thanks to you all, we finally have a safe place to stay. We are truly grateful. After all, having the American military in our shelter clearly increases the chances of receiving support from the U.S., so it's definitely a positive thing. The iron gate outside was still tightly locked. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Han Yina. Hey, what's your name? I'm from Jungguk-dong. Which area were you from? It seems like we've met somewhere before. Yina turned around and immediately recognized him. She sighed internally. Even here, there are still so many flies buzzing around. Run Guk-dong persistently asked how old she was. Han Yena tried to politely decline. Sorry, but I'm currently busy working as an interpreter. So in her mind, she told herself that even if the world ends, her fame wouldn't fade. He didn't realize he was being rejected and instead wanted to get closer. Aren't we on break right now? By the way, who is that guy with you? A friend? Not a boyfriend, right? Yena ignored those words. She looked around, wondering where this guy was wandering around. Suddenly, Han Yena's eyes widened. In front of her was Jong Min-jun talking to another girl. He was chuckling and gratefully speaking to her. Really? Thank you. Han Yena's heart jumped. Jong Min-jun, she immediately squeezed between the two and asked, What's going on? What are you talking about? Jong Min-jun tilted his head in confusion. Huh? Oh, we were just talking about the facilities in the shelter. Han Yena awkwardly smiled and turned to Se Hakung. Oh sis. I've been looking for you everywhere. I need lip gloss and blush. Can you help me find some? I went to the store, but they didn't have any. Se Hakung hesitated, feeling awkward. Yena. Before she could finish her sentence, Han Yena exclaimed, Sister, why is your skin so beautiful? If the water isn't suitable, I get allergic right away. But the water here must be fine for you, right? What do you use to wash your face? Se Hakung softly called out. Hey, but she completely ignored it, just babbling on. Oh right, earlier Hadon was looking for you. You should go there right away. Oh Byung-jun looked at them and sadly muttered. Indeed, Han Yena and Jong Min-jun. The fact that they are dating is accurate. Indeed, us nerds should just die already. Suddenly, Byun smirked and said, No, they're not a couple. Under Obi-jun's astonished gaze, Bi-sun-ho seriously introduced himself. I am Bi-sono, with 18 years of experience in being single and instincts honed from countless times imagining dates with my idols. I am absolutely confident. Oh Byung-jun sighed upon hearing this. Oh, what's there to be proud of? However, Bi-sun-ho's next statement left him speechless. Han Yena, who had a crush on Min-jun. Oh Byung-jun panicked. What the heck? Why? Bi-sun-ho calmly predicted. I don't understand the reason. The motivation behind Han Yena's crush on Min-jun is a mystery even to me. In the past, Yena was a girl born into a wealthy family. Growing up under the protection of her father, a doctor in Gangnam, she must have had everything she wanted, so it can be inferred that she is a girl with a strong desire to possess. As time goes by, the one who becomes more restless will be Han Yena, not that fool Min-jun who can't see it. Oh Byung-jun gloomily asked. But how could that be? Jong Min-jun is just a nerd like us. Moreover, compared to Jong Min-jun, I excel in every aspect. Whether it's looks or physique, I surpass him in every way. So what exactly is good about Jong Min-jun? While talking, Han Yena suddenly appeared and spoke coldly. Hey, you two nerds. Both jumped in surprise and exclaimed together. We're not spying. Bi-sun-ho eagerly explained. What were you guys saying about Min-jun just now? You two have always been close to him, right? Han Yena frowned slightly and said, Then you must know a lot about Min-jun. Normally, when you guys are together, what do you talk about? Do you care about anyone or what your ideal type is? Stuff about girls or something like that. You guys are close, so you should know, right? Bi-sun-ho was confused at this point. Girls? Han Yena, you really don't know anything about the interests of nerds like us, do you? We mainly talk about games and watch cartoons, read comics, and fangirl over idols. Just stuff like that, Yena mumbled, repeating the word idol, and then suddenly her eyes widened as if she had just thought of something. Yena recalled a bit of memory from the past. At this moment, she was staring directly at Min-jun's somewhat foolish face. He was focused on admiring Yuian's beautiful face. Han Yena furrowed her brows and spoke up. Hey Jong Min-jun, why are you staring like you want to swallow her whole? Is she your ideal type? Jong Min-jun finally snapped back to reality. He softly said, "She's a friend I knew when I was little, Yuan." Yina's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Coming back to reality, she asked the other two, "Does Yuan from Lumina know Jong Min-jun?" Sun-ho was stunned. "Huh? Did he tell you that Yuan knows him or something and then make up some weird story?" "I assure you. A friend of my parents knowing an idol is definitely a thing. If Min-jun really knows Yuan, then I'll call him Dad." Han Yina burst into a fit of giggles. "Really? Just as I thought. Jong Min-jun would dare to say something so unbelievable." Oh Byung-jun stood to the side. His face had turned bright red at some point. He nervously asked, "But do you like him?" Yina raised an eyebrow coldly. "What?" Oh Byung stammered, finally forming a sentence. "I mean, is there a rumor that you like Min-jun?" Han Yina lost her patience and snapped. "I'm warning you one last time, say it clearly." However, Jun kept stuttering. "Do you like Jong Min-jun?" She angrily scolded him. Then at a small apartment, empty liquor bottles were scattered all over the house. A lazy voice rang out. "What should we do to get revenge on those kids? Is there any good way? How about guerrilla tactics and secretly infiltrating, or luring the zombies to attack the shelter and completely burning down their base inside?" Ji-ho sat silently without saying a word. After a while, he slowly spoke up. "Let's give up on that place." Jun Tae-sik paused upon hearing this. "What do you mean, Ji-ho?" "Because of them, we've already lost 5 people on our side," Ji-ho coldly explained. "Now there are only 3 of us left, and the numbers are still heavily skewed against us." Jun Tae-sik stubbornly insisted, "We can just recruit more personnel, lure in more survivors around." Ji-ho lowered his head and shook it gently. "No, let's move to another place." His expression made Jun Tae-sik's face turn unpleasant. Then he smirked and asked, "Are you missing that girl?" "Hey Ji-ho, just admit it. You like her, right? Being younger is just an excuse. You really like her, don't you? Because you're not normal. If it were before, you would have said to kill them all. The incident with your sister was just an excuse. You like that girl, don't you? She's so beautiful that every guy has to turn their head, right? Just be honest." Jun Tae-sik rambled on, not realizing anything was unusual. Ji-ho's strong hand shot out and grabbed his neck. He raised the sharp scissors high. His face darkened and became extremely terrifying. His voice also dropped. "Do you want to be chopped into pieces, like those who did to my sister? Say it again." Cold sweat poured out of Jun Tae-sik continuously. He forced a smile while trying to appease. "I was just joking. Let me go. You spared me once before. I'll never mention your sister again." Dui-ha, upon hearing this, released his grip from Jun Tae-sik's neck. Suddenly, a voice from outside called both of them. "Come out here for a second. There's something. You two come here." Jun Tae-sik grimaced in annoyance. "What is it?" Dui-ha mysteriously said. "I've discovered something terrible." The harsh sunlight shone down on that neighborhood, and the 3 of them had just arrived when they heard a small scream. Kwon Tae-sik stammered, "What the hell?" In front of them was the body of a man bleeding profusely. The bloodied group moved lifelessly like zombies, their mouths emitting strange sounds. In the small iron room hidden in the alley, Dung Dui-hun nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea, right? Looks like there must be dozens of them. If we can lure the zombie horde close to the hideout and force the people inside to shoot, the gunfire will attract even more zombies to the fence. I can't predict the fighting power of that giant zombie, but with such a massive horde of zombies, the hideout's defenses will definitely be breached. Most of the guards will rush to that side. Taking advantage of that, we can sneak in from the opposite side." Kwon Tae-sik laughed with delight and then ordered the complete extermination of all the survivors there. "Those bastards, wipe them all out for me. Open fire, mass slaughter. It's one of the items on my North Kid list. A revenge for the damn world that threw me in jail, right? Ju, you understand me, don't you?" Ju replied nonchalantly. "Using zombies to create chaos in the hideout. So, you no longer want to take over the hideout, right? This plan is just for revenge, isn't it?" Kwon Tae-sik immediately nodded. "That's right." Ju then set a condition. "All right, but in return, that girl has to find Hanyina for me, and the rest, you can kill them all." Tae-sik frowned slightly. "Hanyina, are you talking about that girl?" "All right, I don't really know what you're thinking, but you agreed anyway, right? Now we need to think of a way to lure that giant horde of zombies here. Not just 4 or 5, but a whole big group like this, so the usual methods won't work. We also need to identify the weak points of the hideout's defenses." Dong Jae-hun suggested, "How about finding a survivor to use as bait?" Kwon Tae-sik considered for a moment before shaking his head. "No rush. We can take our time to plan." At the same time, in an apartment building, Yina, after hearing the news, exclaimed in surprise. "Really? he sang, has crossed the Han River? The long-haired girl nodded firmly. Yeah, the last time we contacted him, he was crossing the Han River with his parents. If he's safe, he must be in the Gangnam hideout, right? Han Yin sighed softly. I see. The long-haired girl continued. But I think we should escape from South Korea altogether. There's no other way. Going to islands like New Zealand or Hawaii might be the only chance to avoid infection. The short-haired girl added. The airport is still locked down. How can we go abroad? Han Yena listened to the two of them chatting and could only sit there laughing awkwardly. Just then, Jong Min-jun's voice rang out. Jen. The sergeant called and said you need to come quickly. She quickly looked up. Again. I got it. Han hurriedly left. The other two watched her back. The short-haired girl turned to gossip. Back in school, she acted all high and mighty. Now, looking like this is pretty funny, right? The long-haired girl said disdainfully. She just got lucky being born into a rich family. She's really no different from us. The two continued their conversation, completely unaware that Hun was walking heavily in from outside. That's right, the zombie incident happened, and now we're all stuck together. Life is unpredictable. Life really is unpredictable. He accidentally overheard their bad-mouthing, and Han Yena found it quite amusing. At school, she looked down on Min-jun. And now they're all buddy-buddy. It's hilarious. The other girl chimed in. It's definitely a situation no one could have imagined. But even if she acts like that, Yi-na probably still hates Min-jun a lot, right? The long-haired girl nodded. Yeah, given the current situation, she's just going along with it for now. Once things go back to normal, she'll probably look down on that guy again. Overall, it's all so fake, it's unbearable. As Hanan walked past the two, not even glancing at them, his cold voice rang out. If you knew what those two have been through together to get here, you probably couldn't imagine the bond between them. Only they truly know. The two girls were momentarily taken aback, and the short-haired girl irritably asked, What's that supposed to mean? Do you know her? The long-haired girl replied, They don't even go to the same school, so why are you worried about it? Just tell us. That's funny. Kang Hakon turned back to look at them and just sighed softly. Meanwhile, in another place, Han Yena stood in front of David Brick, reporting that she had contacted the American scout team from Okinawa entering the Seoul area. He widened his eyes in surprise. Does that mean we're about to be rescued? She continued seriously. Our location has been shared, but the order for rescue or withdrawal still has to come from the Americans. However, they said it's very difficult to rescue all the survivors here. Depending on the situation, only certain people will be taken, or this area might be chosen by the Americans as a large base. Used to analyze the infection situation in Korea and gather data. He's also a low-ranking conscript, so he can't make decisions on his own, but he said he would do his best. Hado. Hayo nodded slightly upon hearing this. It seemed he understood. Han Yena's gaze briefly turned sad. She was silent for a few seconds before hesitantly asking, Will I be able to go to America? My friend Min-jun, he's immune to the virus. David Brick frowned. What? Han Yena persuaded me, and my mom is doing medical research in America. If we can bring Min-jun to meet my mom, she can definitely help in some way. Please, take me and Min-jun to America. My mother-in-law, I mean Min-jun's mother, she might be in the Gangnam hideout. It would be great if we could take her with us too. David Brick still couldn't believe her words, so he quickly asked again. Wait, he's immune? Can you explain that in more detail? Ha-dun looked at her with a bewildered expression. In her mind, she thought Yi-na just mentioned that Min-jun is immune, right? At the same time, it was 9:05 in the morning at the hospital, and Yoon Se-jin was sitting dazed on her chair in her office. She was scrolling through her phone while anxiously thinking that normally they only call on scheduled days, but the rescuers must realize this is a serious matter. They might contact her immediately, or if not, they would probably send someone to assist soon. She couldn't handle Min-jun alone. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from across the room, accompanied by a deep male voice. Honey, can I come in? Young quickly snapped back to reality and replied, Yes, come in. The door was carefully opened. Ha-dun entered the room, sitting across from Yoon Jane without saying a word. She crossed her arms and asked, Why did you suddenly come at this hour? Ha-dun lowered his head, thinking in silence for a moment before answering, I've informed that American soldier about Min-jun's immunity. Sharing this information with that American soldier shouldn't be a big issue for now. There hasn't been any rescue order from their side yet. We will have to handle it carefully once the American troops arrive. Yunin was completely stunned by his words, her teeth clenched to the point of trembling. I told you not to say anything. Why didn't you listen to me? Why did you do that? Yunzin's emotional reaction was completely unexpected for Ha-dun. He stammered, Honey, calm down. She screamed in anger. Damn you. Cold sweat was pouring down Yoon Se-jin's flushed face. She glared, panting, trying to regain her composure. The two stood facing each other in the quiet space for a long time. Finally, Ha Do-hyun hesitantly spoke up. Honey, you've been acting really strange lately. Anyway, the decision is made. When there's a rescue order, they will discuss with us and then take Min-jun's blood sample. Whether or not they will take Min-jun away is still uncertain. As he spoke, he turned to leave. You and I need to help humanity escape from this hell. It's the best way. It was only at this moment that Yoon Jane trembled and bit her lip. If anything happens, it's all his fault. It's all because of him. Ha-dun heard but didn't turn back, decisively leaving. Yoon Sej quickly ran to open the drawer of the small cabinet, muttering, "It's come to this. There's no other way but to eliminate Min-jun." The hospital corridor suddenly echoed with hurried footsteps. Yoon Jin hid the gun behind her coat, walking quickly while telling herself, "I take pride in front of the savior. For the decay and downfall of the Republic of Korea, for its eternal destruction, I dedicate my body and soul in loyalty." Finally, she stood right in front of Jong Min-jun's door. Yoon Se-jin raised her hand to knock, simultaneously saying, "Jin." "Hello, Jong Min-jun." There was a quick response from inside. "Yes." She forced a creepy smile, trying to adjust her voice to sound as normal as possible. "I'm Yoon Se-jin, your supervisor. Can you open the door for a moment? I found something in your blood sample that I need to check urgently." Jong Min-jun stepped out and opened the door immediately. He looked at her with a confused expression. "You could just call me? Why did you have to come all the way here?" Yoon Jane said nothing and raised the gun, aiming it straight at the center of Jong Min-jun's forehead. She gritted her teeth coldly. "You're a dead end." He was so stunned he could only stammer softly. Dr. Yoon Se-jin looked straight into Jong Min-jun's panicked eyes and smirked creepily. "For the savior Jane, you must sacrifice." Just as the situation was hanging by a thread, a shout rang out from the front. "Freeze!" The person was none other than Ha-dun. He was standing at a distance, aiming a gun at Yoon. Se-jin turned her head back, her voice filled with suspicion. Ha-dun frowned. "No wonder I keep feeling something's off. You're not the girl I used to know anymore." Yoon Se-jin still didn't lower the gun. She trembled and said, "Brother, I discovered something terrifying. Min-jun is a special infection. He can speak and act like a normal person, but his instincts are just like the other zombies. He pretended to be normal to get in here. His goal is to infect all of us. Min-jun's aim is to turn all of us into zombies. We are in extreme danger. If he continues to live, we will all die. He is a ticking time bomb. Who knows, today or tomorrow someone will get bitten. I do everything for the people here. Why do you treat me like this?" Ha-dun Hyun tightened his grip on the gun. He coldly said, "You're not the Yoon Se-jin I once knew. It's like there's a demon inside you. You've completely become a different person." The smile on Yoon Se-jin's lips froze. She hissed, "Demon, damn it. I can't believe you would say that to me. If you want to shoot, then shoot. Even if I die under your gun, I must kill Min-jun first." Ha-dun was taken aback by those words. "Girl, someone is threatening you, right? Since when did you become like this? You were never like this." The smile on Yoon Se-jin's lips grew colder, realizing the situation was not good. Ha-dun yelled, "I'm asking you since when?" Her gaze flickered. Grasping that critical point, he continued, "I thought it over. Even if you shoot Min-jun right in front of me, I still can't pull the trigger on you. The one who caused you to end up like this, I will find him at all costs." Yoon Se-jin gasped. The gun in her hand had been lowered. She gritted her teeth and screamed. That scream made Min-jun freeze. Yoon Se-jin spun around to face Ha-dun. She stood tall and shouted, "In front of the Supreme Savior, for the destruction of this decayed world, for the eternal collapse of Korea, I offer my body and soul, swearing absolute loyalty." Ha-dun's eyes widened in shock. "Se-jin." But Yoon Se-jin didn't hear his call and continued to shout, "I swear." As she finished her sentence, she pointed the gun directly into her own mouth. Ha-dun screamed in panic. "Se-jin, wait." Yoon Se-jin decisively pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed. Fresh blood splattered onto the wall in front of Ha-dun's astonished eyes. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief at what he was seeing. His mouth kept mumbling, "Se-jin." Jong Min-jun was so scared that he fell back, his face equally shocked. Yoon Se-jin's body collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from the wound without stopping. A moment later, in the dark hallway, everyone had gathered in Yoon's office. Jong Min-jun hesitantly asked him, "Are you okay?" Ha-dun took a deep breath before speaking in a low voice. Just last year, Sin had gone through a terrible time. Her parents were scammed, their home was destroyed, her father died in an accident caused by a drunk driver. Her mother also took her own life. She had literally fallen apart. Once, Se-jin climbed onto a bridge over the Han River. She intended to jump and end it all, but I managed to stop her. That shock nearly shattered her spirit completely. I don't know if everything started to go wrong from that moment, but she used to return to normal. When she first took refuge here, she diligently treated the injured, tirelessly researching infections because she wanted to save humanity. A truly dedicated doctor until just recently. But when did everything go off course? Suddenly, Jong Min-jun spoke up. The savior, she calls it that, who's that person she worships? Some kind of cult or something similar. Han Yena tilted her head in confusion, finally recalling that last time. Ha Dun mentioned that the developer of that game was named Daniel Jin. These two names must be related somehow. Kang Hanen checked Yoon Sijin's phone, shook his head, and sighed. He had searched thoroughly. But aside from the phone, he found nothing, and the device was locked. An iPhone that's locked can't be opened by anyone except the owner. Yena expressed her disappointment upon hearing this. If it's locked, there's really no way. And without the internet to research, we're at a loss. Jong Min-jun listened to everyone's conversation. He rubbed his chin, wondering about the zombie game Daniel Jin, a Korean who settled in America. What on earth happened? Everyone fell silent. The dark hallway grew even colder. A few days later, Han Yena stood in front of Jong Min-jun's room, waiting for a long time. She anxiously thought to herself, why hasn't he come out yet? Finally, Han Yena decided to call out. Jong Min-jun, are you in there? Come out for a bit. From inside the room, Jong Min-jun's voice echoed. I can't come out. The symptoms flared up suddenly. She was taken aback. What? Jong Min-jun's room was filled with instant food boxes. Jong Min-jun and Ha Dun had now entered the room. He looked at him curiously. Why so sudden? Jong Min-jun scratched his head and replied, I had a bit of a cold yesterday. My immune system is weak, so I might have caught a cold virus from outside. I'm not sure, but this feeling is different from before. Ha Dun crossed his arms and asked, how is it different? He helplessly shook his head, finding it hard to describe. It just felt different. He bowed his head and let out a sigh, finally advising, anyway, you absolutely shouldn't go outside. Just stay in your room. If anyone sees you like this, it's over. Jong Min-jun nodded in response. Yeah, that morning, two figures appeared on the rooftop, keeping watch around. Suddenly, a long alarm rang out, attracting the attention of the man in the hat. He used binoculars to look towards the source of the sound. Why is there an alarm? Suddenly, he froze as if he saw something. He quickly spoke up. Jong, the young man behind him, replied seriously. Private First Class caught Jong. He ordered to relay the message to all members in the shelter to bring all ammunition and weapons. Gather at the number 1 West Gate. The alarm continued to blare incessantly. The police car stood still like a statue, with a horde of zombies chasing closely behind. They were gnashing their teeth, growling silently. Their clothes were soaked in blood, and among the zombies, there was one with a terrifyingly large body. Outside the hallway in front of Jong Min-jun's room, it was eerily quiet. Inside his room, he curled up under a large blanket, his hot breath escaping. Jong Min-jun was trembling, thinking his body felt like it was about to melt away, going crazy. What is this feeling? The alarm from outside echoed in, causing Min to freeze. He widened his eyes, wondering, what sound is that? A nearby loudspeaker blared. Emergency situation, a grenade exploded at the number 1 West Gate. There is an intruder from the outside. Part of the fence is being destroyed. There is a high risk of infected individuals flooding in. All survivors outside immediately retreat inside the house. Upon hearing this, Jong Min-jun trembled and exclaimed, What? Yeah,